My fiancée was absent from our engagement ceremony for another man. I announced the end of the engagement to her in public, but my wealthy parents disagreed, so I cut ties with my family. Today is my engagement party for my fiancée, Jessica, but she is in a hospital taking care of another man. She didn't show up at the engagement party. I announced the cancellation of the engagement without hesitation. Everyone laughed at me behind my back, but I felt relieved. 2 days passed, and she still didn't contact me. Instead, she was waiting for me to apologize to her, and I have moved out of our shared home. I returned to my parents' house. They asked me to apologize to my fiancé and said that if I broke off the engagement, they would kick me out of the house. But in this life, I no longer live for them. I cut off ties with my family, packed up my simple luggage, and started a new life. Jessica knew that I had blocked her. She became anxious and started looking for me everywhere. But at this time, I was free, and there were already 4 beautiful girls around me, one of whom was her aunt, a popular superstar. Thinking back to my previous life, I married her, but she couldn't forget that man. When I was seriously ill, my adopted son pulled out my oxygen tube and took my life. Dad, Uncle Gu will take care of Mom from now on, so you can go with peace of mind. I even suspected that the adopted son was the child of her lover. I walked out of the elevator and looked at myself in the mirror. I was young, straight, and free of disease and pain. This was my real beginning. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Dad, Mom will be taken care of by Uncle Gu from now on, so you can go without any worries. This sentence was like a thorn that pierced my heart. The moment my adopted son pulled out the oxygen tube, my life seemed to end instantly. 55 years old is not considered old, but everything stopped there. The last sense before death is hearing. Indeed, I heard their discussion and my own fate. I felt my soul leaving my body, and I looked at the dying body on the hospital bed. I felt like a stranger to myself, who was disfigured by cancer and a car accident. After my adopted son pulled out the oxygen tube, a smile actually appeared on his face, as if my death would make him feel more relieved. I smiled bitterly. When I was alive, I was a disgusting person. My parents never gave me love. They only gave me strict education. The son I raised with great care was so cold-blooded when I was at my most vulnerable. Even his wife was not by my side after his death. He was truly a pitiful person who was abandoned by everyone. Looking back on my life, I am filled with regrets. I have never lived for myself, but have become an empty shell, a background board. If I could start over, I swear I would never do this again. James, why hasn't Jessica arrived yet? Did something happen on the way? My mother Stella's voice brought me back to reality. She looked so young, nothing like I remembered her. She had died 10 years earlier. The Stella in my memory was already full of wrinkles and gray hair. She was still the young and energetic mother. I looked up and saw everything around me was familiar. Could it be I was reborn? Yes, today is the day Jessica and I get engaged and memories come flooding back. I know she won't come, because I had experienced all of this in my previous life. She spent Anthony's birthday in a hospital and completely ignored the engagement party. I didn't call her and went straight to the outer hall. Stella said coldly, "Where are you going? Call Jessica quickly." I replied calmly, "She won't come." Stella's expression suddenly turned ugly. "How do you know she won't come? What happened to her?" I knew clearly that Jessica was accompanying Anthony, who was the Uncle Gu in my adopted son's mouth. I already know that Jessica no longer has me in her heart, only Anthony. I already know this secret. He is her white moonlight. This rebirth gave me a chance to make a new choice and avoid the doomed marriage in my previous life. She is accompanying Anthony now, 300 kilometers away from here, and she definitely can't make it back. I said coldly. Stella was so angry that she yelled, "If you can't even keep a woman in check, what use are you?" Today the banker will be humiliated as far as the Pacific Ocean. "Break off the engagement if you don't want to lose face," I responded calmly. She was stunned, then roared, "What did you say? Cancel the engagement? Do you dare?" I smiled and said, "Okay, Auntie, I'll go and cancel the engagement now." She glared at me, but I pushed her away easily. I walked towards the elevator without hesitation, and Stella was stunned behind me. Every step I took was more firm and courageous than before. Standing in front of the elevator door, I looked at myself in the mirror. Young, tall, healthy, without any dark circles, wrinkles, or even stomach cancer. I could finally live for myself. The old me was dead, and now I was the real James. As I stepped out of the elevator, I was overwhelmed by the sound of discussions. Jessica didn't come. Did she run away from her marriage? Such a big engagement party. The heroine is absent. The banker is completely embarrassed. James has been pursuing Jessica for 3 years, and this is the ending. To be honest, the Zhuang family is not worthy of the Xia family, so Jessica is naturally unwilling. There were many discussions around me, but I no longer cared about them. I stood straight with only one goal in mind: liberation. When I walked onto the stage, everyone stopped talking. My words were brief, simple, and clear. Today, Jessica cannot be present, so I announced the end of the engagement. From now on, we will live our own lives and not interfere with each other. The scene was silent, and everyone was stunned. Breaking off the engagement? James actually announced the breakup on the spot? The imagined embarrassment was not there. James, standing on the stage, was like a luminous body, confident and generous, showing nobility in every gesture. The soft light shining on him made his face look particularly charming. By the time I recovered from seeing this face, I had already left the backstage. The crowd was boiling after I left. Some people thought that I was acting on impulse and would definitely go to the Xia family to apologize after I calmed down. After all, I pursued Jessica for 3 years, and I was willing to do everything for her at that time. How could I just break off the engagement? The cooperative relationship between the Zhuang family and the Xia family made it even more difficult for me to break off the engagement. After all, the Zhuang family was now completely dependent on the support of the Xia family. If the Xia family broke off the cooperation, the Zhuang family would suffer unbearable losses, and my position would also be in jeopardy. I drove away, and just as I got into the car, my father, Richard, called me. "James, come back immediately and apologize to everyone." His voice was filled with anger. I responded calmly. "Why should I apologize? What did I do wrong? Should Jessica apologize?" On the other end of the phone, Richard's voice became even more angry. "What qualifications do you have to ask Jessica to apologize? Do you know how important the Xia family is? You announced the cancellation of the engagement without discussing it with us today. Do you still have your parents in your eyes? You made your mother faint with anger." I said helplessly, "If you fainted from anger, you should go to the hospital instead of looking for me. How did you talk to me? If you don't come back today, you will never come back," he yelled. I replied calmly, "Okay, I'll pack my things now." After that, I hung up the phone. Richard called again soon, but I was too lazy to answer him and blocked him. Back at the apartment, it's not big, with 3 bedrooms and a living room where Jessica and I live. Although it's a marriage between rich and powerful families, I've been courting her for 3 years, so she's not too cold to me. We've lived together for a year, and our life seems harmonious on the surface, but in fact it's all maintained by me alone. Jessica likes cleanliness, so I clean the house every day and learn to cook her favorite dishes. She is picky about food, so I always take the trouble to study her taste. Although these trivial tasks make me exhausted, I am willing to do anything for her. I took care of her, my family, and my parents, but I neglected myself. Looking back at the medical examination report of my previous life, I had stomach cancer and heart and lung failure. My body was already at a point where it could not be saved. I packed my bag, took a few valuables with me, and threw away everything else. I opened the box of the engagement ring that was supposed to be on Jessica's hand, took a look, and finally threw it into the trash. Once I threw away the ring, it was as if a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. "Goodbye, Jessica," I smiled, and a relaxed smile finally appeared on my face. Then I walked out of the apartment with my suitcase. At the hospital, Jessica suddenly felt a palpitation, and she touched her side, but couldn't find her phone. Anthony noticed her movements and asked, "Are you looking for your phone?" Jessica realized that she had given her phone to Anthony and turned on the Do Not Disturb mode in order to accompany him attentively. "If you want a cell phone, I can give it to you." Anthony looked at the time. It's almost 12 o'clock. Jessica was stunned for a moment, thinking to herself that today was supposed to be the day for her to attend the engagement party with James. She did not deliberately break the appointment, but received a call from Anthony's agent and learned that he was injured, so she rushed to the hospital. Anthony's injury was not serious, but he needed to rest for a few days. Jessica originally planned to leave after seeing him, but the distance was far and it was too late to go back. Moreover, today happened to be Anthony's birthday, so she decided to stay. She never felt that she had done anything wrong. In her opinion, James was a very easygoing person who always tolerated and spoiled her. Jessica believed that James would understand her and make it up to her when they got married. But no matter what she thought, James was always paying for her. She had even gotten used to every dish James cooked, and the food he cooked was her favorite taste. This time, Anthony asked her, Is the food not to your taste? Jessica shook her head slightly. I'm not hungry now and don't want to eat. She lied to Anthony. In fact, she just didn't want to eat the takeout. She missed the food James cooked. Since being with James, she has become more and more picky. This habit is not good, but she doesn't think she is wrong. Jessica gently picked up Anthony's mobile phone and whispered, I want to take a look at the phone. Anthony pretended not to hear and continued to eat the rice in the bowl with his head down, without saying a word. Jessica knew that she was not easy to coax, but she couldn't help but said tentatively, I just saw who sent the text message. Don't worry, I won't reply. I promise to spend your birthday with you, and I have the final say. Anthony finally turned his head, looked at me, and handed it to Jessica. Jessica probably thought that it was past 12 o'clock anyway, and even if she wanted to go back, the wedding in the hotel would have ended long ago. Jessica took the phone and opened it. The screen was filled with missed calls and text messages, almost all from her parents and friends, but none from James. Jessica suddenly missed the wedding today without telling me in advance. I thought I would be anxious and call or message her, but no one did. She thought that her parents were obviously worried about her, so I should be worried about her too. To be honest, logically, she didn't think I was important, but at this moment she felt an inexplicable sense of emptiness in her heart, and even felt a little nauseous about the food she had just swallowed. But she quickly comforted herself. After all, my marriage to her was a foregone conclusion, and she felt that since she loved me so much, she shouldn't care about these things. Besides, even if I cared about it, what would it matter? Despite thinking this, she still felt a little uneasy. She couldn't explain what that uneasiness was. After dinner, she peeled some fruit for Anthony and made him a cup of scented tea. Although these little things were insignificant, Anthony was very satisfied. He knew that she valued him very much, so Anthony would never allow Jessica to marry someone else. While Anthony was taking a lunch break, Jessica took the opportunity to get away, found the assistant and the driver, and whispered to them if anyone had come ask her. The driver flipped through his phone and handed her today's call log, but she still didn't see my name. Jessica didn't dare to contact her parents directly, so she could only secretly call a friend to ask about the hotel situation. When she heard her friend mention James, her heart tightened. A friend's urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. Jessica, something big has happened. James has broken off the engagement. Jessica was stunned and didn't react. What do you mean by breaking off the engagement? Just because you didn't go today, James announced on the spot that he wanted to break off the engagement with you. He said that you had no interest in him, and he had no interest in you either. From now on, marriage has nothing to do with each other. Jessica was shocked and a little unconvinced. What is the attitude of the banker? Didn't they stop him? The friend continued. He left after announcing the breakup, and his parents apologized on the spot. It seems that the Zhuang family doesn't want to cut off contact with the Xia family, and James should not dare to disobey his family's wishes. But to be honest, even if you really break off the engagement, it's no big deal. You don't like him anyway. Besides, it's his loss if he breaks off the engagement. Jessica couldn't help but feel nervous. She knew in her heart that how could someone like James let go so easily? Jessica has met many wealthy men since she was a child, and I am one of the few who is really good to her. Whether it is my loyalty or my consideration for her, she feels very special. Not to mention, I cook, clean, and take care of her meticulously. It would be extremely difficult to find someone like her. The friend's voice continued to ring in her ears, but Jessica had already lost interest in listening. When her friend said that she was careless, Jessica felt dissatisfied. The friend finally asked, "Are you with Anthony now?" Jessica replied, "Yeah. It's a pity for the two of you. Although Anthony's family background is average, he is far more suitable than James." Jessica was a little disgusted and didn't want to listen anymore. After hanging up the phone, Jessica leaned against the wall, with James' number displayed on the phone screen in front of her, and she felt complicated. Jessica knew very well that I broke off the engagement this time because I was angry. Once I calm down, everything will return to normal. After all, this kind of marriage between wealthy families involves not ordinary feelings, but the interests of each family. How can I give up easily? Jessica complained about me and felt depressed, but she still didn't dare to contact me. At 6 p.m., Anthony's birthday cake arrived. He looked at Jessica and said, "I know you like this flavor of cake." The candles on the cake represented his age, but Jessica was full of worries. He closed his eyes and made a wish. Jessica looked at him silently, but she was thinking of me. This is even on the hot search list? Let me see. Anthony held out his hand, and Zhang handed the phone to Anthony, with a look of some ambiguity in his eyes. It's okay that you're on the hot search list, but the key is that it implicated Miss Xia. Someone posted her online, saying that she was absent. The engagement party is for you. Look at the comments from netizens. Pictures speak louder than words. It's too late for public relations now. I looked down and saw that, sure enough, the trending search about me was ranked first, with quite a few comments next to it. Anthony is 24 years old today and can fall in love now. Brother Chien, I like this sister-in-law. A big star and a rich girl. Isn't that the script? Is Anthony seriously injured? It's heartbreaking to see him like that, but luckily he has his girlfriend by his side. I heard that the two of them knew each other since they were young, and they are childhood sweethearts. It's so touching that they are reunited after breaking up. There are many comments that wish him well, but there are also some that question me. I checked the woman's profile and found out that she has a very impressive family background and is the daughter of a wealthy family. Rumor has it that she is engaged. I heard that the relationship between the two is not simple. Did she break off the engagement for Anthony? These comments give me a headache, but I know that the worst ones are about James. What era is it? Are arranged marriages still popular? James broke off the engagement. It seems that he knew he was not worthy of Jessica and that Anthony was her true love. Hearing this, Jessica's expression became a little heavy. Anthony understood that she didn't expect that her divorce would be exposed and Anthony would be involved. These comments are not worth mentioning. Anthony put down his phone and held her hand. Most of the voices on the internet are misunderstandings. I don't care, but do you want to clarify it online? Jessica frowned. What to clarify? It's a fact that I was absent from the engagement party. Her tone made Anthony realize that my breaking up made her feel heavy-hearted. Anthony sighed. James broke up because of me. It was just a small matter. This is not your fault, Jessica whispered. I'll take care of it. Don't worry about what happened on the internet. Jessica is the supporter behind Anthony's company, and her help to Anthony's career is self-evident. Anthony knows that it will not be difficult for her to handle these things. Zhang glanced at Anthony and asked, Ms. Xia, do you need me to explain something to Richard? No need. Jessica rejected him coldly. Before Anthony could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Jessica continue. Let the public relations department release some information to suppress this hot search and divert netizens' attention first. Anthony felt a little unhappy when he heard this. The entertainment industry is so complicated. Today's hot search may not be remembered by anyone tomorrow. As for James, Jessica paused. I will explain it to him clearly, and he will understand. Hearing her say this, Anthony's heart couldn't help but tighten. James obviously had a high position in her heart, as Jessica could explain in person. Jessica looked at the cake, but didn't eat any more. You're not eating anymore? I watched her put down the cake. I'm not hungry. Eating too much will make you fat. I have to control myself. She said lightly. You're not fat. Anthony looked at her figure unconsciously. She was still slim, and in her tailor-made dress, she looked perfect. But she didn't seem to want to continue the topic and turned around and said, I'm going to make a phone call. Anthony wanted to stop her, but seeing her expression, he held back. She was obviously in a bad mood. After leaving, Anthony silently clenched his fists. Zhang said softly, Miss Xia, don't you think she still has feelings for James? Hearing this, Anthony was shocked. In 5 years, she might have changed. Anthony began to understand that Jessica had never lacked attention, and there were many opposite sexes around her. Anthony sneered, feeling a little unwilling. So what if I care? We've already called off the engagement. Even if the marriage doesn't get called off, I won't let them off easily. However, I still felt a little uneasy. My affairs affected Jessica's emotions, and Anthony seemed a little unsure. After Jessica went out, Anthony looked at her back, feeling a little complicated. Not long after, she called the public relations manager and directly arranged to suppress this hot search. After hanging up the phone, she checked the situation on Weibo. The popularity was still very high, and even her Weibo account was dug out. However, luckily, she rarely updates her Weibo, so no scandals could be dug up. She originally thought that she could let the matter go, but when she checked the private messages and comments, she found that they had reached 99 plus, and it was obviously impossible to ignore it. In response to those who called her sister-in-law, Jessica posted a clarifying Weibo post. They're just friends. As soon as she posted on Weibo, I saw it in the ward. Her already gloomy face became even more gloomy. I pursed my lips, feeling a little unhappy. After sending the microblog, Jessica called her father again. After answering the call, Frank's tone was almost roaring. What do you think? You ran away from the engagement party and went to the hospital to accompany Anthony, and someone actually took a photo of you and posted it online. Do you know how much trouble this has caused to the company? I can imagine that Jessica's father is usually a gentleman, and he was so furious this time because the matter was obviously too serious. Jessica listened silently until she heard her father pause. Then she whispered, "Dad, I know I was wrong. I will go back to apologize tonight." The dealer dare not say anything to you. Frank responded coldly. What about James? I heard that he wants to break off the engagement with me. You're well informed. Her father's tone was obviously somewhat dissatisfied, and he obviously didn't know that people on the internet already knew about James's divorce. His parents don't dare to cancel the engagement. So how can a young boy like him dare to do so? He hasn't even grown strong yet. Frank mocked openly. James is nothing special, except that he loves you, is obedient, and is good to his parents. He broke off the engagement today just because he was angry. Just wait until he calms down. You were also wrong first. Coax him in private and don't let the situation escalate. We don't need him in the Xiao family. Hearing these words, Jessica seemed relieved and nodded in response. I know. I will talk to him. Frank's tone was full of disdain for me. He thought James would not really leave Jessica, and even felt that he was reluctant to leave her. Everyone seemed to think so, and I also understood that Jessica was used to these words. After calling her father, Jessica was obviously much more relaxed. She called James again. The call went through, but no one answered. She frowned, perhaps feeling a little uneasy, but soon felt relieved. After returning to the ward, Jessica's first question was to show her concern for Anthony. Does your leg still hurt? The anesthetic has worn off, and it's starting to hurt a little now. Anthony replied calmly. Do you want to call a doctor? No, I can bear this little pain. Anthony tried his best to pretend that nothing was wrong. After all, he had known Jessica for so long, and he knew that she would not ignore him. In fact, she has always been very good to Anthony and has become the closest support to each other. The relationship between us has long surpassed the boundaries of friendship. 6 years ago, Jessica would never push Anthony away for James. She was so smart and beautiful, and she had a lot of people around her, while Anthony was just an ordinary driver's child. She had lived a privileged life since she was a child, and Anthony could only work hard to catch up with her. When Anthony was abroad, he heard the news that Jessica was going to get engaged to James, and he was filled with anger and powerlessness. Anthony even doubted whether his efforts would never catch up with her. Have you arranged a PR? Yes. Did James call you? He said online that he wants to break off the engagement with you. After all, I broke the promise first, so it's normal for him to be angry. Anthony responded in a low voice. James is deliberately using Joe. A grown man cares about these trivial matters and doesn't care about the face of the Xia family. He dares to slap you in the face. Will he dare to hit you in the future? Anthony's tone was filled with a hint of sneer. Don't take it too seriously. Give him the cold shoulder for a few days and let him apologize to you on his own initiative. Anthony was stunned for a moment, then thought about it. Maybe she was right. You're the daughter of the Xia family. He dares to break off the engagement publicly like this. He really overestimates his own abilities. Is this really okay? Jessica hesitated. Anthony smiled and said, I'm a man. Don't I understand, man? If you bow your head, you'll get worse. Jessica paused and looked at Anthony. You have to know that your status is always higher than his. Anthony's eyes were filled with determination, and Jessica knew that Anthony hoped she could stick to herself. My calf is a little uncomfortable. Can you help me press it? Anthony deliberately pretended to be in pain, and when he saw her expression soften, Anthony knew that she would worry about him again. I had no idea what they were saying about me. I had just broken off my engagement and was busy looking for a house and a job, so I blocked Richard and Stella. Since I couldn't contact them, I simply blocked their cards. They thought that as long as I had no money to spend, I would admit my mistake and follow their instructions. But I am 24, not 14. I have been making my own money since high school, and I never spent a penny of their money during college. I rented a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room house. It was small but cozy, with a good location. The monthly rent of 5,200 yuan was not cheap. I looked around and thought it was okay, so I paid the money and cleaned it up. I didn't have much stuff, so it was easy to pack. After I finished, I lay on the sofa and turned on the TV and just happened to see Anthony on a show. Many people say that people on TV look better, but Anthony still looks handsome. As I watched, I felt a little hungry, so I didn't order takeout, but went to the supermarket downstairs to buy some vegetables and cooked a simple bowl of noodles. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Richard still hadn't contacted me, and he began to get anxious. He used someone else's phone to send me a text message telling me that if I broke off the engagement, it would mean I was refusing to acknowledge my parents' decision. They want me to pay 300 million yuan in child support. I looked at the message and couldn't help laughing. 300 million yuan? Do they think I did something illegal? Ever since I can remember, my parents have never liked me. I once had a younger sister, and everyone said that I threw her off the second-floor balcony and killed her. I remember it very clearly, and memories before the age of 5 are generally vague, but I can never forget the bloodstains on that day. Since then, my mother has gone crazy. Every time she sees me, she calls me a demon, saying that I have super male genes and am a natural terrorist. I live under her curse every day, hoping that one day it will all be over. When I was 6, my grandmother took me to the countryside, and my parents ignored me for 10 years. Richard always said that his mother was very ill, but every time he saw her, she always cursed that I didn't deserve to live. I have seen a psychiatrist and examined myself. The doctor told me that I am just an ordinary person and I don't have the so-called super male gene. I'm not the monster that my mother said I was. After my rebirth, I was no longer so cautious. I knew that if I continued to let them manipulate me, I would end up living in the shadows forever, just as they wished. Richard was right. I was no longer afraid of them. Since they thought they couldn't live without me, I simply cut off all ties with them. After finishing the noodles, I contacted my lawyer and told him what had happened. The lawyer told me that it is legally impossible to completely sever the relationship, but I can break away from the control of the banker and only need to pay alimony after I turn 60. But it is not easy to break away from the banker. I'm a young man in my early 20s, and I don't have many resources in Chengdu. If the banker trips me up halfway and wants me to have an easy time, I'm afraid it will be impossible. I decided to use the truth to completely tear apart the past and uncover the secrets of these years. Richard has always cared about his own face and would rather let me bear the crime of murder than admit his mother's madness. If I reveal the truth, no one can say that he can completely control me. I was busy with this matter until the early morning. After stretching my muscles, I picked up my phone and saw that Jessica had called me several times. I deliberately turned it to silent mode and didn't even want to answer it. There were a bunch of messages in my text box, all asking for gossip. I read them all, threw my phone aside, picked up my clothes, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Meanwhile, Jessica was also busy. She spent her birthday with Anthony today and left, but she couldn't calm down. She lay in the car, exhausted but couldn't fall asleep. She looked out the window at night, took out her phone, and called me again. No one answered the call. She frowned, feeling upset. What's wrong with me? It's understandable that I'm busy during the day, but it's already early in the morning. No matter how busy I am, I should be able to answer the phone. Her contact information is pinned to the top of my phone. Whenever she calls me, I answer immediately. Even at 3 a.m., I will pick her up without saying anything. She has called me 4 times today. There is no way I didn't see it. She saw that I didn't answer the phone. She couldn't help but feel angry. It's been so long. What's wrong with him? Isn't it just an unintentional absence? What is he holding on to? Miss, we have arrived in Chengdu. Where are you planning to go back to? Asked the driver. Jessica originally planned to go to Xia's house to admit her mistake, but I didn't answer my calls again and again, and she was furious. When we got downstairs, Jessica finally decided to ask me directly. What do you want? Jessica was indignant and pressed the doorbell, but there was still no response. I couldn't help but increase my strength and wait anxiously. Jessica waited for a long time, but there was no movement, and she became more and more annoyed. Seeing this, the driver asked softly, Miss, is Richard not here? Jessica was shocked. He's not here? She thought about it and thought it shouldn't be the case. I've always been reluctant to go back to the banker. There's no place for me there. After a moment of silence, Jessica found the spare key under the flower pot. I had prepared the key for her because she always forgot to bring it. Jessica inserted the key and opened the door. The empty house came into view. A cold wind blew, and it seemed that even the warmth in the house disappeared. Jessica looked around and suddenly found something wrong. Her shoes were missing, the water cup on the table was gone, and even the things on the bookshelf disappeared. Even my closet is empty. Jessica suddenly felt an inexplicable fear and wondered if he had left. Every detail of the past is replaying in my mind. My meals, the diet meals I made, each one is so familiar, but now it no longer exists. Until Jessica saw the ring box in the trash can, her heart suddenly tightened. That was the engagement ring I prepared for her, but today, it was thrown away. Jessica silently clenched the ring, with mixed feelings in her heart. The driver saw my emotions and was also worried. "Miss, where are you staying tonight?" Jessica sat down helplessly, anger and grievance intertwined in her heart, and took out her mobile phone to dial James' number again. This time, it was finally connected. My hoarse, tired voice caught me off guard. "What is it?" Jessica was about to vent, but when she heard me being so cold, all the words got stuck in her throat. "Where are you?" I said calmly, even a little impatiently. "It's almost 3 in the morning. Do you still want to find me?" Jessica was stung by my indifference, but she was powerless to refute. After the call was hung up, Jessica held the phone in her hand, feeling empty in her heart. She called again, but was hung up. Jessica wanted to continue arguing, but she was already deeply confused and helpless. "I'll be here tonight. You go back," Jessica said to the driver. After sending the driver away, Jessica sent me a text message asking me to come see her tomorrow. Jessica tossed and turned all night, her heart in turmoil. She woke up at 7 o'clock, but still felt no comfort. During breakfast, Jessica couldn't help herself and called me. This time, I answered quickly. "I'm having breakfast. If you want to meet, come to the cafe on Zhong'er Street." Jessica suppressed her anger. "Didn't I ask you to come find me?" "You are the one who wants to find me, not me who wants to find you," I responded coldly. Jessica suppressed her anger and gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, see you at 9 o'clock." After putting on makeup and changing clothes, I walked to the coffee shop in high heels. When I got there, I was already sitting with a cup of coffee in front of me, looking calm and focused. That familiar action was extremely attractive in my eyes. Today, I seemed a little different from usual. Jessica thought I looked particularly charming, with more three-dimensional facial features and better complexion than mine. It seemed that I was not affected by last night. I sat there, my eyes unconsciously staring at Jessica, with a complex emotion passing through my heart. If it were me in the past, I would definitely stand up and take the initiative to greet her, but now I just raised my head lightly and gave a slight gesture. Jessica was really a beauty when she was young. Her face seems to have not faded with the years, and the years seem to be particularly tolerant to her. I remember that in my previous life, she was already in her 50s, but she still looked as radiant and slim as a 30-year-old. I died early, so she should have married Anthony soon and lived a happy life. Suddenly, Jessica's voice brought me back to reality. "James," she shouted. I calmed down and put on a calm smile on my face. "Sit down, scan the code to order what you want to drink." Although our marriage had many unhappy moments, in essence, we were both victims of this marriage. Now, our relationship has become familiar yet strange. "Don't you have anything to tell me?" She looked at me, her eyes full of anger and grievance. "What?" I pretended to be confused, but I felt a little tired. "Why did you move suddenly?" Her tone became colder. "I broke off the engagement. It's not appropriate for us to live together." I answered calmly. Her eyes widened. "Are you really going to cancel the engagement?" I smiled, feeling a little helpless. "How can you lie when you say it in front of so many people?" I saw the trending searches. "You and Anthony have a good relationship, and I don't want to force you. After all, marriage is a matter between two people, and a forced marriage is not a happy one." She frowned and seemed relieved. "If you are angry because of Anthony, then I can explain that I didn't miss the engagement on purpose. It was because he was injured and I was afraid that something might happen." I interrupted her. "No need to explain. There is no love between us anymore. You can arrange the breakup as you like. Let's part ways amicably." Her face darkened instantly. Her anger was obvious. "Do you think I'm a fool? You like me. Everyone knows that." I hesitated a little. My love for her had faded away over time. I didn't want to continue to argue with her, so I responded calmly. "I don't like her anymore. It's up to you to decide whether to break up the engagement." She sneered and looked at me sarcastically. "You don't like me. Have you ever thought about the business of your parents and the banker? Marriage is not a joke. If your family had not begged for an alliance with the Xia family, would you be standing here now? We have already paid so much, and now you want to cancel the engagement. Do you think my Xia family is easy to bully?" Her tone became more and more intense, and her words were full of threats. I knew that she had been pushed to the limit. "Your family is big and powerful, but if you can't stay in Chengdu, I can go to another city. If that doesn't work, I can go abroad." I responded coldly. She continued to mock me. "Don't even think about threatening me. It's not as easy as you think. I have severed ties with the dealer. If you took the money, go ask whoever you want. I don't owe you anyone." I said slowly, my heart filled with calm determination. Jessica's face was still cold, and I knew she could no longer accept my decision. I finally said, "If you must get married, I have a good idea. Let Anthony adopt you, so that you can be together legitimately." She stood up suddenly, almost exploding with anger. "How dare you? Don't think I'm afraid of you." I took a deep breath and finally decided to tear off this disguise completely. "Don't push me, Jessica. If you want me to have a good life, I can also make you suffer. If you really push me to the limit, no one will have a good life." My words were like a chilling wind, and her expression gradually froze. I stopped talking, but I had already decided in my heart to completely cut off contact with her from now on. I picked up the coffee in front of me, took a sip, stood up, paid the bill, and walked out of the cafe. Looking back, Jessica was sitting there, holding the table with both hands, her face pale. Her body was trembling slightly, and the air was filled with tension. I could clearly feel her anger, and even saw confusion and pain in her eyes. "How could this happen?" she murmured in a low voice, obviously not expecting me to be so decisive. She thought I was testing her or playing some tricks, but I had already made up my mind. I didn't look back, nor did I plan to give her any more explanation. When I reached the door, I heard her voice. "James, do you think I can't live without you? If you leave me, everything will be over, and you'll regret it." I didn't stop walking, and I didn't feel the same conflict as before. Everything she said was no longer important to me. The world outside was still bustling, and people in the cafe were secretly watching us. I lowered my eyes and focused on the ring on my hand. The ring looked particularly awkward on my finger. I controlled myself from breaking down and tried to maintain my composure. My hand gently touched the ring, wanted to take it off, but I suddenly stopped. Is it time to end it? I once thought she was everything to me, but what she did made me no longer agree with it. I finished my coffee in one gulp and walked out of the store, but I didn't feel relieved. I had more important things to do next. This morning, I met with lawyer Song Lu. As my college friend, he always provides some profound advice. Although I made the decision to cancel the engagement at the engagement party yesterday, he still remains skeptical. "Do you really want to cancel the engagement? Isn't this decision too impulsive?" I have already made it clear to her. I answered in a low voice, with mixed emotions but no fluctuation on my lips. "But you seem to have feelings for her. You broke off the engagement right after we got engaged. This is such a quick turnaround." Song Lu was a little puzzled. I was silent for a moment, then said softly, "She is someone else now, and I can no longer look at her the same way as before." My decision was not made on impulse. Song Lu frowned. "Are you sure you want to sever your relationship with the banker? This involves not only emotions, but also a lot of interests." "I have already decided not to rely on the dealer anymore," I said calmly, without any wavering in my voice. Song Lu's eyes were a little complicated. "You give up so easily. You really need to think it through." "I don't need this," I whispered back, having already made up my mind. The banker was no longer important to me. "I understand." Song Lu nodded, took out his computer, and began to draft an agreement. The agreement was quickly drafted. "Let's just say this is the agreement. Your decision is final, and you won't go back on it." Inudda calmly. After Song Lu printed out the agreement, we moved on to the next step. That day, I decided to call Richard directly and tell him that I no longer wanted to continue this relationship. "Are you home? I need to talk to you about something." On the other end of the phone, Richard sneered, "Do you finally know you were wrong? You have to go to the Xia family with us, admit your mistake first, and then apologize." I interrupted him impatiently. "Richard, you misunderstood. I came to you to sever ties with you, not to continue to be your vassal. Do you understand me?" I asked coldly, with disdain in my words. On the other end of the phone, Richard's voice was angry and harsh. "James, you dare to talk to me like this? You are really stupid." I smiled, and a chill surged in my heart. "Whether my bones are hard or not, only I know, but you should know that my life is harder than yours. After all, I died once." Richard was so angry that I could almost imagine him spitting. I didn't waste any more time and hung up the phone. Song Lu listened to the whole thing and was obviously shocked by my attitude towards Richard. "Aren't you afraid that he will take revenge on you in the future?" he asked. I drank the water slowly. If he wasn't targeting me, it couldn't be Richard. Over the years, I had become accustomed to his face, cold and calculating. We went to the dealership and arrived at 2 p.m. Richard and Stella were there. When Stella saw me, she immediately started to scream hysterically. "You murderer! If I had known you wouldn't listen, I would have drowned you." Her voice was so sharp and piercing that every word seemed to tear my eardrums. Song Lu took a step back, obviously not expecting Stella's madness. I didn't react at all. just stared at her calmly. Ms. Tang, you dare to go crazy in front of your lawyer? I said coldly, if you dare to do that, I will call the police. Stella was stunned. A trace of fear flashed in her eyes. Richard came forward, hugged her, and comforted her. Why don't you listen? Do you want to see her go completely crazy? He whispered to comfort Stella, and his gentle look seemed as if everything was for the woman and his family. Watching the scene, I felt sick. This so-called home was nothing more than a madhouse. I took a deep breath, walked up to Richard, and directly spread out the agreement I had prepared long ago. I don't need anything from the banker, just sign it. Richard put his cigarette away, took out the account book, and said bluntly, I've said it before, if you break up, you have to pay the money back. 300 million. What's the point of not paying it back? I sneered. Richard, I have lived with my grandmother since I was 6 years old. She raised me, not you. You know the 300 million bill well. Don't use it to threaten me. As soon as I finished speaking, Richard's face changed slightly, and he didn't know how to respond for a moment. Seeing this, I continued. If you continue to pester me and uncover the unknown scandal between Stella and you, I don't mind exposing how she let her eldest son take the blame. Richard was stunned. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, lowered his head, and lit a cigarette. Do you really think you can threaten me? You don't believe it? I sneered, then give it a try. Richard couldn't sit still any longer. Do you have any evidence? How dare you say that? There was a threat in his words. I sneered. Your mother saw it, and the servant saw it too. So tell me, how could a 5-year-old throw a 3-year-old child down the 1.2-meter high guardrail? Richard slammed the table, his face flushed with anger, trying to overwhelm me with his momentum. I was not afraid and continued. You said I killed my sister. Do you have any evidence? I was only 5 years old, and my memory is vague. How can you accuse me? Richard's expression turned ugly, and he gritted his teeth. This is just your guess. I took out my phone, pulled up Stella's medical records from the mental hospital, and pushed them in front of him. This is your mother's true condition, Munchausen syndrome. In order to win your attention, she was willing to kill her own daughter. Richard was stunned. His eyes were flustered, as if he was avoiding my gaze. What do you want to do? I said slowly. You covered up the truth for so many years. In order to protect her, you let me bear the reputation of a murderer. Don't you think it's ridiculous? I stood up straight with a sneer on my face. Do you think I dare to make this matter public? The police will reinvestigate it. Can the banker still save face? Richard's face turned pale. His lips trembled. How dare you do this? You have been forcing me, and I finally understand that the only way to get rid of your control is to leave this home, I said calmly. Richard tried to threaten me. The banker has a fortune of more than $1 billion. You really don't want it? I looked at him. Without wavering, I don't need your stuff. I'd rather have nothing than continue living in this hellish home. He was shaking with anger and picked up the pen. Okay, you are such an ungrateful fool. He signed his name tremblingly. I put away the agreement and slowly stood up. From today on, you are no longer my father, and I am no longer a member of the banker. Stella suddenly rushed out, screaming, James, you can't leave. You are my son, and you must be responsible for your sister's death. She shouted with all her strength, as if she would not allow me to leave. I didn't look back. I'd already made up my mind. You are not worthy of being my mother, nor worthy of being my parent. I said coldly, with a tone of determination that could not be refuted. Stella was silent for a moment, her eyes filled with fear. She suddenly stopped screaming, her face as pale as paper, as if she had seen something terrible. I smiled and said, Don't shout. She's watching you over your shoulder. Stella's eyes collapsed instantly. She began to grab her hair in panic, and her screams became more shrill. She was really crazy. Looking at her crazy look, I turned and left, feeling relieved. Song Lu looked at me with some worry in his eyes, but I was just watching Stella's crazy performance. Every move she made was just a joke to me. You are not allowed to leave. If you leave, what will happen to the Xia family? Stella began to shout desperately, and it was obvious that she was no longer rational. I sneered and said, Just die. You can always apologize to your daughter after you die. As soon as I said this, Richard's anger exploded. Enough, Richard roared. What's enough? Hasn't she been threatening me with death for so many years? I'm tired of it. I responded coldly. Stella began to hold on to Richard, relying on him, as if she had found her last resort. Take all his cards and don't give him a penny. I said nothing, but turned and left without looking back. Stella's screams filled my ears, but I still didn't care. Walking out of the banker's door, I looked up at the blue sky. The sun was shining brightly, which seemed to indicate that my future life would be brighter. Song Lu patted my shoulder and whispered, "Don't be sad, the past is the past." I smiled and shook my head. I don't feel sorry for those people at all. My eyes were full of determination. Song Lu continued, "It's not easy to get out of that environment. I can totally understand why you are so anxious to leave the banker. I no longer talk about the past. The pain of the past is no longer worth mentioning. I think about the future, which is the most important thing." Song Lu wanted to ask me many things, especially about my sister's death, but he didn't ask in the end. I knew he was afraid of touching my pain points. He looked at me, seeming a little worried. "Now that you and Jessica have broken off the engagement and cut ties with the banker, what are you going to do next?" I smiled and said, "That's their business. It's none of my business." Song Lu frowned, obviously worried about my future life. "Do you have any money? Do you know who the banker will give all his wealth to?" I didn't care about that. I want freedom. As for money, I will make it naturally. Song Lu thought about it and suddenly said, "I can introduce you to a job. My friend is preparing a variety show. The salary is good. You can get 200,000 yuan after signing the contract, and you can get a share of the profits later." I was very interested. "What job?" "It's that kind of variety show called Love on the Road." Song Lu explained in detail, and when he mentioned the name of the variety show, I suddenly remembered it. That show was all the rage on the internet last season, and even though my name is nothing compared to those artists, at least it can bring in traffic. I quickly decided, "Give me the director's contact information, and I'll go talk to him." Song Lu was stunned for a moment, then quickly agreed, "Okay, the director will definitely want you." I didn't hesitate and contacted the director directly to arrange a meeting. When we met, the director, to my surprise, directly prepared a contract for me. "I heard about your story, and you are very welcome to join our show," the director said bluntly. I was stunned, but my reputation is not very good. Those are all voices from the outside world. The show can let more people get to know you and show the real you, the director said with a hint of excitement in his eyes. After reading the contract carefully, I finally decided to sign it. "Do we have a script?" I asked. The director smiled and said, "There's no script, just be yourself. In a live broadcast format, if there are too many scripts, it will be exposed." After the contract was signed, the director invited me to follow each other on Weibo and to pack my luggage as the show would start recording the day after tomorrow. When I got home, my phone started to receive text messages from Jessica, who was clearly unhappy with me for participating in the dating show. "How can you go? You are not allowed to go." Her message made me sneer. "Didn't feel ashamed when you just ran away from your marriage. Why do you feel ashamed now?" I sneered in my heart, blocked her, and decided decisively never to have any contact with her again. I looked at the prompt on the phone screen, and a surge of anger surged in my heart. "You are not allowed to participate in this kind of variety show. You are not an artist, and you will only make a fool of yourself." The message has been sent, but was rejected by the other party. The other party has turned on friend verification, and you are still her friend. She never thought that I would block her. My heart sank. She couldn't believe it and called me again, but the system prompted, "The other party is on the phone." I even blocked the phone. In a fit of irritation, Jessica angrily smashed the bedside ornaments to the ground until the photo of herself and Anthony shattered. When the servant knocked on the door, Richard was filled with annoyance. "Miss, are you okay?" she asked cautiously. "I'm fine, don't worry about me," Richard whispered, with a mess in front of him and mixed feelings. Soon, Frank's footsteps were heard, and he called Frank outside the door. "Jessica, Aunt Zhang said there was a loud noise in your room. Open the door and let me see." Frank suppressed his anger and opened the door impatiently. Frank frowned when he saw the broken glass on the floor. "When did you come back? Did you eat?" Frank answered absent-mindedly. "I came back in the afternoon and ate a little." He was in a bad mood today and couldn't eat. "Have you met James?" he asked in a serious tone. "Yes." I didn't want to say anything more, so I simply responded. Frank was obviously a little worried and asked, "Have you reconciled?" Frank did not answer, but just lowered his head. My attitude made her feel uncomfortable. "What did you say?" Frank sighed. I said I was wrong and admitted it. I was willing to compensate him, but he was petty and made the matter worse and even blocked me. Frank was angry. Why does he do this? Marriage is a matter between our two families. How can he deny it with just one word? Frank felt more and more uneasy. "Dad, what did the banker say?" Frank asked tentatively. "The banker called to apologize at noon and said he would come to the Xia family to apologize in person. But he just wants to save face." What if James cuts off relations with his parents? I asked anxiously. Frank sneered. How is that possible? He wouldn't do such a thing. However, things were not that simple. When the dealer called, Richard actually admitted that I had severed ties with them. Frank's heart suddenly felt like it was being tugged at. He won't marry me. Jessica whispered to herself. Is this what he wanted? Frank was furious. James has cut off ties with the family now, Richard said helplessly. Frank was extremely angry. He is not worthy of my daughter. Your family can cancel the engagement, but the money must be returned. Richard was unable to respond, and the scene fell into an awkward silence. After hanging up the phone, Frank looked at Jessica with a complicated expression. Jessica, are you still thinking about him? Jessica raised her head, with no tears in her eyes, only indifference. I don't like him. He is just a heartless man. I'm glad you think so. Frank breathed a sigh of relief. But if we want to cancel this marriage, we have to do it. Jessica gritted her teeth and said, determined. Frank nodded. Whatever you want to do, Dad supports you. Jessica thought I would never leave her, just like the jewelry in her box, which would stay there, even though they were a little dirty and old, but would not disappear. However, my sudden decision to break off the engagement was hard for her to accept. Frank looked at Jessica with some anger in his eyes, but when he saw how tired Jessica looked, his tone softened. Have a good rest, and don't let this kind of thing bother you. If you don't want to vent this anger yourself, I'll help you. Jessica felt a little uneasy. I was unwilling to see James leave. Dad, I can handle James. Don't interfere. I didn't want him to leave Rongqing, and I was a little unwilling in my heart. Isn't the best way to take revenge on your ex to make him regret it? Jessica decided to let James see the consequences of leaving me. There are so many men. Change to a better one. I knew he was talking about Anthony. After Frank left, Jessica saw that Anthony's phone call was not answered, and his video call just came in. Anthony looked better than yesterday. He asked with concern, Uncle Xia didn't blame you, did he? No, I replied calmly. Anthony asked, what about James? Have you met him? Jessica didn't want to talk about me. Her tone was a little stiff. I don't want to mention him now. Anthony frowned and said, Brother Zhang told me that James is going to participate in a variety show. That kind of show is just for hyping up couples. James did this without caring about your and Uncle Xia's reputation at all. Jessica's heart tightened suddenly. The rumors on the internet that I was going to participate in a dating variety show had attracted widespread attention. James will be recording the day after tomorrow. If the matter gets out of hand, the reputation of the Xia family will definitely be affected. Anthony continued, and Jessica held the phone tightly. Jessica decided not to let this matter continue to ferment, otherwise it would be difficult to control. Brother Zhang accepted the notice for this variety show. I'm an inside observer. The contract has been signed long ago. If I want to withdraw, I have to pay a penalty. Anthony explained. Jessica heard it clearly, but said directly, James and I have already called off the engagement. I can't control his affairs. Anthony's silence made her realize that she was shocked. Finally, Anthony spoke with difficulty. How was it possible? He can't do this. Jessica responded calmly. Not only did he break off the engagement, he also broke off relations with the banker. Anthony was stunned for a moment, but then he said, Do you want to participate in my variety show? I was moved, thinking of James's actions. I want to go. Anthony hesitated. You want to participate? Aren't you afraid of seeing James? I'll go, no matter what he thinks. Jessica has made up her mind and will act without delay. After hanging up the phone, Jessica opened Weibo and saw that the post she posted yesterday about just friends was hotly discussed. No one knew that we had called off the engagement because neither of our families had made an official announcement. Jessica decided to clarify everything, so she edited a Weibo post. Mr. James and I have officially called off our engagement, and we have nothing to do with each other from now on. Since they're no longer lovers, they can only be friends. This time, Jessica not only failed to control public opinion, but took the initiative to purchase marketing methods, cleverly guiding the emotions of netizens and deliberately portraying herself as a victim of this marriage. Her actions made her realize more clearly that it was time to draw a clear line between herself and James and not to linger on any longer. A video soon appeared on the hot search, with James on one side and Jessica on the other side, accompanying Anthony on his birthday in the hospital. The comments from netizens were almost all sarcastic and gloating. We are back together, and it turns out that the phrase just friends was meant for James, telling him not to be so self-indulgent. This is the result of destroying other people's feelings. James knew that Jessica had someone she liked, but he still entangled her. Is he really afraid of not being able to get married? Anthony and Jessica are really a perfect match. James is just an intruder and is not worthy at all. James is hooking up with a rich woman. After all, he is a rich second generation. How can he be short of money? Things developed just as Jessica expected, and public opinion almost completely tilted to her side. In order to cooperate with her, the Zhuang group also issued a notice, announcing that the Zhuang and Xia families broke off the engagement, and both parties were free to date each other from then on. However, the rumors about James breaking off relations with his family were not confirmed, and the group remained silent on this. Anthony watched the situation and smiled secretly when he saw Jessica finally made a choice. But this was not enough. Anthony decided to continue to manipulate public opinion and completely nail James to the label of destroying relationships. Meanwhile, James still didn't care about the online storm. He ate and slept as usual, packed his luggage, and prepared to leave Chengdu to go to the variety show recording site. The program crew did a good job of keeping it secret, and it was not until he arrived at the scene that he knew he was going to participate in a dating variety show. When the director saw James, he asked meaningfully, "Have you seen the trending searches on Weibo?" "What trending searches?" James looked confused. The director sighed helplessly. "Forget it if you haven't watched it. Before the recording starts, contact the people you want to contact and send a notice as soon as possible." I simply responded, "There is no one I want to contact." The production crew took away everyone's cell phones. Although James didn't check the trending searches, he already had a hunch in his heart. After all, he had experienced similar online blackening. He doesn't really care about it. These things don't affect his life, anyway. Instead, they can bring some attention. This variety show is called Love on the Road. I thought it was a travel program. I thought I could travel without spending any money and taste the local food. However, he soon discovered that the program was not as simple as he had imagined. The first stop was actually arranged in a remote rural area, and the environment was so shabby that it was unbearable. The production team rented a small courtyard. Compared with the luxurious villas in other variety shows, the conditions here are very shabby. The bathroom is outside the house, and there's a pig pen next to it. I was the first to arrive, and with nothing else to do, he helped the staff set up the camera. Netizens' comments also began to flood the screen. "Aren't you afraid of breaking up if you fall in love in this place? This program doesn't seem reliable. How many couples have broken up during their travels? Who knows if this will happen? All the participants are rich people. Why would they stay in a place like this?" James looked around the house carefully. It was not big, with only 4 bedrooms, and the environment was a little uncomfortable. Suddenly, he saw a black SUV driving into the yard. The car door opened, and a woman in a red dress got out of the car, looking sexy and charming. She had fair skin, a red dress that made her figure look hot, and long hair that fell to her waist like seaweed. The woman saw me, smiled slightly, took off her sunglasses, and revealed a familiar face. "Don't you remember me?" Her eyes were as clear as spring water, and her seductive look made James stunned for a moment. The staff was also stunned and almost dropped the camera. The audience in the live broadcast room was excited. This beauty is really fairy-like. The first female guest is so beautiful. What about the next ones? She is so beautiful. She will definitely be famous in the entertainment industry. Who is she? I looked at the woman in front of me in shock and suddenly recognized her as Jessica's aunt, Eve. I felt a chill in my heart. I felt that the production team was trying to stir up trouble. Did they invite Jessica's aunt here to make them a topic maker? I suddenly had a bad feeling that the future dating mission might bring him and Eve together. I watched Eve walk up to me, puzzled. "Why did you come to participate in this variety show?" She looked at me with disdain and chuckled. "If you can do it, why can't I?" Then she waved her hand and said, "Go, help me take the luggage out of the trunk." I was a little surprised. Eve, Jessica's aunt, was a non-marriage advocate. I never saw her get married until she died, and I never saw her participate in a dating show in my previous life. I have known her for a year. Although she is Jessica's aunt, she is only 4 years older than Jessica. She has always been polite to me, and I have always regarded her as an elder. Now, seeing her so close on this show, I felt a little weird. This show is all about hyping up couples, and Eve is one of the female guests. I tried to stay calm, and after moving her luggage, I felt a little uneasy. She came close to me and whispered, "Why? Do you still think of me as your aunt?" I didn't answer. She patted my shoulder and said, "Don't think of me as your aunt. Just call me by my name, Eve or Sister Yin. Don't call me by the wrong name. I nodded, even though I felt uncomfortable, but she didn't give me time to refute her words. Netizens in the live broadcast room began to speculate wildly about the relationship between Eve and me. After all, she is Jessica's aunt, and this setting is enough to attract attention. When the show started, Eve quickly became a hot topic due to her beauty. Looking at her back, I sighed in my heart. The production team really wants to make a fuss. I have decided to endure it this month and try not to think about these uncomfortable things. Then, the female guests arrived one after another. I subconsciously looked at each one until I saw a familiar face, and my heart skipped a beat. Beata, she was Jessica's best friend and my former bridesmaid. She always looked down on me and laughed at me for not being worthy of Jessica. Linda, who was wearing a white couture dress, was my first love. She was a queen of the entertainment industry, beautiful and talented. Back then, she and I had an unknown past, and this experience had long become a taboo among her fans. The program team invited Linda. She should have been on a higher level in her career, but who knew she would appear on a program like this? With her arrival, the popularity soared. The program's hot searches broke records, and netizens were discussing it crazily. While enduring the comments of these people, I was thinking whether my decision was correct. After all, I came here to make some money, and after all, the contract was signed and I couldn't regret it. As for the male guests, I didn't know any of them. To match the show, the other male guests were also good, each with their own merits. I stood in the crowd, trying not to attract attention, thinking to myself that this was my life for the next month, and I just had to get through it. However, as soon as Beata opened her mouth, the atmosphere immediately became awkward. It's so unlucky. Why did the program crew invite so many people? This place is so bad. I didn't want to argue with her. I just smiled and greeted others. At this moment, Linda walked up to me and smiled gently. Shayan, long time no see. I was a little stunned, and an inexplicable emotion surged in my heart. Long time no see. I responded. Linda didn't seem to notice my discomfort and continued to ask, how are you doing recently? I heard that you broke off your engagement. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone turned their eyes to me. Her words undoubtedly gave everyone enough gossip material. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Jiang. I answered calmly. She frowned slightly, with a hint of complex emotions in her eyes. I hope we can get along well and help each other. I reluctantly responded, well, okay. At this moment, the live camera quickly turned to us, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Beata obviously had no patience and asked directly, do you know each other? What's the relationship? Linda smiled and said, let's just say we're childhood sweethearts. These 4 words made the atmosphere more intimate and immediately caused a commotion around them. I replied, we have known each other since childhood. Eve stood aside. Her face changed slightly. Obviously, she did not want this to be made public. The live broadcast room was immediately in an uproar. How did Linda know James? They seem to be very close. Are they more than just ordinary friends? How could Linda, who is so outstanding, be interested in James? When she saw her take the initiative to greet James and explain to everyone that she and James were childhood sweethearts, Jessica almost crushed the cup in her hand. I watched Linda reveal our relationship in front of everyone, and I was flustered. I didn't expect her to be so straightforward. This would cause a huge uproar on the internet. I guess I would be criticized like a sieve. Linda and I are not close, but we're not strangers either. After all, we have been apart for more than 30 years and just bumped into each other today. Beata snorted coldly, obviously not intending to let it go. Childhood sweethearts? You never said that. I retorted nonchalantly. What's it got to do with you? I don't need to tell you about my business. She was so angry that her eyes widened, and she continued to say, who cares about you? You are so shameless. I didn't intend to pay attention to her either. The more you pay attention to such a person, the worse she will become. The director intervened in time and interrupted the awkward atmosphere. Okay, here comes the task. Everyone start cleaning, and there will be an inspection after completion. Beata grumbled in dissatisfaction, obviously not happy to do this kind of work. Such a big place, how can one person finish it? I smiled inwardly. I have always been good at housework, and I took care of the grease in the kitchen in a short while. Soon, everyone's division of labor was figured out. Beata reluctantly went to clean the bedroom. Linda put things in order slowly, and Eve was quick, but her skirt slightly restricted her movements. I was in charge of the kitchen, which was the dirtiest place, but it was easy to clean. The difference in everyone's actions was obvious. I was almost the most efficient one. It took me less than 2 hours to turn the kitchen from dirty to clean. Others looked at me and seemed a little dissatisfied, especially Beata. She probably felt that she couldn't help, so she started to make trouble for me. James, what are you standing there for? Come over and help. I didn't move. Why do you want me to do something you can do yourself? Beata was stunned for a moment and said angrily, Can't you help? I help you? Do you have no hands or brains? I responded coldly. She glared at me, then turned to Fong Chun and smiled. Thank you, you are so nice. Unlike some people who have no grace and no team spirit, no wonder they were dumped. I pretended not to hear and asked the director directly, I have finished my part, can I go out for a walk? The director was not satisfied with my attitude. If you don't help clean up, you won't get any food. I replied nonchalantly, whatever, I'm not hungry now anyway. In the past, I might have compromised because I cared about what others thought of me, but now I don't care at all. This show seems easy, but it is actually full of unspoken rules. I tried my best to do what I should do, and I don't need to worry about the rest. As a straight man with no emotional intelligence, I just behave like myself. No matter how sarcastic others are, I don't understand them anyway. I don't want to care about those haters anymore. Anyway, there's so many people who scold me. One more or one less doesn't matter. The director didn't say much, just asked me to come back before 1 p.m. I nodded and walked out of the cabin. It was very quiet around me. The farmland in the distance exuded the smell of soil, and the air was fresh. I had no purpose at all, just wandering aimlessly, and passed by a small fish pond. This place reminded me of my favorite things in my previous life: fishing, gardening, and playing chess. I turned around and saw a man fishing next to me. I walked over and said hello. Brother, can I catch the fish here? You can fish, but it's not easy. I sat here all morning and only caught 2 crucian carps, which are not enough for me to eat. The eldest brother packed up his fishing rod and answered a phone call. My family called me back for dinner. How about I lend you this rod and return it to me after you finish fishing? I took his fishing rod without hesitation and said, Thank you so much. If I catch any fish, I'll give you half. Where do you live? After he told me the address, I started fishing. Although fishing seems boring, I have nothing to do anyway, so sitting quietly is quite comfortable. The audience in the live broadcast room seemed to have lost their patience and started to complain about me. Some said I had no team spirit, and some laughed at me. With this level of fishing skills, can you catch any fish? Suddenly, my fishing rod moved. I pulled hard. The water level suddenly sank, and a big carp was pulled out of the water with a splash. Suddenly, the comment area was quiet. People began to realize that something was wrong. Fuck, this is too coincidental, isn't it? Some people began to wonder, is he in the novice protection period? I didn't take it seriously, gently put the fish into the basket, and continued fishing. At this time, several spectators who were about to leave stopped. I had just caught one, and not long after, the fishing rod moved again. I lifted the rod without hesitation, feeling that this one was not small, and slowly reeled in the line. A 3-pound fish was successfully caught on the shore. The audience in the live broadcast room went wild again. This is too good to be true. Some of the non-believers began to quiet down. Someone was already waiting for me at the fishing guy's place. I put away my fishing rod and walked towards his home with a basket full of fish. Brother, I'll give you the rod back. I handed it back with a smile. For fish, I'll give you half. I really caught 4. He was obviously a little surprised. He looked down and saw that the basket was quite heavy, with nearly 15 kilograms of fish in it. He couldn't believe his eyes. That's amazing. How did you catch so many fish? He smiled helplessly. It would be troublesome if you fished all the fish in the pond. I smiled and said, Brother, let's divide it up. I have a big family. He nodded and agreed. There are only 3 people in my family. For fish are enough, you can take the rest. After that, he warmly invited me into the house and used his kitchen to cook a meal. I decided to make fish hot pot and cook these 4 fish together. The taste was so good that it made people drool. The sauerkraut soup base was steaming hot, and the photographer next to me couldn't help swallowing. You have good skills. Have you learned to cook? The fishing brother asked curiously. I've learned a little bit about Sichuan cuisine. I smiled and continued to work. Finally, the fish slices were mixed with pickled cabbage and sprinkled with hot oil. There was a sizzling sound in the pot, and the aroma was fragrant. Looking at the delicious food in the pot, the comments in the live broadcast room were overwhelming. This is good enough to open a restaurant. I want to eat it so much my mouth is watering. I divided the fish and took half with the fishing brother and his family. I felt very satisfied. Seeing how busy I was, the fishing brother couldn't help but smile and said, "You are indeed a master." After dinner, I carried the remaining fish back to the cabin, but when I got to the door, the kitchen was in a mess. Everyone tried to cook, but ended up with a black pot. The whole kitchen was filled with a burnt smell. In desperation, everyone could only eat boiled vegetables with porridge, which looked like a diet meal. "Forget it, let's eat." Fang Shan brought the pot over and comforted everyone. I looked at them and felt a little sad. These people cooked a messy meal. It would be better for me to have lunch by myself. I cleaned the kitchen by myself. How come I don't have the right to eat after doing such hard work? Logically, the division of labor is clear, so I should have a share of the food. But you talk a lot, but do little. Can you really say that you have a big mouth? Didn't your mother teach you how to respect others? When Eve spoke, I was a little stunned. Her tone, just for me? Beata's face changed, and tears almost fell. She shouted at Eve angrily. "Why do you say that to me? Don't think that I won't dare to scold you, just because you are Jessica's aunt." Eve just crossed her arms coldly, staring straight at Beata. "Then go ahead and curse me." Beata's temper is like a child's. She blames others but can't say anything. Eve obviously doesn't care about her reaction. She came to this show just for one person, and everyone else doesn't matter. "You and James met because of Jessica, right?" Fang Shan asked. Beata nodded slightly, as if she had discovered a new world, as if she understood this relationship. Eve, Jessica's aunt, James' ex-fiancé, everything was explained clearly. Suddenly, the director interrupted the atmosphere. "No need to look for him. James is back." I stepped into the room, bringing a large bowl of pickled fish and fish porridge, and joined Brother fishing. The scene became quiet. He looked at the dishes on the table, calmly put down the food, and said without a word, "Eat." "Where did this fish soup come from?" Ling Xian asked. "I made it myself and borrowed it from my neighbor's kitchen." James answered in a calm tone, as if everything was normal. "Where are these dishes?" "I fished for it, and I got it in exchange." I was neither anxious nor impatient. I picked up my bowl and chopsticks and started eating, seemingly unaware of the change in the atmosphere. The atmosphere during the meal was somewhat silent. Beata's previous words seemed to have become a joke. As soon as James' pickled fish was served, everyone else fell silent. Netizens' comments began to explode. "The pickled fish made by James is so delicious." Beata just said that James was lazy. But not only was he not lazy, he also brought back a big pot of pickled fish. James cooks, so everyone can eat their fill and don't have to worry about going hungry. It's embarrassing that Beata didn't eat at all. In the live broadcast room, netizens said that Beata was really embarrassing. Seeing everyone enjoying their meal, I couldn't help but smile. Although I didn't say anything, I knew that Beata must be feeling uncomfortable during this meal. Then the director suggested drawing lots to form groups. Beata obviously didn't want to be in the same group with me, because she didn't want to admit that she couldn't cook. "Let me cook and you guys wash the dishes," I said calmly. Seeing this, the director announced, "Let's draw lots." Beata's eyes flashed with panic, and Linda also held the note nervously. When he finally took the note, she looked at me with a look that seemed to carry some meaning. Finally, the results were revealed. Eve and I were in the same group. Beata and Fang Shan were in the same group, and Linda and Ling Xian were in the same group. This result surprised me a little. Eve locked on me so quickly, and her eyes were not concealed. Netizens responded quickly. Fortunately, Linda didn't team up with James. Eve and James would be a very interesting team. Is Linda a little disappointed? After all, she likes James so much. Seeing this scene, Jessica's heart was also a little shaken. Could it be that Eve was really venting her anger? Maybe there was something special in her eyes. After the lottery, the director allowed everyone to have free time in the afternoon. Ling Xian suggested going to the town for a walk, and everyone responded. "I'm going with James," Eve said. Linda also said, "I'll go too." Beata coldly refused. "I'm not going. There's nothing to see in town." "Then let's go." Fang Chun responded immediately, his eyes full of anticipation. Although some people's views on me have changed a little now, the scenes of hyping up couples on the show still make people uncomfortable. In the car, Eve asked, "Who is driving?" "I can't." Linda shook her head. "I'll do it." Ling Xian took the car keys. I didn't say much and got on the passenger seat directly. Ling Xian couldn't help but look at me. At first he thought I would sit in the back, next to a female guest. But I didn't dare to. Both Eve and Linda were not easy to mess with, so I could only stay away from them. "Does our show have a segment for guessing occupations?" Ling Xian asked. "I haven't heard the director mention it, So I don't think so, I replied. Ling Xian glanced at the female guest and continued to ask, what do you do? I'm unemployed now and have no job. I answered with some self-mockery in my words. Understand, you inherited the family property. Ling Xian looked as if he had suddenly realized something. No, I denied softly. Ling Xian obviously didn't understand, so he turned to Eve and asked, what about you? Like James, unemployed. Eve answered with a smile, and her extraordinary temperament made it clear that she was not an ordinary person. Beata had previously revealed that she was Jessica's aunt, a rich girl, and probably inherited the family fortune like me. Ling Xian still didn't give up and asked, are you familiar with James? Eve smiled slightly, her eyes locked on mine. We'll get to know each other better in the future. I noticed Linda standing next to me. She had a subtle expression on her face, a slight smile on her lips, but her eyes were so direct that it made people feel a little nervous. Eve's eyes looked like she wanted to eat James. After watching this, I feel like James has turned into Tang Monk. Female demons, please respect yourself. After driving for 20 minutes, we arrived at the town. The afternoon sun was shining brightly, the temperature was close to 35 degrees, and the whole town seemed quiet and a little lonely. After buying the vegetables, I pointed to the other end of the market and said, I'm going to go shopping inside. You guys go back first. Then how are you going back? Ling Xian asked. I will wait for the bus by myself. There are many motorcycles in the township, and I could take a ride. Then I'll wait for you. Ling Xian glanced at me and could clearly sense that these two wanted to be alone with me. He took a deep breath. You guys go shopping, I'll wait in the car. I looked at him speechlessly and could only sigh silently. This guy really knows how to judge people. I went around the market and prepared to buy some clothes. After all, I might be assigned farm work later in the show, so it's always good to prepare some clothes in advance. I just picked out an old man's shirt, which was a bit ugly but cool. When I was about to take down a blue vest, Linda suddenly appeared behind me. The blue one suits you. Linda looked at the clothes in my hand with a gentle expression. I put the blue vest down, chose a black and gray combination, and responded coldly, I don't like it now. Linda turned off the microphone and whispered, are you still blaming me? I shook my head. It's a matter of the heart. No wonder. Looking back on the years we spent together, from elementary school to high school, and finally ending up in a long-distance relationship. After the college entrance examination, Linda was selected by the crew and began her acting career. She changed faster than I thought. She gave up our common university and chose a completely different life, gradually swallowed up by reality and career. She once told me to wait for her, but she ended up lying to me. She didn't tell me she had changed her choice until a week before registration. At that time, we were getting farther and farther apart. After the breakup, Linda chose her career, and I decided to let her go completely and deleted everything about her. I began to focus on my own future until I met Jessica. Looking back now, all the feelings have dissipated into a passing cloud. Linda whispered, James, do you really not care about me anymore? I looked her in the eye and answered earnestly, Linda, it's over. I'm not looking back. I know it's too late for Linda to regret now, but I never believe in reconciliation. The mirror is broken. No matter how well it is glued together, the cracks will always remain. I don't know what her mentality is now, but I know I can't turn back. Her eyes are full of past persistence, but for me, the past is over. After the shooting, Linda received a call from someone who seemed to be her agent. She turned away from the camera and answered the phone in a low voice, as if she was listening to some news that she couldn't accept. After a while, the call was hung up, and there were still tears in Linda's eyes. She whispered to herself, Sister Lon, I only want him. I have waited for 5 years and finally waited for this moment. No matter what happened in the past, I will not give up. Her persistence made me feel helpless, but I didn't want to argue with her anymore. I once tried hard for her, but she chose a different path. I turned and left the market, feeling heavy in my heart. Walking down the street, I bought some clothes to prepare for possible farm work. Wearing rustic clothes would at least save me some trouble. At that moment, I realized that this was what life was really like. Back in the car, Ling Xian curiously asked me what I bought. Some clothes, a sun hat, and medicine. I answered. Everyone smiled, but didn't say much. Eve looked at me from the car window with a somewhat unhappy look. Maybe she didn't like me avoiding Linda like this, but I didn't want to get entangled with her. There was silence in the car for a moment, and suddenly I felt someone was looking at me. I turned around and saw Linda staring at me from a distance. I quickly looked away, and my heartbeat accelerated unconsciously. Eve seemed to notice this, and she made a dissatisfied tisk, obviously not satisfied with my attitude. James, not looking back is really a principle. I thought to myself. Back in the house, it was almost 5 o'clock. I started to clean up the kitchen and cook. I washed the vegetables and prepared the pot. Everyone was busy. Even Beata came to help and peel potatoes. I casually praised her. You peeled them very cleanly. She smiled proudly, of course. She seemed a little proud, but I knew that this was a rare recognition for her. She continued to show off. I'm very good at peeling apples. I can peel apples without breaking. I responded with a smile. You're so good. Then I gave her a few more compliments, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Then help me peel the lotus root and yam together. Remember to wear gloves. I instructed with a smile. She seemed a little reluctant, but still did it. The others couldn't help laughing at Beata's small reaction. When I was with Beata, I found that she was actually very easy to satisfy. Just a few compliments would make her feel better. I had some similar experiences with Jessica. She also knew how to use patience to treat people around her, especially those who were difficult to approach. I found myself interacting with her like a child, giving her a little bit of affirmation, and she would feel better. Maybe it was because she had always been ignored and lacked enough recognition and affirmation, so any little compliment would make her happy. The lotus root is scraped very well, and the yam is washed very clean. I didn't expect the young lady to be so capable. I praised her with a smile. Her expression relaxed a little, and she seemed a little reluctant, but she was happy inside. She narrowed her eyes and smiled smugly. Okay then. I watched Beata busying herself. Although she said she hated me, she couldn't help but want to perform better in front of me. She washed the dishes and then cleaned the table. Sweat soaked her forehead. In fact, she was not bad, but she spoke bluntly, mainly to vent Jessica's anger. Eve came out of the shower with a fresh scent and a pinkish glow on her fair skin. She changed into casual clothes and looked more friendly than the red dress she wore that morning. Her legs were as slender as jade, and I couldn't help but take a look. I quickly looked away and continued to cook, concentrating on the meal. I prepared several dishes today, including pickled fish soup, hot and sour potato shreds, and preserved egg and tofu soup. My speed in cutting potato shreds was amazing, and I was so skilled at knife skills that I barely paused. Beata was stunned beside me. She had just heard Jessica mention that I was a great cook. She didn't believe it at first, but now that she saw it with her own eyes, she realized that Jessica was not exaggerating. My cooking skills are really good. What to do? Is there anything I can do? Eve's voice suddenly came from his side, and she had a cool scent after bathing. I didn't stop. Not now. Eve found an apron from somewhere and handed it to me. Put it on. I wanted to refuse, but she had already held the apron in front of me. I reached out to take it, but she quickly pulled it back. You just cut vegetables with your hands, so let me help you tie it. I had no choice but to lower my head and let her help me tie the apron. Her hand brushed my neck, and at that moment, I felt her gentle breath sprinkled on my ears and the fragrance fill my nose. Her lips were very close to my ear, and she whispered, "Good boy." I felt my whole body stiffen and my heartbeat quicken. Her hands gently slid across my waist, and I couldn't help but touch my lower back, trying to calm my sudden panic. The director and the photographer obviously noticed this and immediately gave us a close-up. My earlobes began to turn red, and my fingers stiffened unconsciously. Eve tied a bow and finally let go of my hand, and I felt as if I was in another world. Beata was watching all this and was obviously confused. She thought to herself, I'm just wearing an apron. Why is the atmosphere suddenly so ambiguous? She also began to wonder if Eve had some different feelings for me. Netizens began to flood the screen with comments like, "It's only the first day. How come there is so much drama?" There are some strange sparks between Eve and James. At dinner, Linda sat on James' left and Eve sat on his right. My cooking skills were well received by everyone. Although Beata didn't say anything, she couldn't stop eating after sitting down. She ate so much that her belly was so full that she couldn't even drink water. Jessica is in such a good relationship. The food is so rich. She thought to herself and seemed a little unhappy because she and Jessica had known each other for so many years, but she had never been invited to dinner. In the observation room, Shunli suddenly asked, "Jessica, you are so familiar with Beata. When have you ever invited her to your home for dinner?" "No," Jessica answered briefly, her eyes slightly uneasy. Shunli stared at the live broadcast screen, seemingly trying to make the topic more explosive. "So, is this Beata's first time eating James' cooking?" As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's eyes were focused on the screen. The plot of the show is obviously under her control. Shunli continues to add fuel to the flames, obviously intending to draw public attention to Jessica and James' past and magnify their conflicts. All of this is the biggest highlight of the show. I see Beata is enjoying her meal. Maybe sparks will fly between the two of them, Shunli said lightly, but her eyes revealed a bit of calculation. Jessica's expression didn't change much, and she responded coldly. It's impossible for Beata to like James. Shunli smiled. It was impossible before, but I can't say for sure in the future. The hostly Lu seemed to realize that the atmosphere was a bit awkward and quickly changed the subject. Who do you think is most likely to get together after the first day of live broadcast? It's too early to tell. Beata smiled and shook her head, but Fong Chun is obviously interested in Beata. Me too. It's hard to say about others. Another guest nodded. The host turned to Anthony, waiting for his opinion. Anthony looked at Jessica and finally said, Fong Chun and Beata. He paused and then added, however, James and Linda are also interesting. James and Linda? Shunli raised her eyebrows. This couple is not a simple one. Anthony nodded. They knew each other before, and Linda cared about James a lot. He suddenly realized that Jessica's expression was not right, and paused. Shunli smiled and said, James' personality charm is not as bad as people say on the internet. I actually like him very much. She seemed to be trying to clear up James' bad image. After all, this was her show. As the day came to an end, everyone dispersed. Back in the bedroom, Eve quickly turned off the camera and microphone. She and Linda were in the same room, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Eve spoke first. When did you and James meet? Linda answered without evasion. It was very early. We lived close to each other, went to school, ate together, and slept together. We almost got engaged as children. There was a hint of pride in her tone. The conversation between the two began to become veiled, and neither of them was willing to reveal their cards easily. Linda obviously wanted to assert her sovereignty, and Eve responded cleverly. Almost. So what? Didn't you break up? These words were like a heavy blow. Linda's face turned pale instantly. She tried to refute, but found herself unable to speak. A qualified predecessor should be as good as dead, Eve said coldly, with a force in her words that could not be ignored. Linda clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her flesh, and responded calmly. I broke up with him, but that doesn't mean we can't get back together. Eve smiled calmly. That's your problem. I don't need to say more. The two looked at each other for a moment and sneered, but the atmosphere remained tense. The next day, the air in the mountains was fresh, and James got up early and started his morning exercise. After doing a set of Ba Duan Jin and Tai Chi, he felt refreshed, and his body was greatly relaxed. James got up so early, viewers asked in a barrage. Do you think James' behavior is inappropriate for his age? Going to bed at 9 and getting up in the morning to practice is totally inappropriate for his age. Although the rest of the crew was still sleeping, James had already entered the kitchen and started preparing breakfast. He made some porridge, steamed buns, and cold dishes, which was completely his usual self-care ability. Seeing this, the director came over to interview him alone. How did you sleep last night? Have you adapted to the environment well? James smiled and replied, It's fine. The air is good. I slept well last night. The director couldn't help but ask, So what do you think of the guests on the show? Who do you like? James smiled awkwardly. I don't have any special feelings for her at the moment. The director nodded and said, Remember, we will let you send a text message in 3 days. You can tell us then. Is there a texting segment in the show? The director explained the rules. A one-way arrow means a failed match, while a two-way arrow means a successful match. The text messages are free and do not necessarily express your feelings, but be careful. There was a male guest who sent a text message to every girl and was scolded as a sea king. I secretly planned that if no one made my heart beat, I would send some thank you text messages. But I ruled out Linda first. Her attitude made me make the choice without hesitation. The remaining ones were Eve and Beata. The director asked me about my relationship with Linda. Did you have a good relationship with Linda before? We were friends who grew up together, but we haven't been in touch since college. I answered simply. The director then asked, What was your first reaction when you saw her? I'm surprised. I didn't expect her to participate in this kind of variety show. I paused and explained, Director, I don't mean to discriminate. The director smiled and patted my shoulder. I'm optimistic about you, James, and I'm not the only one who's optimistic about you. I was stunned for a moment, feeling that there was something else behind his words. Next, Eve also had a solo interview. She answered the director's question concisely. This is not the first time James and I have met. The feelings of others are kept secret. Her attitude was still cold. Fangshan openly admitted that he had a crush on Beata, while Linda said that her choice had to be kept secret, with a hint that it was obvious that she had some special feelings for me. Got to Beata. She was obviously impatient and even said bluntly, "The person I dislike most is James." Her words were direct and disdainful. After breakfast, the director announced today's task, to help the villagers harvest rice. Whoever completes the task first will get a trading card to exchange for a date. I know how important this exchange card is to me, and it gives me the right to choose. Before the mission began, the temperature gradually rose and everyone began to get soaked. Although I have grown vegetables and flowers before, harvesting rice is still a challenge for me. I am focused on completing the task as quickly as possible and trying to get the exchange card. Suddenly, I heard a rustling sound. I turned around and saw Eve following closely behind me. She was covered in mud, and her clean face and clothes had long been stained. But there was a resolute light in her eyes. Eve working so hard, she is fighting for the exchange card, and that card means she can choose the person she likes. Linda was not far away and quickened her movements, seeming to be vying for this opportunity, just like me. Eve moved faster and faster. Finally, she finished the task in an hour and raised her sickle high. "Director, I'll be the first to finish." Everyone stopped what they were doing and focused their eyes on her. The flash of disappointment in Linda's eyes was clearly not missed. Even though she was covered in mud, Eve's beauty could not be concealed. Her figure was still dazzling, as if she was the focus of the whole audience. I looked at her, my heart beat faster for no reason, and suddenly I noticed a trace of blood on her hand. "Your hand is injured." Chapter 25, Eve hooks James, and a willing one takes the bait. He seemed to have just realized it, and she wiped the blood from her wrist. She was cutting rice just now and accidentally scratched her finger. The wound was not deep, but it bled a lot. As soon as the staff heard that Eve was injured, they rushed over to help her treat her wound. "Are you okay? Wash the mud off and bring the disinfectant. It will be a little painful, just bear with it." The disinfectant sprayed on the wound. It was extremely painful. Eve gasped and her hand twitched. She endured the pain and said, "I'm fine. Hurry up." The staff member asked, "Do you want to get a tetanus shot?" Eve wanted to say no, but she happened to meet James' worried eyes at this moment, so she smiled and said, "James has finished harvesting rice, so let him go with me." This is a dating variety show, and the production team certainly hopes that the male and female guests can create unexpected sparks. Linda suddenly interrupted at this time. "Let me accompany you. I'm almost done with the mowing." The director originally wanted James to accompany Eve to get the vaccination, but now that Linda has spoken, he can't say much and can only let them make the decision themselves. Eve smiled and said, "You don't have to accompany me, James. It's our turn to cook today. You can accompany me to get the vaccination and buy some food." Now that things have come to this, it is difficult for James to refuse. Good. James came out of the field. His coat was all muddy. He just took it off, revealing his body in an old man's shirt underneath. His physique is stronger than expected, and the flesh on his body is very evenly distributed. A little more flesh would make him look stronger, and a little less flesh would make him look thinner. The thin layer of old man's shirt is attached to the abdomen, and the outline of the abdominal muscles can be clearly seen. "I see 8 pieces shot." I didn't expect James to have such a good figure. I originally thought he was a pretty boy. This figure is much better than Anthony's. I don't know how Anthony's fans have the nerve to say that James is not as good as him. It seems that Jessica eats well during the day and at night. This male dog's waist looks strong. What's going on? Have you never seen a man? What the hell is that? It makes my face turn yellow. Can the administrator take care of this? James, who couldn't see the comments, had no idea that his figure had attracted onlookers. "I'm going to go back and take a shower." Eve silently glanced at his abdomen. "Well, I need to change my clothes too." The two returned to the cabin, and it didn't take long to take a shower and change clothes. Eve came out of the shower with wet hair and saw James waiting for him in the yard. "Let's go." The two of them went to town in the staff's car. On the way, James stared at her hand from time to time. The reason why beauties are called beauties is that even their fingers are longer and slender than those of ordinary people, with delicate and slender fingers and pink fingertips. The wound still destroyed the beauty and looked very eye-catching. "Does your hand still hurt?" Eve raised her hand to his lips. "It hurts. Why don't you blow it for me?" James pursed his lips and said nothing. Eve smiled and pulled her hand back, exhaling against her lips. After a while, James said, "You're trying too hard." Eve looked up at him. "Aren't you the same?" At a very young age, she learned a lesson. If you like something, you should go all out and not miss any opportunity. She didn't have any opportunities before, but now she has them, and she is ready to go all out. Even if the opportunity is just a tiny gap, she will take it. An exchange card means that she has the opportunity to date James, and she is competing for it, and Linda is also competing for it. James had no idea how popular he was, and of course, Eve didn't let him know. If James knew that she liked him, he might stay away from her, which is not what Eve wants. When it comes to feelings, the closer you are to them, the easier it is to strike. She won't give James a chance to escape. When she arrived at the hospital for consultation, there was no one in line, and Eve got her vaccination quickly. The two of them bought some groceries in town, and James took good care of her throughout the whole process. This morning, the director said, "We'll send a heartbeat signal in 3 days." Who are you going to send it to? The accompanying staff were far away. Eve turned off the microphone and whispered to James. James looked at the microphone she had turned off and turned off his own microphone as well. "I don't know. We'll tell when the time comes." But in fact, he already had a candidate in mind. "The director won't let us talk about this in private, right? What are you afraid of? We can talk secretly. He won't know." Eve's eyes flashed with cunning. Seeing that the photographer was about to catch up, she immediately pulled James' hand and said, "Come with me. Let's go to a place where there is no one to talk." Eve took James to a farmer's market, and the two squeezed into an empty corner, completely leaving the staff behind. Eve panted slightly and said, "I'm going to text you in 3 days." "Why did you send it to me?" Eve interrupted him. "You don't think I like you, do you? I like people who are older than me. And you called me aunt before? I treated you as a junior. How could I possibly like you? I sent you a love message because I don't like any of the male guests here. Sending it to them could easily cause misunderstandings. I don't want to get into trouble by participating in a variety show." James breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he almost thought that Eve liked him. He didn't want to be narcissistic, but Eve had been looking at him strangely these past 2 days, and he couldn't help but have wild thoughts. The most unexpected thing about participating in this program was meeting Eve, and the most frightening thing was also dating her later in life. Now that the two of them have talked it out, James is completely relieved. If he thinks about it carefully, how could he possibly like him? Not to mention that he had dated her niece and called her aunt. Eve herself is a non-marriage advocate. Recalling his previous life, he and Jessica adopted a child after they got married. Eve seldom contacts him. She comes back every spring festival to visit and prepare New Year gifts. Even though he is over 50 years old, Eve still treats him as a junior and gives him New Year red envelopes as her nephew-in-law. In her previous life, she once told him that if he was not doing well, he could look for her. James didn't understand at the time, but when he thought about it carefully, Eve might just be treating him like a child. "Why do you want to participate in this show? You are not short of money, are you?" James asked the question again. This time, Eve didn't give him a perfunctory answer. She answered seriously, "My family forced me to go on blind dates. Plus, I'm old enough, so I thought I'd try the show. Maybe I'd find true love. But after I came here, I found that no one I liked was on the show." "How could that be?" "Ling Xian and Fong Chun are both very good. You just didn't have enough time to meet them. Come on, if the first sight is not enough to make my heart move, then I will never be moved in my life. To be honest, those two men are not as good as you." Heartbeat, which had just stabilized, started beating wildly again, and he didn't know what to say. "James, if you don't know who to choose to send a love message to, why not send it to me? Anyway, neither of us likes anyone, so why not choose each other?" Chapter 26. Eve. Eve suggested. What she said made sense, but James hesitated. After all, this show will be seen by many people, and maybe some people already know that Eve is Jessica's aunt. If they send love messages to each other at this time, it will probably cause more trouble. There is no need for that. Eve added, "After the show is over, I will explain it online so that no one will misunderstand our relationship." Sister. Eve, at first I thought you were participating in this show just to vent your anger on Jessica. How could she help Jessica vent her anger? Although Jessica called her aunt, their relationship was average. If Jessica hadn't suddenly fallen in love with James, she wouldn't have contacted Jessica over the years. James said bluntly, "Since I've already broken off the engagement with Jessica, I want to break off the relationship completely to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future. I don't want to cause misunderstandings to the audience." After the show ends, he just wants to live his own life well. He doesn't want to have anything to do with either the Xia family or the Liu family. Sure enough, convincing James is not such an easy task. Eve's pupils shrank slightly and her eyes dimmed. She had guessed this result, but she still couldn't control her disappointment. "I understand you. Will you choose Linda in the future? Eve asked. James said no. Linda won't be chosen, so she will have a chance. She thought so in her heart, but her eyebrows were full of trouble. Eve, Linda seems to have misunderstood me. She told me last night that she was your first love. I think she participated in this program just for you. She's obsessed with you and asked me to stay away from you. James didn't expect Linda to say these words to Eve, and his brows suddenly frowned. When pursuing someone, you have to find opportunities and leave your rival no way out. Eve asked, have you and Linda really been in a relationship? When talking about the past, James' eyebrows were always twisted. It's been a long time. It's impossible for her and I to be together. Sister Eve, don't tell anyone about her and me. Eve joked, I'll keep a secret, but Linda will definitely try to ask you out next time. If you don't know how to say no, you can use me. We can help each other and keep away bad luck. James just thought it was a joke and did not refuse directly. I'll consider it. Eve's eyes were open. Compared to Linda, she seems to have more chances. As long as James didn't reject her directly, she would keep him under her nose. The staff couldn't find them and were shouting anxiously on the street. James heard a voice. Let's go back. It's getting late. Good. Seeing them appear, the staff wiped the sweat off their faces and asked, where have you been? Why did you turn off your microphone? Eve winked at the camera. We talked about something personal. I just saw Eve suddenly grab James' hand and run away. What private matter is taking so long to discuss? It can't be about Jessica. Eve is Jessica's aunt. These two should not do anything to disgust others. There are leaves in his hair. Could it be that he went into the woods? Can you have such an exciting time in broad daylight? Will you die if you don't make dirty jokes? After James returned home, he went straight into the kitchen to cook, and Eve was responsible for helping him. She had an injury on her hand, and it was inconvenient for her to touch water to wash vegetables, so she could only do other things. I want to cook 2 dishes for lunch today. James was surprised. You can cook? I only know a few home-cooked dishes. You didn't let me wash the vegetables, and you didn't let me cut them, so I can only stir-fry them. Don't look down on me. Although my cooking skills are not as good as yours, the taste is not bad. Eve insisted on taking action, and James didn't know what to say. He just stood aside and watched Eve skillfully wash the pot and heat the oil. Help me tie my apron. James took the apron from the wall and held it in front of her. Eve held the spatula in one hand and the dish in the other, and buried her head in the apron string. From a distance, it looked like Eve was burrowing into James' arms. James stood behind her, looking down to tie the rope. Eve finished harvesting rice. She changed into a small camisole, revealing her smooth and white back. Her shoulder blades were like fluttering butterflies. James didn't dare to look at her for too long. He lowered his eyes and concentrated on tying the rope. At this time, Eve poured the vegetables into the pot. The fire was too big. As soon as the vegetables were put into the pot, there was a crackling sound and the fire started immediately. As if she was frightened, Eve stepped back, with her entire back pressed tightly against James' chest. The weather was too hot, and they were both wearing little clothes, so they were pressed tightly together, so she could not only feel each other's body temperature, but also her heartbeat. James reacted quickly and was extraordinarily calm. When he saw the fire, he pulled Eve behind him, covered the pot with a lid, and went back to controlling the heat. Are you okay? Eve was still in shock. She patted her chest and said, I was scared, but luckily, I didn't get burned. When he opened the lid of the pot, he saw that the vegetables inside were already mushy. James shoveled the vegetables out and said, Let me do the cooking. Eve looked embarrassed. I wanted to show off my cooking skills in front of you, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult to control the heat of this pot. All wood-fired pots are like this. Why don't you just keep an eye on the fire? Okay. Eve touched the apron on her body. Do you want an apron? You wear it. I don't need it. Eve stood behind James, glanced at the figure outside the yard, and raised the corners of her lips slightly. Chapter 27 Wolf Ambitions. Linda, have you been home all the time? Eve suddenly asked. James subconsciously looked back and saw Linda standing in the yard quietly. He didn't know how long she had been there, and her eyes were lonely. Linda walked forward and asked, Did I disturb you? Eve, of course not, let's just cook. Linda tried hard to maintain her facial expression and make herself look generous and decent, but the slight twitching of her mouth still revealed her emotions. Linda knew that Eve had discovered her a long time ago. Eve made no secret of her possessiveness towards James, and only a straight man like James could not see it. Yesterday, she saw Eve tying an apron for James, and she resisted the urge to disturb them. Unexpectedly, she saw the two of them close together again today, even closer than yesterday. Should she remind James to stay away from Eve? If James knew that Eve liked him, he would definitely want to stay away from her. As he thought about it, he walked over to James and said, "If you have anything else to do, I'll help you." Eve smiled generously. Okay. The actress was worthy of being the actress. She looked calm and quickly calmed down, acting as if nothing had happened. Eve sat aside with her chin propped up, looking at Linda with interest in her eyes. Eve asked, "Where are Beata and the others?" Linda said, "Beata is a little slow. She is afraid of bugs, but with Fong Chun helping her, she should be back soon." Eve glanced at her watch. 2 hours have passed. If they haven't finished mowing, we will be short of money for the rest of our lives. As he was talking, there was a noise outside. Ling Xian came back and asked, "Have you all started cooking? Where are Fong Chun and Beata?" "They're still behind us. It may take a while. I will go take a shower first." 10 minutes later, Beata's voice was heard complaining, "I don't want to harvest rice anymore. Can you assign me a different job next time? The fields are dirty and smelly, and there are snakes." "That's not a snake. That's an eel. What's the difference if they look the same?" "Hold that thing away. It's disgusting just looking at it." James was sweating while cooking, and Eve came over with a wet towel to help him wipe it. James dodged. "No need. Just cook your food. Look, your sweat is almost dripping into the food." Now that he said that, it seemed like it was quite disgusting to have sweat dripping into the food. So James just stood there and let Eve wipe the sweat off his face. Linda didn't notice until she saw Eve touching James again. Eve clearly had ulterior motives, but her face looked calm, as if she was just wiping sweat off her face. James' neck and earlobes are sensitive areas. After Eve wiped his forehead, she moved along his jaw to his earlobe, touched his Adam's apple with her fingertips, and then moved to the back of his neck. Linda looked at James' stiff back and clenched her hands holding the bowl. Eve looked at Linda and smiled provocatively. Who wouldn't want to demonstrate? James swallowed hard and asked hoarsely, "Are you ready?" "All right." James quickly took the food out of the pot and put on a plate. Eve took the plate from him and said, "I'll take it out." James saw Beata and Fong Chun entering the yard. "You guys are back? What are you holding?" Fong Chun held it up and said, "It's yellow eel and a few loaches. Can you cook it? It could be used as a meat dish." "Sure, no problem." Beata showed her disgust. "This thing is so disgusting. How can it be delicious? I don't want to eat it." "And James, you are not allowed to make it." Thinking that the pots and pans in the kitchen would be used to store these things, she didn't even want a kitchen anymore. Fong Chun looked at her helplessly. "This is really delicious. You can try it." "I don't want it. If you dare to do it, I will smash the pot." Among the people in this room, only Fong Chun had the patience to coax her. James was not in the mood. "Go take a shower, then you can eat." Fong Chun put the bucket at the kitchen door. James took a look and saw 2 eels and 4 loaches. They were very big, and the portion was not small. It will make a big pot of food. Yellow eel is a rare delicacy and an indispensable ingredient in Sichuan cuisine. Their living expenses are now reduced, so they have to eat less meat, and if they don't eat well, they won't have the energy to work. James was determined to eat the eel, so he took the bucket outside, sharpened the knife, cut open the eel's belly, removed the internal organs, and shaved off the bones. His knife skills were comparable to those of some restaurant chefs. James hadn't eaten it for a long time. When he thought of the taste, he asked Eve to help him prepare the seasoning. A dish of fresh yellow eel with ginger is ready to be served. You can tell it's delicious just by smelling it. The audience in the live broadcast room were almost drooling as they watched. Beata is too hypocritical. She has princess syndrome. No one liked her except Fong Chun. I don't know why she came to this show. She's not good at anything. Isn't it better for her to go back and be a rich girl? Let someone who has eaten it tell me. Is the eel really delicious? The eel really looks disgusting. People who are afraid of snakes dare not touch it. I can understand why Beata is afraid. During the 2 days of the live show, my impression of James has become better and better. I didn't expect that he could cook eels. His knife skills are so good that people who don't know him would think he is a chef. I just finished my meal. Why am I hungry again? I'm going to Eve and James. They're younger than me. I guarantee with my life that Eve absolutely loves James. We'll see them sending each other love messages the day after tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. Beata takes a long time to take a shower. Not only does she have to wash her body, but also her hair. After washing, she has to fix her hair, put on some light makeup, spray some perfume, and apply sunscreen. The whole process takes her an hour. Linda called her twice before she came out of the room. Beata didn't feel hungry at first, but when she saw the food on the table, her stomach started to growl instantly. Just as she was about to sit down, she saw a large plate of meat in the middle. She had a bad feeling in her heart. What is this? Is it fish? Why have I never seen fish meat like this before? Fong Shin used his eyes to remind James not to say that it was an eel. Otherwise, if this young lady got angry, who knows what would happen? James received it, but he still chose to tell the truth. These are yellow eels, the two you brought back. I thought we were having a vegetarian lunch today, but I didn't expect to have a meat dish. Beata's face changed. What? Didn't I tell you not to do it? I won't eat it. If you don't eat it, will others not eat it? This is not your house. James calmly picked up a piece of eel and put it in his mouth in front of Beata, chewing and saying, "It's delicious. This should be eaten while it's hot. You guys should eat it quickly too." Except for Beata, everyone present was not picky about food. When they heard James say it was delicious, they immediately picked up their chopsticks. It's really delicious. It's my first time eating yellow eel. It looked scary, but I didn't expect the meat to be so tender and boneless. James, your cooking skills are so good. Why don't you consider opening a restaurant? A table of people ignored Beata and gave high praise to this dish. Beata sat down sulking. She dared to say but not to do. If she was really asked to ruin everything, she didn't know how she would be scolded. Beata has always been a person of true nature. Maybe she's used to it and says whatever comes to her mind. It's typical that the mouth talks, but the brain follows behind. After saying something, one will regret it even though he clearly doesn't mean that in his heart. Beata silently ate the white rice in the bowl, but her eyes glanced at the eel in the middle. She wanted to try to see if it was as delicious as they said. Beata also likes Sichuan cuisine, which is heavy in flavor. She rarely eats food with red oil. After all, she has to maintain her figure. But today she had been cutting rice for the whole morning and was very hungry and greedy. The light cabbage and rice could hardly satisfy her appetite. James, who was sitting opposite her, saw it clearly. Beata clearly wanted to eat but didn't dare to pick it up. Try it. It's not as scary as you think. Seeing that Beata didn't react, James changed his strategy and changed his tone. Or are you afraid to eat it? It turns out that missin is so timid, even timid than a loach. Who said I was timid? It's just a yellow eel. Beata picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks. Thinking of what the yellow eel looked like when it was alive, she was still a little scared. But the dish had already been picked up, and it was impossible to throw it away. Beata stared at it for 2 seconds and said, "I don't want to eat it. I'm just curious about the taste." After saying that, she opened her mouth and took a bite. The meat was fresh and smooth and very appetizing. Turns out, it wasn't that scary, and it really was as delicious as James said. James looked at her with a smile. "Is it delicious?" "Not as hard to swallow as you thought." Beata muttered, "It's just so. But she picked up the next piece with her chopsticks. James looked at Beata like an ignorant child, and when he saw her eating obediently, he felt relieved. The Beata that I refused to eat just a moment ago now tastes really good. The principle of true fragrance never goes out of style. This pot of eels is not enough for 6 people, and we still want more after we finish it. A few grown men decided that if they had nothing to do in the afternoon, they would go to the fields to catch eels and loaches, which would now solve their living expenses. Chapter 28, Eve likes you. Don't be fooled by her. Is everyone done eating? James stood up and prepared to clean up and wash the dishes. Ling Xian said, "You've worked hard cooking. Let me do the washing." He stood up with James. "It's James and I's turn to cook and wash the dishes today. If you help us wash the dishes today, then wouldn't the lot we drew yesterday be in vain?" "But your hand." "It's okay. I bought some waterproof gloves. You can't just sit there and do nothing because I got hurt." Having said that, everyone still put the dishes into the kitchen. Eve poured the remaining soup and food in the bowl into a bucket, then put on gloves and prepared to wash the dishes. There aren't many dishes, but they're oily, so it takes a lot of time to wash them all. Fortunately, she was not alone, and James worked quickly. The two of them were responsible for washing the dishes, one while the other was responsible for rinsing the foam off the dishes. The dishes were almost washed, and Eve asked James to go and rest. "Let me do the rest. I'll clean the kitchen later. You've been busy all afternoon. You should take a break." Eve pushes James out. James ran into Linda as soon as he went out. It wasn't just running into her. She had been waiting for him. "James, can we talk alone?" James glanced at the photographer who had been following him and said, "It's so hot. Go and have a rest. Don't get a heat stroke." Linda pointed to the laundry room and said, "Let's talk there. There are no cameras." James nodded. After entering, Linda said directly, James, Eve is Jessica's aunt. I know. Do you know that she likes you? Eve likes him. How is that possible? James shook his head. No, Eve can't possibly like me. Not to mention that my relationship with her is not suitable. She doesn't like people younger than her. He is indeed a straight man. Eve's feelings for him are so obvious. How could he not notice it? Linda is almost mad at his slow brain. If she doesn't like you, will she wipe your sweat? If she doesn't like you, will she tie an apron for you and touch you? She just treats me as a junior. Linda said anxiously. What junior? She's only 2 or 3 years older than you. Why don't you see her treat other men like this? She has ulterior motives towards you. Don't be fooled by her. If Eve hadn't confessed to him in advance, he would have really believed Linda's words. Some things cannot be explained in a few words, and besides, it has nothing to do with Linda. Even if she likes me, what does it have to do with you? Don't forget that this is a dating show. We're here to talk about love. She has a crush on me. Can you stop her? Linda was stunned and murmured, I just want you to stay away from her. James was merciless to her. It would be better if you stayed away from me. Linda's acting skills are, she can't hold it together at this moment. Her face is pale and her eyes are red. Does James hate her so much after a breakup? James sighed. He didn't want to say it so harshly, but if he didn't, Linda seemed not to hear him. Linda, you don't need to care about what's going on between me and her. If you really want to do this for my own good, then again, don't get too close to me. I'm afraid your fans will misunderstand you. There was no misunderstanding. She just liked him. She wanted to change and love someone else, but every time she closed her eyes, she couldn't help but think of him. Seeing James was about to leave, Linda immediately grabbed his sleeve and said, James, if my fans support me, will you give me a chance? What does your fan support for you have to do with me? Besides, do you think all of your tens of millions of fans will support you? That's impossible. There are tens of millions of people with tens of millions of mouths. One person can't make tens of millions of people shut up. There will always be people who stand up and oppose. James likes to live a quiet life. He doesn't want his life to be disturbed or peeped at by the outside world, or to be posted online and commented on by others from time to time. He can't get used to that kind of public life. Linda would give up her career for him. This is the gap between the two people. Under the spotlight, some people feel blinded and uncomfortable, while others enjoy that light. So why bring two unsuitable people together? Considering that the guests were tired after a morning of work, the director did not assign any tasks in the afternoon and allowed them to have a good rest. James couldn't sit still, and in such hot weather he cooked sour plum soup and mung bean soup for the staff because he was worried that they might get heat stroke. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he began to prepare dinner, collect everyone's opinions, and finally prepare for a barbecue. Didn't we say we were going to the fields to catch loaches and eels? Are you still going? Fongchen asked. Yes. Ling Xian responded. James is going to the field to catch eels. Do the female guests want to go? Beata said in the morning that she never wanted to go to the fields again, but when she saw that everyone else had gone, she thought it would be boring to stay at home alone. So she simply put on a straw hat and sun-protective clothing and went out with everyone else. Fang Chun and Ling Xian were catching loaches and eels in the fields, while James was fishing with a fishing rod. My luck today wasn't as good as last time. I only caught 2 fish. The 2 fish weighed about 5 or 6 kilograms in total, which was enough to eat. Fang Chun also had a great harvest, catching 5 eels of different sizes and a basin of loaches. Beata got goosebumps as she watched the eel twisting like a snake in the water. It tasted good, but really didn't look good. James managed to clean it up at noon. Beata endured the discomfort and stood beside James, watching him handle the eels and fish. He didn't even wear gloves and captured him alive. It's too simple to rely on your imagination. Watching James finish processing the ingredients in no time, Beata asked, James, isn't there anything you're afraid of? Of course I am afraid of frogs. Beata, you are not even afraid of snakes, so how can you be afraid of frogs? I don't believe it. I think frogs are scarier than snakes. And it's not that I'm not afraid of snakes, I'm just not afraid of eels. There's a big difference between eels and snakes. Beata stood aside and watched James clean the eels and then the fish. He was still very fast. It is said that men who work hard are handsome. This is true. She couldn't help but stare at James' profile. The camera was almost touching her face, but she didn't react. James, I find you're not as annoying as I thought. I'm a little curious. Why do you find me annoying? Yes, why? Because you're not as good as Anthony. Anthony is the best match for Jessica. You're just a slacker. James did not stop scraping the fish scales, but lowered his head and asked, between the Zhuang family and the Xia family, which one do you think is stronger? Beata didn't even think about it. Of course it's the Xia family. James raised his eyes. The Xia family is more powerful than the Zhuang family in terms of both money and status. Do you think I have the ability to force Jessica to marry me? Or do you think Jessica is so incompetent that she can't even refuse? Yes, the Xia family does not have to marry into the Zhuang family. There will be better options without the Zhuang family. Jessica is also a person of her word. It is impossible for her to not even refuse the marriage proposal. Chapter 29, Did James never love her? Why can he let go just like that? With the strength of the Xia family, marriage is not necessary. So choosing James was the result of Jessica's careful consideration. In the circle of wealthy families, marriage is more like a cooperation that is beneficial to both parties. Jessica, who chose to escape the engagement on the day of her engagement, was breaking the contract temporarily. Breaking the contract temporarily in the business world is dishonesty, and dishonesty is a taboo in business. Jessica was the one who was wrong, but why was it James who was blamed and scolded? It was as if he forced Jessica to marry him. If he really did, it would be fine if he was scolded, but the key point was that he didn't have the ability to force Jessica. Beata has a carefree personality. Jessica is her friend, so she will put herself in Jessica's shoes. The person Jessica likes is Anthony, and she is reluctantly with James because she can't get the love she wants. She feels that Jessica's marriage is not worth it. Now, after James' reminder, she seemed to see the whole thing from a God's perspective. Jessica is separated from the person she loves and can't be together. But isn't James, who is innocently involved, not pitiful? On the day of the engagement, the fiancée ran away to be with her first love, which was a shame in itself. After breaking off the engagement, he was chased and scolded by Anthony's fans and was also slandered by his fiancée's family. From beginning to end, James was like a tool. Beata was unwilling to admit it. Don't say that you didn't benefit from the marriage between the two families. Anyway, Jessica likes Anthony, and Anthony is more suitable for her than you. Yeah, you're right. So am I not breaking off the engagement to help them get together? What else is there to say? Both fish have been cleaned, and they began to fillet them. James is good at knife skills, and each piece of fish is cut into even sizes, and even the bones are shaved off. He was so focused on the task at hand that he didn't seem to care about the outside world at all. As long as you don't bother them, I won't target you in the future. Miss, they're already together. I participated in this show to find a girlfriend. From the moment I broke off the engagement with her, she and I have nothing to do with each other. I even wish to stay away from her. How could I possibly disturb her? You have to understand that it was the Xia family who chose me for the marriage. I can't even be my own master, so how can I have the qualifications to disturb them? It's enough to suffer this loss once. James was sincere. In order to divert Beata's attention, he handed the cut fish fillet to Beata. Put some salt on it and wash it clean. I won't. You can learn if you don't know how to do it. You're so smart. How can you not learn such a small thing? You can even scrape potatoes very cleanly. Beata always felt that this was a strange remark, a bit like a compliment and a bit like an insult. She took the fish fillet obediently and said, "Teach me how to wash it. Put some salt in it, grab it with your hands, then rinse it with water, wash it twice more." James was instructing and washing the fish fillets, and Beata gradually calmed down. Why did she hate James? Besides being Jessica's friend, she was also a little fan of Anthony. She had filmed a movie with Anthony and was taken care of by him on the crew. Maybe it was because of her preconceived notion that she felt Anthony was better than James in every aspect. If James hadn't shown up, Jessica and Anthony would have been together a long time ago. She targeted James because of this little thing. What's the difference between her and those paid trolls online? There's one thing that James said is very right. Regarding the marriage, it was the Xia family who chose him, not him who chose Jessica. He has no right to make decisions for anyone. He can't even make the decision for himself. If Jessica and Anthony could be together, they would have been together 5 years ago. With or without James, they would not have been together. Beata really wished she could be a little dumber. The more she understood the truth, the more uncomfortable she felt. She washed the fish in the basin 4 or 5 times until the water became clear before she showed it to James. Is it ready? Look how smart you are. You can learn it after a little teaching. Then help me wash some green onions, cilantro, ginger, and peel some garlic too. Peel more. The word smart is obviously a compliment, but when James said it, it always felt like he was mocking her. Are you laughing at me? James stopped what he was doing, stood up straight, and said sincerely, How could that be? You are an expert at doing odd jobs, you are quick with your hands, and you always finish the tasks assigned to you. Although you complain that you don't want to do it, you insist on finishing it every time. I see your efforts, but you still need to work harder. There he went again, with that tone of coaxing a child. Beata's heart was slightly touched. The audience in the live broadcast room all heard that James was cheating the kids, but Beata didn't think so. She foolishly believed it and actually started doing odd jobs. Beata, who was so willful, sharp-tongued, bad-tempered, and full of bad habits, would one day become so obedient. From James' perspective, he is actually the victim. It was a good engagement party, but his fiancée went to accompany her first love. This kind of thing would be unpleasant for anyone, and he and Jessica have already divorced peacefully. I don't understand why people are still scolding him online. The people who scold him are probably all Anthony S. fans. Many of Anthony's fans do not accept his relationship. They are reluctant to scold Anthony, but they dare not scold Jessica, so they simply focus their anger on James. Is James trying to whitewash himself? James has never been black, right? Why whitewash it? Instead, it was your sister-in-law who delayed a man for 3 years for no reason. Why? A man's 3 years are worthless? If you can't forget your first love, why get married? James obviously benefited from the marriage with Jessica, but he's being talked about as if he is a victim. What kind of feelings are needed for marriage? Jessica doesn't like James, but the Xia family brought money to the banker, millions of dollars of investment. On the contrary, what can James bring to Jessica? He can't even bring basic emotional value. Or, just based on the few dishes he cooked, Jessica might as well fall in love with a servant. James doesn't love Jessica at all. If he really loved Jessica, how could he participate in a dating show to find a girlfriend right after breaking up? He is just after money. Beata is quite quiet today and listens to James very much. James treats Beata like a child. I didn't expect Beata to be so easy to please. I had the impression that Beata was a princess, but during the 2 days she came to the show, although she complained, she still insisted on completing it. It was not as bad as I imagined. The director watched the live broadcast, scratched his head, and looked like he had eaten a lemon. This is a bit difficult. He didn't expect James to say such words in such an occasion. The popularity is there now, but don't forget that this is a live broadcast, and every move is being watched. Jessica is still sitting in the observation room watching. James afraid of offending the Xia family by saying these things? Although the two families have broken off the engagement, they still have business dealings, and the Xia family may withdraw their investment at any time. Hundreds of thousands of people are discussing this now, and it's too late to stop it. In the observation room, everyone was secretly watching Jessica's reaction. Jessica's expression was calmer than expected. She watched the live broadcast quietly without even frowning. This seems to be the first time that James mentioned his last relationship since joining the program. Jessica, I have a question for you. You have been with James for 3 years. Have you ever been attracted to him? Shunli was the only one who asked this question. She had been targeting Jessica since the beginning of the program. Jessica replied, no. Shunli sat opposite her, looking at her curiously. Not even 3 years. What about James? Has he been attracted to you in these 3 years? How do you get along with each other? Or is it really like what netizens say, that your marriage is for mutual benefit without any feelings involved? Jessica didn't answer immediately, but fell into a period of contemplation. The James in her memory and the James she saw now were very different. 3 days ago, she might have answered without hesitation that James loved her very much, and everyone around her could feel James' love for her. How could she, as the person involved, be unaware of it? But as netizens said, if James really loved her, how could he participate in a dating variety show 3 days after breaking off the engagement? Humans are not plants or trees and are not heartless. How can someone who truly loves someone just say he or she doesn't love him or her anymore? James was just pretending to love her from the beginning, and he never loved her at all? She felt warmth on the back of her hand. It was Anthony holding her hand. Teacher Shun, as observers, we are observing the guests, not ourselves. Your question involves personal privacy. Jessica has the right to refuse to answer. Chapter 30, Truth or Dare. What are you afraid of? This is not a live broadcast. Just say whatever you want and ask the director to edit it out later. Of course, if Miss Ya feels that I have invaded your privacy, you can choose not to answer. I just hope that we can relax while recording a show and talk to each other. Shunli tried to smooth things over and easily got herself out of the situation. Shunli always likes to mention Jessica whenever she speaks, not only because she wants to attract attention, but also because she has a latent hostility towards Jessica. Jessica didn't understand why Shenli hated her. This was clearly the first time they met. It might be that she was too outstanding and attracted hostility. After all, this was not the first time this happened. The hostly Lu diffused the cold atmosphere. It's okay. Everyone, chat freely. Don't say anything you don't want to say. Let's continue watching the screen. I'm curious about the barbecue that James and his friends made tonight. I thought the matter was over, but unexpectedly Jessica answered the question raised by Shenli at this time. I don't understand, James. Before this, everyone around me said that he loved me very much, but now I see that love can be acted out. Maybe it's just like what netizens said, a marriage is only about interests, but no sincerity. I'm very glad that I've kept my heart and not let myself fall into it during the 3 years I've been with him. Anthony was moved. He reached out and held Jessica's hand. To outsiders, the two looked like a loving couple. Jessica's heart was not as calm as her face showed. When Anthony held her hand, she subconsciously clenched her fist and did not relax, even in his palm. Jessica cared about James more than she thought. Perhaps she didn't even realize that when she said these words, she felt lost and angry at being abandoned by James. Her eyes seemed to be fixed as she stared at the live broadcast screen. What was she thinking at this moment? She wanted to rush in and question James, whether he had been sincere in being good to her during these 3 years, and why he could just say he didn't love her anymore. Jessica's mind was in a mess, and when Anthony held her hand, she slowly came to her senses. She and James were over, and asking these questions was just asking for trouble. Why should she waste her time and energy on unimportant people and things? Today, James has been kicked out of the bookmaker by his parents, which means that no matter who he falls in love with or marries in the future, there will be people he truly loves and will not be mixed with family interests. If James' love for her was an act, what would it be like when he truly loved someone in the future? Would he be a million times better than he was to her? Jessica thought about the man who was insincere to her and then turned around and fell deeply in love with another woman. She suddenly felt an indelible sour feeling in her heart, which surged through her body. Anthony held Jessica's hand and said, "Anyway, I can't cheat a girl for the sake of profit. Here, I sincerely hope that James can treat the people around him sincerely in the future. You can't act forever." Back at the cabin, James had already prepared all the dishes and was ready to grill them. Fang Chun and Ling Xian also set up the barbecue table. The female guests were responsible for helping out, getting stools, drinks, and washing the dishes and bringing them over. James was in charge of the barbecue. He was sweating all over. His cheeks turned red under the fireworks, and his hair was wet. James is not only good at cooking, but also at barbecue. As soon as he sprinkled the bought seasonings, the onlookers all drooled. In the evening, the temperature dropped, and the cool breeze felt especially comfortable on the body. The starry sky at night looked like the tilted Milky Way, and even the moon seemed rounder and brighter than the one seen in the city. Not only is there the moon, but there are also fireflies in the grass. Such a scene is too rare for these city people. Ling Xian sat on a recliner and looked at the night sky and said, eating barbecued skewers, drinking cold beer, feeling the breeze, and looking at the stars and the moon. This life is so wonderful, I don't want to go back. Although many things are inconvenient in this village, away from the hustle and bustle of the city and immersed in nature, the originally impetuous state of mind is gradually replaced by tranquility, and I enjoy the peaceful time at this moment. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, the director suggested playing Truth or Dare, through which both sides would get to know each other better. Every guest has many secrets, especially James. You might be able to get some information out of him through the truth talk, and at the same time, you can also push the contradictions and conflicts between the guests to the next level. Beata asked, "Do you want to play?" She didn't care anyway. The night was long and there was nothing to do. The production crew didn't give out cell phones, so she could only stare blankly and sleep when she returned to her room. "James, I could do either." Eve followed up with an opinion. "Let's play for a while." "How do you play?" James looked around and picked up a bottle. "Spin the bottle question. Whoever the bottle mouth is pointing at is the one." "Sure, I have no problem with that." "Then let's play." The first person to spin the bottle was James, and the bottle was finally aimed at Fang Chun. James asked, "Choose truth or dare." "Fang Chun, tell me the truth. Tell me about your profession." "I founded a gaming company. It's just been established, and I do everything." Beata asked curiously, "Game company, what game?" Fang Chun said the name of a game, and for a gamer like Ling Xian, He knew at the moment he heard it. I've played the standalone game. It's quite interesting and was quite popular for a while. I didn't expect it was developed by you. I didn't expect Fong Chun to be so amazing. He developed a popular game and founded a company at such a young age. He is the most amazing one among these guests. After all, he was born in the countryside and his family has no money. He can only rely on himself to work hard, unlike some people who are born into wealthy families. Some people are born in Rome, and some people are used as cattle and horses until they die. My impression of Fong Chun is getting better and better. He is tall, mature, and a charming boss. Linda, open your eyes and take a good look. Isn't he better than James? But Fong Chun likes Beata, and Beata also has a crush on Fong Chun. Morning CP scores big points. Next it was Fong Chen's turn to spin the bottle, and this time he aimed at Ling Xian. There was nothing much to ask about his career and family, because Ling Xian had already talked about it during the day, so he simply asked him about his relationship issues. Have you ever been in love? Yes. Fong Chen was interested and asked several questions in a row. How long have you been dating? What kind of girl is she? What type of girl do you like now? Ling Xian laughed and said, That's quite a few questions, but I can answer them. I've dated 2 people in total. The first one was when I was a freshman in college. She was my senior. We dated for a year, and we broke up after she graduated. The second one was someone I met online. We met in person after dating online for half a year, and we broke up after dating for 2 years. As for what type of person she was, she liked the 2D world and cosplay. Her types varied. Ling Xian said jokingly, Then why did you break up? It is difficult to reach consensus when there are differences of opinion in life. Fong Chun asked again, How many years have you been apart? This time Ling Xian did not answer. You can save his question for next time. Ling Xian spun the bottle, and it came to Eve. He did not answer directly, but silently scanned the people around him before asking with a smile, Is there anyone you like among the male guests? Eve raised an eyebrow and smiled. Yes. Eve had only been here for 2 days, and she already had someone she liked. There were only 3 male guests on the scene, so who could it be? James was also surprised, because during the day, Eve told him that she didn't have anyone she liked on the show, and said that in the future, if she didn't want people to misunderstand her, she would send him her love signals. How long has it been since then? And she already has someone she likes. Love comes too fast like a tornado. Who could Eve like? I haven't seen her getting close to anyone in the past 2 days. I forgot about James. Could it be James? James looked surprised. It seemed like it wasn't him. Could it be that after hearing about Fong Chen's profession, he was instantly attracted to her? It's hard not to be moved by such an outstanding male guest, right? I also want to be loved by a beautiful sister. Ling Xian intuitively knew that the person Eve had a crush on was James. After secretly glancing at James, he asked Eve tentatively, Can you tell me about his characteristics? Eve smiled and said, That's the second question. The production team asked us not to reveal the person we are attracted to directly in the early stages. We have to leave suspense for the audience. Now it's my turn. Eve controlled her strength and pointed the bottle mouth towards James. Truth or dare? Chapter 31 about the X. A sly gleam flashed across Eve's eyes, and James followed his intuition and chose the big risk. Hearing James talking about the big dare, Eve sighed slightly in disappointment. After all, it's a live broadcast, and you can't go too far in taking risks, lest you be locked up in a small darkroom. If James chooses to tell the truth, Eve will ask him whether he would accept a relationship with a younger woman and marry her sister. If this question were asked, 9 out of 10 people would guess that the person she has a crush on would be James. Eve, who had failed to achieve her goal, stared at James for a while and said, Your hair is a little long. I'll trim it for you tomorrow. Just a haircut, that's fine, James nodded. Okay. This time it was James' turn to spin the bottle, and James turned to Linda. Linda chose truth and secretly looked forward to seeing what questions James would ask her. But James had nothing to ask her. The onlookers and the audience in the live broadcast room were more anxious than him and wanted to rush up to ask. James is like a piece of wood. Why don't you ask questions about the actress's private life, her feelings, whether she has ever been in love, and the type of person she likes? Each question can become a hot topic on the search engine. With such a good opportunity to expose the secret, if it were the paparazzi, I wonder how happy they would be. Linda asked, Have you decided what you want to ask me? How about we talk about your work? As soon as James finished speaking, everyone at the scene fell silent. Beata is a person who can't sit still. She always speaks her mind. James, are you stupid? Everyone knows Linda's job. Do you need to ask? If you don't know what to ask, let me ask. Linda, Tell me your criteria for choosing a partner and see if there is any male guest here who meets your standards. James heard this. He felt something was wrong, and his heart became nervous. The people present looked at Linda with anticipation and curiosity. Linda took a sip of her drink and said, "I like guys who can cook." Among the male guests present, only James can cook. The camera was pointed at James, trying to find a different expression on his face. Unfortunately, James remained calm and ignored the strange looks. The atmosphere was a little awkward, and no one wanted to make jokes at this time. Is Linda referring to James? James is the only male guest who can cook, right? Others can do it, but not as well as James. I have to say James's cooking skills are really good, and he's not bad looking, and his family background is good, so it's normal to like him. It's over. The house is really going to collapse. It feels like Linda has been bewitched. You're fascinated by the fact that she can cook. Can you not afford a chef or order takeout? Linda took the bottle silently. It was not easy to control the force, and finally the bottle turned to Beata. Have you ever felt moved after being here for 2 days? Beata said without thinking, I have a crush on him, but I'm not attracted to him. She did have a crush on Fong Chun, and it satisfied her fantasy of having a significant other. But for some reason, after she said the word attracted, the figure of James appeared in her mind. Beata's expression changed. Seeing James looking at her, she avoided his gaze and lowered her head, revealing a look of annoyance at an angle that the camera couldn't capture. Why was her heart beating uncontrollably because of James? Beata's abnormality was not only noticed by the people at the scene, but also by the audience. No one took it seriously and just thought she was shy. Beata was about to spin the bottle when a staff member suddenly came over. Beata, someone is calling you. Do you want to answer it? Let me see. Beata stood up and took the phone. When she saw the contact, her expression changed slightly. The person who called was none other than Jessica. Jessica before, she would have picked up the call happily without hesitation. But now, she actually wanted to hang up. Maybe it's because of what James said during the day. I'm going to answer a call. Please wait for me for a moment. Beata picked up the phone and went to an empty corner. In less than 5 minutes, Beata came back. Is it my turn to spin the bottle? You turn around. Beata, who came back after answering the phone, became visibly nervous. It was just an insignificant game, but she broke out in a cold sweat. The bottle in her hand was turning with her strength, and finally it swayed and stopped in front of James. Seeing this, she breathed a sigh of relief. James raised his eyebrows and looked at her. This time, I'll choose truth. What do you want to ask? Beata asked. Would you ever get back together with your ex? Won't. This question was not what she wanted to ask, but what Jessica wanted to ask. It is unknown why Jessica asked such a thought-provoking question. She clearly said that she didn't love James. Now that they have called off their engagement, she and Anthony have officially announced their relationship. No matter from which perspective, James will not get back together with his ex. Linda heard James' decisive answer that he would not get back together with his ex. Her face turned pale. The game continued, and every time it was Beata's turn, she would deliberately control the force to point the bottle mouth towards James. Give your ex a score. Pass. After breaking up, what do you do with your ex? A passerby. In your place, can I act it out if I like you? When Beata asked the question about ex, he realized that this might not be what she wanted to ask, but what the person who called her wanted to ask. The person who called her must be Jessica, so she's watching the live broadcast now? James suddenly looked at the camera opposite and asked, can't the people sitting in front of the barbecue stall feel the temperature? He thought that his sincerity was genuine, but in the eyes of some people, it turned out to be fake like acting. Who would learn to cook specifically for acting and make different dishes every day for a month? Who in an acting career would stay up for 2 days to watch over a sick person? Who in acting can take care of all her little emotions, remember all her hobbies, spend a lot of time preparing surprises every day to make her happy, and take care of every aspect of her life? Beata's turn again. When you were with your ex, did you ever think about getting married? James laughed sarcastically. Yes. Why does Beata always ask James questions about his ex? Beata is targeting James, which is understandable. After all, she and Jessica are friends. So, James really likes Jessica? Is this also a script? Anyway, I don't believe James. I feel sorry for the man who has bad luck all his life. After answering, James took the bottle and turned it, aiming the bottle mouth steadily at Beata. He stared at her and asked directly, is it Jessica who asked you to ask these questions? Beata stood up suddenly, panicking. After a while, she lowered her head and replied in a trembling voice, yes. Chapter 32. His fiancée is not used to his leaving. Everyone noticed that when James was answering Beata's questions, he was not looking at Beata, but at the live camera next to Beata. James' eyes were dark in the night, like magnets, and when the bottle was pointed at Beata, he asked without hesitation, "Jessica, who made you ask these questions?" James' eyes seemed to see through it all. Between dare and truth, or dare, Beata chose truth, but she didn't expect James to ask her such a question. All eyes were on her, and she answered with gritted teeth, "Yes." James looked at the live camera with sarcasm and stood up to hold the bottle upright. "It's getting late, go to bed early." Everything is implied. The live broadcast room exploded. No way. It's really related to Jessica? I was wondering why Beata caught James asking questions about his ex, and it turns out it was the ex who wanted to ask. They have already called off the engagement. Is there any point in Jessica asking this? What is Jessica thinking? She is already with Anthony. Why is she so concerned about her ex-fiancé? She was anxious. She was completely anxious. As far as I know, those who still ask their ex whether they will get back together after breaking up usually can't forget their ex. Anthony's head is really green. Jessica is sick, eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. That's not the case. Maybe Jessica is just curious. Isn't this a script? After the breakup, I would still follow my ex and ask about him. As long as I heard that he was not doing as well as I was, I would be happy. I don't believe it. I just fell in love with Anthony and Jessica. I can't be a fan. Maybe Jessica is also in the live broadcast room, watching with us. It's exciting. James is so insightful. He realized that the person behind Beata was Jessica after just a few questions. He didn't try to cover it up, but exposed it to her face. If I were Jessica, I would dip my toes 3 miles deep. Compared to the noise in the live broadcast room, the scene was much quieter. When James stood up and left, everyone maintained their original movements, and loud frog croaking sounds could be heard all around. Eve laughed, and everyone looked at her. Eve fixed her hair and slowly stood up. This game is quite interesting. Let's play together next time. I'm going back to my room first. As Eve left, the others also stood up and left one by one. In the observation room, Jessica's face turned pale, and she looked at the live broadcast with swollen eyes. The moment James looked at the camera, their eyes seemed to collide across the distance. For a moment, she really thought that James saw her through the camera. "Call Beata just now. What are you thinking, Jessica? Do you really care about what James thinks of you? Or can't you let him go?" Shinley naturally would not let go of the opportunity to mock Jessica. Jessica didn't say anything, but stood up and left without recording. "Hey, you're leaving now? You can't afford to play that. I'm just asking out of curiosity. Anyway, this sensitive topic won't be edited into the main film. Aren't you curious?" They were curious, but didn't dare to ask. After all, Jessica's status and position were there, and she couldn't be offended easily. "Shinli, stop it." Anthony slammed the table and looked at her with cold eyes. Shinli's expression froze for a moment, and after a moment, she said, "If you're angry, go vent it on Jessica. Why are you venting it on me?" Other observers on the scene hurried to try to stop the fight, and the assistant director knew that the recording could not continue tonight, so he simply stopped get off work. Anthony was also anxious to chase Jessica. Jessica rushed out of the studio, took out her cell phone, and called James. It was not until the system tone said that the call could not be connected that she realized that James had blocked her. She didn't want to care about James, but he was always the figure that appeared in her mind. He said he'd thought about marrying her, and they almost would have been married if she hadn't gone to see Anthony that day. When her cell phone vibrated, Jessica's first reaction was James, but when she looked at it, it was Anthony calling. If there was a mirror in front of her, she would be able to see how disappointed she looked at that moment. Jessica picked up the phone, and Anthony's anxious voice came out. "Jessica, where are you?" "I'm going home and won't record today." She has always been willful in doing things, and often acts according to her mood without considering the consequences. "Let me take you back." "No, I want to go back alone today." The phone was silent for 3 or 4 seconds, and Anthony paused. "Don't take Shun Li's words too seriously." "I don't care. Will you come to the show tomorrow?" "Yes. After all, we have signed a contract, so we have to finish recording at least 1 episode." Although she said yes, Jessica was hesitant in her heart and didn't know how to face James on the live broadcast. James obviously couldn't see her, but she inexplicably felt guilty. Anthony hesitated for a moment, but still asked the question that had been suppressed in his heart. "Jessica, can you really not let go of James?" "No," Jessica retorted. "I'm just a little uncomfortable and unwilling to accept it." Anthony breathed a sigh of relief on the phone. "That's normal. After all, You've lived together for 3 years. Even if it's just an ordinary friend, you'd be uncomfortable if he suddenly left. Really? But she could feel that James's presence to her was more than just a friend. Jessica was not stupid enough to tell Anthony everything. Anthony was her nominal boyfriend. Since she decided to be with him, she would forget about James. It had only been a week, and slowly she would no longer react to James. That night, Jessica once again became a hot topic. Hashtag Jessica James. Hashtag Jessica Love on the Go Observer. Hashtag Jessica SX James. Hashtag Jessica Anthony. Jessica did not go home, but went to apartment 1, which was bought by James but was under the name of the banker. With James, the apartment was taken back by the banker. Richard originally planned to sell it, but Jessica wanted to keep it, so he simply transferred it directly to Jessica's name as compensation. There's not much in the house, so if I want to cook, I have to buy a new batch of pots, pans, and utensils. Jessica tried to restore everything here to its original state, but couldn't find the same style after searching for a long time on the internet. She suddenly understood a truth. Some things, once lost, can never be found again. As soon as she laid down in the apartment, Frank called her. Jessica didn't want to answer the call, but the ringing lasted too long. Jessica answered the phone depressedly. Dad, pack up and go home. Go to work tomorrow, and I'll arrange a manager position for you. Just don't go on variety shows. Frank didn't waste a word on the whole call. I don't. Jessica, you're not a child anymore. What are you doing? You ignored what I said to you a few days ago, didn't you? I told you not to be with Anthony, but you insisted on going to the variety show with him. That would be fine, but you got into trouble again today. Tell me the truth. Are you going to the variety show because you like Anthony or because you can't let go of James? Chapter 33. James was kicked out by the dealer? Frank spoke. He was filled with rage. The situation was originally going well, but because of Jessica's phone call, public opinion now became one-sided. Jessica said nothing. Frank continued earnestly. Jessica, you are my only daughter. You will inherit the business in the future. You should go back to the company to adapt to the work. This variety show will not do you any good. You should go home as soon as possible. You can afford the penalty. Dad, Jessica finally spoke up. I can handle the things on the internet. I participated in this variety show just to relax. Don't think too much about it. Why don't you let me think more? Jessica listened to the noise, so she simply cut off the call and turned her phone to silent mode. After washing up, Jessica took out her computer and went online. Seeing that the hot searches were full of entries about her and James, she had a hunch that it was not a good thing, so she did not click in to read it. Jessica exited and contacted a detective. Have you found out what I asked you to investigate before? After waiting for about 10 minutes, the other party sent a reply. It has been sent to your mailbox. She had asked someone to check the relationship between James and Linda before. The other party sent her a few photos, and the captions were concise and clear. They used to be a couple. The content is illustrations with text, describing in great detail the process of two people falling in love. The process is simple, but unforgettable enough. The two of them stood at the school gate in their school uniforms, looked at each other in the classroom, held hands on the street, sat under a tree eating popsicles, and rode bicycles. They have known each other since childhood, and what Linda said on the show was not wrong. They are indeed childhood sweethearts, and they have even been in a relationship. At the end of the text, the reason for their breakup was stated. Jessica leaned against the head of the bed, staring at the words on the screen, recounting their past. The light from the computer screen gathered in her eyes, suppressing the gloomy look. No matter what, the two of them are already a thing of the past. There is no doubt that Linda participated in this show just to get back together with James, since Linda is James' ex. So, were the questions James answered tonight directed to Linda or to her? And who is the ex he wants to marry? Jessica fell into confusion, and the more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She enlarged a photo, touched it with her fingertips, and couldn't stop stroking the picture. The James in the photo is very different from the James now. He is younger and has a tender face in the photo. He is sunny and handsome in his school uniform. The look he gives Linda is full of joy and love. Jessica recalled carefully James had never looked at her like this before. The photo was taken 5 years ago. Not many years have passed, but James seems like a different person. Frank didn't believe that Jessica could solve the problem. Since he couldn't get through to Jessica on the phone, he simply called the public relations team. First, they broke the news that James is a playboy, posted photos of him entering and leaving bars online, and then edited some random text. Now netizens are just watching the fun and don't care about the truth of the matter. Therefore, all kinds of fabricated rumors are spread online. Of course, just a few photos were not enough to be blacklisted by the entire internet, so Frank contacted Richard. Let the bookmaker announce at this time that James has severed his relationship with the bookmaker. As long as they make it public, he will forgive them for the past and continue to cooperate with the dealer in the future. Richard heard this. He agreed without thinking. In his opinion, James was not as important as a business deal. What's more, James took the initiative to cut off ties with him. Since he doesn't want to be in a banker's house, he will never come back in his life. Without hesitation, Richard logged into his account and posted the announcement. James has severed ties with the banker. From now on, James is no longer my son. Attached is a letter of severance. Richard posted it using his personal account, but worried that someone might not see it, he forwarded it using his company account. Because it was a hot topic related to James, the popularity continued to rise, and it became a hot search within less than half an hour after it was posted. James was kicked out of the house. James cuts ties with his parents. Hashtag James is no longer the heir to the Zhuang group. Hashtag James Bar. The netizens were even more excited when they saw this. James' reputation had been good for a while, but now it has become even worse. A child that even his parents don't want must be trash. Why don't James' parents recognize him? What else could it be? It must be because of bad morals and personal problems. Seeing that James has been scolded these days, no one from the bookmaker has come out to clarify, which shows that the scolding online is true. James is participating in this variety show just to cheat on marriage. His only advantage is that he is rich. Now he's been kicked out by his family and lost his status as the only heir. He has no money and no proper job. Why would the program team invite him? I remember James mentioned that he was unemployed before. I thought he was joking at first, but I didn't expect it to be true. Now James is really going to become a popular man. James made pickled fish on the first day of the show. He was reminding everyone that he was sour, vegetable, and redundant. According to the severance letter, James severed ties with his parents after breaking off the engagement. Is there something fishy going on? James' father. Can you explain in detail why you want to sever the father-son relationship with James? Richard didn't dare to do that. Facing the questions from netizens, he remained silent. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he made. With James, and there was nothing wrong with him issuing such a statement. As for the rest, that certainly cannot be spread. He was also worried that he would say too much and anger James, who would then expose the truth. Things like the biological mother is a mental patient and has killed her own daughter with her own hands must never be spread out. This is a huge scandal. Public opinion is not one-sided. There are still some rational netizens who are trying hard to seek the truth. Jessica woke up the next day and checked her phone, only to find that the weather had changed. There are all kinds of rumors on the internet, saying that James is a scumbag, an octopus who often goes to nightclubs and has 2 girlfriends at the same time. He's a playboy. It was also revealed that he bullied others in school, and all the dirty things were put on him. The negative information that appeared overnight made James a target of criticism on the entire internet. There was no evidence for this negative information, and it was all based on a picture of James entering and leaving a bar. In order to achieve better results, Frank also hired people to do a lot of AI face changing. Jessica saw it. She knew it was her father's work. She didn't sleep well the night before and felt dizzy when she opened her eyes. She endured the discomfort and called Frank. "Dad, did you make all the fake information about James on the internet?" Frank said in a deep voice, "Yes." Jessica said anxiously, "Dad, why are you doing this? Didn't I tell you? I can handle it myself." "How are you going to deal with this?" Frank sneered. "You are my daughter. Don't I know what you were thinking? You were too kind to James, so you were scolded by people on the internet before. I am your father. Whatever I do, I will not harm you. But those you ask people to send are all fake. It doesn't matter if it's fake. As long as people on the internet believe it, it's true. If James doesn't get scolded, you'll be the one getting scolded. Even Richard has given up on him. Why do you care so much? Jessica, be obedient. I'll let you continue recording this show. If you don't, I'll have to have someone tie you back." Frank warned, "I won't have anyone withdraw the online marketing. Don't worry too much about him. People will forget about it after a while." Jessica was shocked and speechless. Chapter 34. The ex-fiancée's aunt seems to be seducing him. Linda got up earlier than James today. The staff saw her go out empty-handed and come back half an hour later with a bag. "Teacher Jiang, what are you holding in your hand?" "Preserved egg." Linda went door to door asking, and she was able to buy these 6 preserved eggs after asking 5 of them. Linda prepared century eggs for breakfast and cooked a pot of century egg and lean meat porridge. This was James' favorite food when he was in school. While Linda was cooking porridge, James got up. He was not affected at all and was still practicing in the yard like yesterday. It's a closed-door recording program, and they won't know about the hot searches on the internet unless the director tells them. The director repeatedly warned the people around him to keep their mouths shut, fearing that it would affect the mood of the guests during the recording of the show. But James still keenly sensed something because the way the staff around him looked at him was very different from usual. Linda finished cooking the porridge. She watched quietly at the side. Although it might seem boring to outsiders, she hoped that time could stand still so that she could always be with James. There was a staff member watching her, and Linda watched for a while before getting up and going back to her room to change clothes. Eve also got up. She had just finished washing up and called to James with 2 pairs of scissors in her hands. "James, come here." James had just finished the last section and was sweating a little. He wiped his forehead and asked, "What's the matter? You promised me the game of dare last night." James saw the scissors in her hand and remembered that she was going to cut his hair. He found a low stool for James to sit on and then picked up a plastic bag from somewhere and tied it around his neck. Just as she was about to start the operation, James grabbed her hand and said, "Sister Eve, can you cut hair?" "Yes, I won't cut it for you." It seemed like there was nothing wrong with what he said, but James felt unsure and like a lamb to be slaughtered. Eve pressed the back of his head to adjust the movement. "Don't move, don't worry, it won't hurt." After saying that, Eve started to use the scissors. Only a few rustling sounds were heard near her ears. Her hair began to fall down, and several strands of hair fell on her neck, which made her feel a little itchy. James wanted to reach out and scratch it, but suddenly he felt a heat on his neck. He shrugged his shoulders reflexively and dodged forward. "What are you doing?" "I was blow-drying your hair, and some strands fell into your clothes." "Hey, why are your ears so red? Could it be that I blow-dried them red?" Eve teased with a smile. James didn't want to answer. Eve continued to cut his hair, blowing on his ears and touching the back of his neck. She smelled sweet and soft, and as she touched him, it felt like an electric current was flowing down his scalp. Even his tailbone was numb. It was just a haircut, but James felt very uncomfortable and had to control his body's reaction. Seeing that he was sweating, Eve took a tissue to wipe him, but James stretched out his hand to stop her. "I'll wipe it myself. Don't move when I'm cutting your hair, or you might damage it." James put his hand down helplessly. "How long will it take?" "It's almost done. I'll trim it." Eve admired it while trimming it. "It looks really good. Your hair was too long before, covering your eyebrows and making you look listless." Eve stared at his forehead, then reached out and touched his forehead. "James, has anyone ever told you that your forehead is particularly beautiful?" James was a little disgusted when others touched his forehead, but when facing Eve, not only did he not dislike her touch, he even felt a tingling and comfortable feeling. James said hoarsely, "No one has said that." Eve laughed softly, and no one knew what she was laughing at. Her eyes wandered to his chin and lips. "Your beard has grown. I'll help you shave it." James refused. "I can go back to the bedroom and shave myself. It's a simple matter. I have the tools here. It will be quick." Eve had already taken out a knife from her pocket. It was used for eyebrow trimming. The blade was very sharp. "Don't move. It will be bad if you cut your face." Eve, with a hint of force, remained in the same position, still standing behind James, and leaned forward to shave his beard. When Eve hooked her fingertips under his chin and lifted it up, James's vision was completely blocked by her breasts, and he couldn't see the sky at all. James didn't react at first and was visibly stunned. Eve was still unaware. Seeing the 2 lumps of flesh on her chest getting closer and closer, James held his breath, fell to the side, and fell heavily to the ground. This reaction scared Eve. "What's wrong with you?" Eve's face turned pale, and she held the eyebrow razor in her right hand tremblingly. It was a close call, and she almost hurt James' face. "I'm Phoenix." This was the first time James lost his composure. His whole face turned red, and even his neck turned pink. Eve simply trimmed his hair, which was longer than a crew cut and looked sunny and healthy. Just as Eve said, his forehead was very nice, and when it was exposed, his facial features seemed more three-dimensional, especially his eyebrows and eyes, which became more profound. "After cutting my hair, I not only look more handsome, but also look refreshed." Faced with Eve's puzzled gaze, James could only dodge. He couldn't say, "Your breasts were almost hitting my face just now." He clearly had no improper thoughts about Eve and treated her as an elder, just like he did yesterday. But just now, his breathing became rapid, and he had an inappropriate thought. Could Eve be deliberately seducing him? James stood up and dusted himself off. "I brought a razor, so you don't have to shave for me." Seeing that he was about to leave, Eve grabbed his hand and suddenly asked, James, if you were to get married, would you care about the other person's age? There was a hint of confusion in Eve's eyes when she looked at James. The slow-witted James also realized something was wrong. He pulled his hand away and dodged when he tried to reach out to pull him. I will, just like you don't like your younger brother, I don't like my older sister and aunt. Eve's face turned grim, and she clenched the eyebrow razor in her hand. After saying that, James quickly returned to his room. He admitted that he was hiding because he sensed a hint of danger just now. Leaving Eve, James' mind gradually became clear and his heart rate returned to normal. He touched his hair and then took off the plastic bag around his neck. It seems that I have to stay away from Eve in the future. James shaved and went out, and all the guests got up. Linda made a big pot of century egg and lean meat porridge, as well as cold cucumber salad. Everyone who tried it said it was delicious. James, we've been waiting for you. Come sit down and eat. Ling Xian was calling James over. When he came closer, he saw, why did your hairstyle change? After this haircut, I feel more energetic. James, this hairstyle suits you very well. It's very handsome. Ling Xian and Fong Chen each spoke in support. Beata didn't say anything, but she kept looking at James. Even when he came closer, her eyes didn't move away. It is said that a new hairstyle changes a person. Beata has seen too many handsome guys when she was in the girl group. James was not even on her list. Therefore, when Jessica married him, she couldn't understand what Jessica saw in him. Now it seems that James still has some potential. He simply did not find the right path before. As if nothing had happened, Eve stared at James' hair and jokingly said, I cut it. How is it? Good skills, right? Ling Xian gave her a thumbs up. You can open a barbershop now. I don't know how long I will live here. If my hair gets long, can you help me cut it? Eve said, I only know how to cut my hair short. I don't know how to do yours. Actually, she knew how to do it, but she didn't want to touch anyone except James. Fong Chun interjected. The director mentioned that we should be allowed to go home after a week. Your hair can't grow that fast. James sat down. In front of him was a bowl of untouched porridge, which Linda had served him. When she saw him drink it, she asked, how is the porridge I cooked, compared with before? Tasted the familiar flavor. He knew without thinking that it was made by Linda. It brought back memories. He thought about the time in high school when Linda was best at cooking various kinds of porridge, and the best one was the century egg and lean meat porridge. He would drink more than 3 bowls every time. Over the years, the taste of this bowl of porridge has not changed at all, but what's the point of the porridge not changing? Not much has changed. It's still the same as before. Linda held the porridge and smiled. Eve scooped up the porridge with a small spoon and said, I didn't expect that a movie queen has this skill. Please teach me. I want to learn it too. Linda was indifferent for a second. Let's talk about it when there's a chance. Beata had studied acting, so she looked around and took in their expressions. From all her performances, it seemed that Linda liked James, but what about Eve? Her behavior was very much like jealousy. Beata drank her porridge in silence, and her good mood suddenly became gloomy. I didn't expect that there are so many people who like James. I don't know what Jessica will think when she sees it. The director issued today's task to help the elderly in the village. There are many elderly people living alone in the village. Their children have left home, their spouses have passed away, and they are left alone guarding their old houses, standing at the door, waiting for the day to turn into night. When James accepted the assignment, the director suddenly patted him on the shoulder and said, James, work hard. Don't think too much about other things. Don't take what others say to heart. James looked confused. He didn't know that this was the director's psychological preparation for him. He couldn't hide those things on the internet for too long. James would find out sooner or later. The director then said to everyone, just a reminder, when you send out love signals tonight, think carefully about who you want to send them to. Don't miss the opportunity. The guests set off separately, and people greeted James along the way. In just 2 or 3 days, James had established good relationships with the people in the village. There is not much entertainment in the village. Everyone likes to get together, some chat, and some play cards. When James has nothing to do, he will join them. After a while, he became familiar with these people, especially in the elderly group. Grandparents all like him as a young man. Xiao Zhuang, where are you going? I'm going to Uncle Wang's house. Uncle Wang is at the top of the mountain. Keep going up. He is home alone. Okay. Thank you, Brother Liu. It's okay. Let's go fishing together in the afternoon after we're done. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Uncle Wang's house was rather messy, so after James greeted him, he helped him tidy up the room and cleaned it inside and out. Knowing that he had a bad stomach, he steamed a lot of steamed buns for him. The leftover buns were wrapped in plastic wrap and put in the freezer. When he wanted to eat them, He took them out and steamed them. After steaming, he put them in the fire to bake, which could effectively relieve stomach problems. In addition to stomach problems, Uncle Wong also suffers from chronic cold legs, which hurt at night. So James squats on the ground and gives him a massage. James at first, but James was careful and efficient in his work and was very patient with him, so he gradually let go of his prejudice. He even thought, it would be great if James was his child. My grandmother used to have leg pain frequently, so I learned about related maintenance care and massage. In addition to taking care of his grandmother, the biggest reason is himself. James injured his leg in his previous life. As he got older, he has been suffering from leg pain, especially on rainy days. Chapter 35. What a good banker. What a good seller of his son for fame. After massaging Grandpa Wong's legs, James saw that there was not much firewood left in the kitchen. So he took a machete and went to chop wood. Uncle Wong invited him to rest. You have been busy for almost a day. Sit down and rest for a while. It's okay, I'm not tired. He tried his best to do what he could. The old man was in poor health, and there was no one around to take care of him. Now that he was gone, he didn't know when he would be able to see him again. When talking about his family, Grandpa Wong was reluctant to say much. He only said that he was working outside, and he didn't see them all year round. The last time he saw them was 2 years ago. His memory was not very good, and he almost forgot what his grandson looked like. The next time he saw him, it might be the day of his death. Uncle Wong's pessimistic thoughts touched many people. They all say raising children is a way to prepare for old age. But where is the preparation? James' live broadcast room was too noisy. Some people said that he was hypocritical in putting on a show, and some cursed him with swear words. Because the curses were too harsh, the live broadcast room was warned many times, and the director simply turned off the barrage. Uncle Wong only had vegetables he grew himself at home, so he picked a lot of them and asked James to take them back. James couldn't refuse, so he picked up some. Uncle Wong, I'm going to go back first. I'll come see you when I'm free. Thank you for today. It's okay. I'll be staying here for a few more days. Call me if you need anything. After watching several live broadcast rooms, James did the most, and it was obvious that he was sincere to the old man. For viewers who cannot post comments, they can post comments on Weibo with a topic, or go to other guests' live broadcast rooms to post comments. This show should just be called James Chooses a Princess. I don't understand why the production team invited someone like James. He's too good at showmanship. The way he treated the old man was too fake. You are quite enthusiastic towards outsiders, but why don't you care about your parents? It is said that James has had a bad character since he was a child. His parents poured all kinds of resources into him, but he was not only ungrateful, but also did not control his words and deeds to discredit the bookmakers. He is simply morally corrupt. No wonder his parents cut off ties with him. Which parent who doesn't love their children would cut off ties with them? It must be his fault. Since James took over the Zhuang Group, he has lost hundreds of millions of dollars. Even mountains of gold and silver are not enough for him to lose. I can't imagine how much hurt Jessica would have suffered if he had married her. Fortunately, Anthony came back and took her away. The CP last night was real. How to explain Jessica secretly calling Beata to ask James about his ex? How else can I explain this? Jessica participated in this variety show as an observer and watched the live broadcast with us. The call to ask Beata questions was just a script arranged by the production team. I feel that James is very attentive to the elderly. His massage technique is not done overnight, but persists for a long time. Linda, can you please stay away from James? They stand on the moral high ground and criticize everything they don't like, speaking without restraint and doing whatever they want. Especially Linda's live broadcast room. It was almost conquered by James' black fans, who told her to stay away from James, otherwise she would be attacked too. Although the director kept his mouth shut, he could not resist calls from people outside to pass on the news. Eve, Linda, and Beata received calls almost at the same time, telling them about the negative searches about James. Eve's face turned cold, and her eyes were pitch black, like 2 drops of thick ink. People who knew her well knew that she was angry, and the consequences of making Eve angry were terrible. What a ruthless banker who is taking advantage of others' misfortune. For a little bit of profit, he is willing to sell his own children for fame and fortune, and even loses his dignity. Linda received a call from her agent, and as soon as she answered the phone, it was the same as the day before. Linda, stay away from James. Did you hear me? He will hurt you. Don't take my words lightly. This time is really different. James is blacklisted by the entire internet, and even his parents have abandoned him. Linda didn't think much when she heard it, and quickly connected to the internet and opened Weibo, and sure enough, she saw a lot of negative searches about James on the hot search list. They said he was a scumbag who had multiple relationships, was morally corrupt, had bad behavior, didn't care about his parents, and was a loser. Linda only took a quick glance, and her breathing became rapid. These netizens didn't know James at all. Why did they humiliate him like this? Just based on a few fake AI swap photos? Anyone could see that there was something wrong with these photos. Linda trembled all over. Her eyes were red, and she wanted to rush in and tear these people apart. James was. He was filial, kind, gentle, and patient with others. As long as he cared about someone, he would do everything he could to be good to that person. If someone was nice to him, he would return the favor double or even tenfold. Those who say he is unfilial to his parents. It was clearly them who didn't want him from the beginning, and then they picked him up like trash when they saw he was useful, and now they are squeezing out the last bit of value from him. How can such people be called parents? They gave birth to a child but didn't raise him and only knew how to suck his blood. If they want to sever ties, it's because James didn't want them. Linda, did you hear me? You can't wade into this mess. Stay as far away from it as possible. You have worked hard to achieve your current status and works over the years. Do you want to destroy them? No one wants to ruin years of hard work and career. 5 years ago, Linda gave up James for her career. James is not such a person. His parents have never liked him. They threw him to his grandmother to raise when he was very young. Now they have severed ties with him because James doesn't want them. It's their fault, as long as I stand up and prove it for him. How dare you? The agent took a deep breath. Linda, you are not allowed to do this. This matter is not that simple. James has been blacklisted by the entire network this time. You can tell at a glance that there is someone behind the scenes pushing him. The only one who can make such a big fuss is the Xia family. We can't afford to offend the Xia family. Not only will you not be able to protect him, you will also be banned and hidden. The agent stated the reality and hoped that Linda could look at it calmly. They have worked together for many years. Lilan has devoted a lot of time and energy to her and has competed for resources for her over the years. Linda has also worked hard, and in just a few years, she has become a movie queen with a box office of over 10 billion yuan. In addition to being work partners, they're also friends. Lilan really doesn't want to see Linda give up everything for a man. It's really not worth it. James likes Linda, but judging from the live broadcast, he no longer has any feelings for Linda. Linda's one-sided efforts are like hitting a wall. Linda has a stubborn personality. When she first entered the industry, she filmed a fantasy drama that involved all kinds of wire hanging and fighting scenes. Because of the high difficulty, other actors hired stand-ins to do it, but she insisted on doing it herself. She practiced martial arts for half a month, and her whole body was covered with bruises. Stubbornness is her strength and biggest weakness. Ordinary persuasion and warnings were useless, so Agent Lilan could only resort to actual threats. Linda, don't take my words to heart. I'm reminding you kindly that if you dare to speak up for James, I'll have someone take you away immediately. It's not that the company can't pay the penalty. You should calm down and think about it carefully. Chapter 36, A Friend in Need, is a friend indeed. Linda, who was about to log into Weibo, was stunned. Lilan hung up the call directly after giving her a warning. Without waiting for her to react, the staff forcibly confiscated her phone. She can't post on Weibo without her phone, but now she is live streaming a show, so she can definitely speak up for James during the live broadcast. Linda was about to look for a photographer, but after taking 2 steps, she suddenly stopped. Is it really okay for her to speak now? Words without substantial evidence may not be accepted by netizens, and fans may even rebel. James on the show. Once she leaves, Eve will have no competitors at all. This morning, Eve was cutting James' hair and posing in a coquettish manner. Women don't like this, but most men do. Plus, they are paired up for a date during the show and spend every day together. Eve loves to seduce, so what if James can't resist the temptation and gets together with her? Judging from the attitude of the program crew, they will not let James withdraw from the recording. If James really leaves, she will also lose the opportunity to pursue him. I don't know how long I thought about it. Linda felt a little dizzy. She held onto the wall and slowly squatted down. She swallowed the thought of speaking along with her saliva. Since the director didn't say anything, she pretended not to know and kept it a secret from James. When she couldn't hide it anymore, she spoke out to let James understand what it meant to be a friend in need. Now, she just needs to accompany James well and do nothing. The public outrage is only temporary and will be fine after this period of time. After figuring it out, Linda slowly stood up. She didn't know how long she had been squatting. When she stood up, she felt a little shaky. Her legs were numb and her eyes were dark. The photographer came over with the camera in hand. Teacher Jiang, I see you don't look well. Are you okay? Linda had sorted out her emotions and acted as if nothing had happened. I'm fine. Let's go. Everyone in the comments was curious about whose call Linda had just answered and whether she already knew about the things on the trending search list. Was it her agent who called her to tell her about the trending search list? If Linda really cares about fans' opinions, she should stay away from James next time. Her expression looked like she had received an insignificant phone call, and there was no reaction on her face at all. Is it possible that Linda doesn't know about James' affairs? I'm really worried that Linda will be deceived. Can someone tell her so that she can stay away from James, this scumbag? Beata was the last one to know about the trending search. Everyone else handed in their phones, and she did the same, but she secretly brought a smartphone watch with her. The watch can not only make calls, but also check the trending searches online. Beata is a little smart. In order to avoid being discovered by the staff, she clipped her phone watch into her underwear on the first day. In addition, she lived in a separate room. So far, the watch has not been discovered. Every night, she would secretly check out the trending searches on the internet. There is not much discussion about her online. It can only be said that those netizens have no taste. Seeing that most people are supporting her in Fangchun, she has followed the fans' wishes and contacted Fangchun in the past 2 days, doing business openly. Beata is going to send a heartwarming message tonight and wants to confirm whether netizens support her in Fangchun. Repeatedly confirming meant that she was hesitating, and the reason for her hesitation was that James' figure frequently appeared in her mind. Beata opened Weibo. The phone watch had all the functions except for the small screen. When she clicked on it, she saw the hot searches about James. Beata was stunned. The most discussed person in their show was undoubtedly James. Unlike the other guests, he gained the attention entirely by swearing. Beata thought it was just a trivial matter, but she didn't expect that this time, James alone accounted for 10 hot searches, and each topic was very popular. The most obvious thing is that James is a scumbag. He went to nightclubs many times when he was with Jessica. He cheated on her and had multiple relationships. It was for this reason that Jessica chose to elope at the engagement party. James' character was so bad that even his parents disowned him and kicked him out of the house. From then on, James was just an ordinary person, no longer a banker's son. He had no background or status and no money. She knows every word, but why can't she understand them when they are put together? James cheated on Jessica multiple times during their relationship. James was kicked out of the house. She didn't know how James broke up with the banker, but he definitely didn't cheat on Jessica during the time he was with her, nor did he go to nightclubs many times or have affairs with other women. The only time he went to a nightclub was to see Jessica. Beata looked at the photo of James secretly taken in a nightclub on the internet. She remembered it very clearly. That day, she and Jessica booked a private room in a nightclub and played dare with other friends. Jessica lost, so someone suggested that Jessica send a text message to James asking him to come to the nightclub to find her, without sending the detailed location. After sending the text message, she turned off her phone to see how long it would take James to find her. There are many nightclubs and bars in Chengdu. That night, James went to almost all of them. When he found Jessica out of breath, they had just finished playing. James at that time could almost be described as in a state of disarray, with messy hair, flying collar, sweat-soaked shirt, pale face, and bloodshot eyes. He looked at Jessica with eyes full of worry and panic. A girl was in a nightclub and turned off her phone after sending you a text message. James couldn't get through the phone and couldn't contact her friends. He was so anxious that he broke out in a cold sweat, worried that something had happened to Jessica. He didn't dare to stay while looking for her, and he ran half the city and called the police. When he finally found Jessica, he was faced with the ridicule of a group of people. James licks you like this. He's really a dog licker. Look at him. Doesn't he look like a tired dog, with his mouth open and tongue sticking out? James, how long have you been looking for her? It's been 4 hours since I sent you the text message. You're too slow to find her. It seems like you still don't know Jessica well enough. How stupid. Everyone made a comment to belittle James. Beata also made a comment at the time, but she has forgotten what she said. She forgot what she said, but she remembered that James forced a smile and said, "Fortunately, you are okay." She wondered if Jessica had been moved at that time. After all, even she, an outsider, was touched. Now, netizens are using these photos to shame James, saying that he hangs out in multiple nightclubs in one day. Obviously, it's not like that. Jessica also knew about it. So why didn't Jessica speak up to help him explain? It was only a few words. Jessica, who spread the rumor? Chapter 37 Beata's touch, uncontrollable heart. Not to mention friends in the circle. Anyone who knows Jessica and James knows how much James has licked Jessica in the past 3 years. No matter what happens, he is always available. He never loses his temper when he is in love with Jessica. After living together, he becomes a good family man, doing laundry, cooking, cleaning. It can be said that he takes care of everything. Jessica is such a difficult person to please. If James hadn't taken advantage of this, he would have broken up with her long ago. Things like the scumbag who hangs out in nightclubs, cheating during a relationship, cheating on Jessica, and using cold violence. These things are simply nonsense. It's normal that netizens don't know, but how could Jessica not know? Beata, who has always disliked James, felt that this online blackening was inexplicable and even felt indignant about it. Jessica go online to explain? Did she really not care about James at all? But when they were playing Truth or Dare last night, she had called him to ask him those questions. Beata bit her finger and looked at her watch. Those people on the internet were cursing so nastily that her eyes were almost blinded. She stood up and called Jessica. I don't know if Jessica can answer her call at this moment. Just as I was thinking about it, the call was connected. Hello. Beata immediately said, Jessica, I'm Beata. Aren't you recording a show? Where did you get the phone to call me? I secretly brought a phone watch with me. Don't tell anyone. Jessica, I saw the trending searches online. James is being blacklisted by the entire internet. Those things are completely false. Do you want to help him explain a few words? I think netizens will listen to you. Jessica asked, what's going on online? Didn't Jessica know? Beata emphasized, it means he went to nightclubs and cheated on you when he was with you. He was very nice to you when he was with you. And everyone knew he was a bootlicker. How could he cheat and do those things? Jessica was silent for a while. Are you concerned about James? Does his matter have anything to do with you? Why do you worry so much? Beata was confused by the 3 questions in a row. Don't you care about James? Jessica sneered. Why should I care what he does? But you called me last night and asked me to ask him for you. I don't want to talk about what happened last night anymore. I asked you to help me ask those questions because of the script arranged by the program team. I'm not interested in him. The cold tone, the cold words, Beata didn't know why her heart tightened. She was a little angry for James after realizing this. Even she couldn't believe it. Unexpectedly, one day, she would be angry with Jessica because of James. Beata took a deep breath and said, you have been with James for so many years. Don't you have any feelings for him at all? No, I don't care about him. Beata, if you still consider me your best friend, pay less attention to James in the future and stay away from him on the show. Beata clenched the phone watch in her hand, unable to believe that Jessica was so indifferent. At first, she suspected that Jessica was the one who spread rumors and slandered James online in order to divert the public opinion from last night and make James take the blame. Then I thought again, after being together for 3 years, they have already become accustomed to the dog, so Jessica shouldn't be so cruel. Now a phone call and several conversations have all confirmed this, and Beata is so disappointed. It seems like you really hate James. Jessica said in a deep voice, yes, I hate him very much, so as a friend, you have to hate him with me. Forget it today, but if you still speak for him in front of me next time, then there is no need for us to be friends. Jessica's attitude was indifferent. If you listen carefully, you could sense the threat in her words. In Jessica's view, friends share the same hatred and enemies. You cannot like what I hate. Jessica said it so decisively because she was sure that Beata didn't want to lose her as a friend. After all, Beata was not popular. People in this circle were all snobbish and looked down on Beata. Beata was the second child in the family. She had an older sister and a younger brother. She was the one who was ignored, which meant that she had no share in the family property. A rich girl without real power could not be respected. The key point was that she had fallen into depravity and became a low-ranking actress. Jessica was the first person to show her kindness. She would accompany her on birthdays, shopping, and beauty treatments. She would send her blessings on every holiday and would talk on the phone with her for long periods of time when she couldn't sleep, complaining about everything. Beata knew the most about Jessica, Anthony, and James because Jessica would tell her, and they could talk about anything. They are each other's best friends, and good friends will not betray each other for a man. Beata bit her lip unconsciously until she felt the pain and then let go. Okay, I promise you, I won't ask about you and James anymore, and I will stay away from him from now on. Beata, I have no choice but to do many things. James has a bad reputation now. So I asked you to stay away from him because I am afraid that he will bring trouble to you. I know. Beata suddenly lost the desire to continue chatting with her and just wanted to hang up the phone quickly. Beata, I'm also recording here. I'll be watching your live stream. Jessica's voice was gentle, and one could feel her mood improving. Beata's body stiffened. Cold sweat broke out on her back for no apparent reason, and her scalp went numb. She looked at the camera that was blocked by her clothes and felt like there was a pair of eyes there. Chapter 38. My lover just needs to be happy. Someone will protect him. James met Eve when he came down the mountain. She was squatting on the ground without moving, and there was no photographer around her. James saw her. The scene in the morning appeared in his mind. He suddenly felt a little strange in his heart and didn't want to be alone with her. But now that he had come across it, it was impossible to ignore it and pretend not to see it. James paused and asked, "What are you doing here? Where's your photographer?" His machine broke down, so he took it back to be fixed. "I can't walk now because I sprained my ankle." Eve stretched out her left leg. Her ankle was red and swollen. Not only was her ankle sprained, but there were also abrasions from her knee to her calf. She must have fallen here. "Are you okay?" Eve relaxed her eyebrows, raised her head, and looked at him with a smile in the afterglow of the setting sun. "Why, you care about me?" Even if they are not friends, they are colleagues, and it is normal for colleagues to show simple concern for each other. James did not say anything, but from his gentle eyes, you can know what he is thinking. Eve sighed. "If you don't want to bother with me, go back and call someone for me. I'm fine here by myself, but there are too many mosquitoes. Originally, only my hands were injured, but now my feet are injured too." As she spoke, she slapped the mosquitoes around her. Eve has fair skin, and the slightest touch would leave red marks on it. When she is bitten by a mosquito, each bite would leave a blister, which is particularly noticeable on her legs. James would abandon her and ignore her. Even if he was not on a live broadcast, he would still take care of her. In front of the live camera, he didn't know how to touch her, so he bent down and asked tentatively, "Can you stand up?" "Yes." With the help of the strength of James' arm, Eve stood up. Her leg was seriously injured, and she walked with a limp. It would have been fine on a flat road, but this was a rugged mountain road, and it had rained last night, so the road was slippery. It was getting late, and they had to cook and eat when they got home. James didn't want to waste time on the road, so he glanced at the camera and handed the bag in his hand to Eve. "Help me hold it. I'll carry you back." After Eve took the bag, he squatted in front of her. "Come up." James had his back to her and felt Eve approaching. His back was pressed against two soft lumps, and James' body stiffened. The more he tried to ignore the touch, the more obvious it became. This time he intuitively felt Eve's softness, not knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional. Eve pressed her whole body very close to him, and his hands gently hooked around her neck. She always had a light fragrance on her body, soft and not pungent, not like the smell of perfume. He felt an itch on the back of his neck. It was her hair. "Am I heavy?" "Not heavy. It's a weight that can be easily carried as a princess." Eve has the best figure among the three female guests. She is well-proportioned, with a very good ratio of chest, waist, and hips, which can be called a golden triangle and a standard S shape. James carried her on his back. He made a subtle move, which was to keep his fists clenched to avoid unnecessary touching. Eve leaned over him and asked, "What's in the bag?" "The vegetables the old man gave me were grown by him, without any pesticides." "What have you been busy with today?" Eve clearly felt that James' body temperature was much higher than in the morning. This situation usually occurs after a lot of exercise. Moreover, the muscles in his arms were hard and the veins were bulging, as if they were filled with blood. "Chopping some wood, cleaning the house, cooking. So many things to do." Eve rested her chin on his shoulder and suddenly said something ambiguous. "That's the good thing about being young. You have endless energy." James' body froze, and if he hadn't clenched his fists, he would have almost thrown Eve down. This was not the first time that Eve found an opportunity to tease him, making people mistakenly think that she liked him. James always thought it was an illusion, but Eve's words and actions denied him time and time again. He really couldn't see through her anymore. Eve avoided the microphone and asked quietly, "Who are you sending love signals tonight?" James said nothing, like a walking log. Knowing he wouldn't answer, Eve sighed. She had been busy all day, helping someone take care of their children and tutoring them. It was during this time that she saw the trending search online. The director specifically told her not to tell James first, so as not to affect his mood for the recording. The director team is currently not considering speaking up for James. It's better to waste the popularity than to get it. Being black and red is also red. The director also knows one thing very well, that is, don't fall into the trap of self-proof. Whoever doubts should provide evidence. Those fictitious AI pictures on the internet will be exposed sooner or later. What they have to do is to capture the truest side of James, tap into his strengths, and give the audience the most intuitive feelings, thereby changing their impression of him. You can't play the role of a good guy all your life. Who can keep it from being exposed? The recording time was not long, but during these 3 days, the production crew felt that James was a treasure and was well worth exploring. He is gentle and polite to others, can cook, and will solve problems first when they arise. He never complains or grumbles, giving people the impression that he is neither arrogant nor impatient. He is a very positive young man who can cook and do housework well. He respects and cares for the elderly from the bottom of his heart. Like today, he not only helped Grandpa Wong chop firewood and cook, but also gave him a bath and trim his nails. Anyway, if you ask them to take care of the elderly, they definitely can't be so thorough. It is precisely because of his care for the elderly that his online reputation has improved, and people have begun to question whether someone is deliberately slandering and spreading rumors about James. This is a good thing and what the program team wants to see. Eve and the program team have different opinions. The program team is reluctant to speak out because they think it is troublesome, and they're also afraid of offending the Xia family. But she was not afraid. She couldn't do nothing and wait for those people to scold James. Therefore, Eve privately contacted her employees, looked for evidence, and posted it online. James' social circle is very clean, and his growing up experience is easy to find out. James doesn't need to know what's happening on the internet, nor does he need to worry about it, because she will help him solve all the problems. When the time comes, she will find a lawyer to tell him, and then she will sue those who need to be sued. It would be best if those who spread the rumors could be sent to solitary confinement one by one, especially Jessica. Eve stared at the red mole on James' neck. My sweetheart just needs to be happy. There are people behind him to protect him and let him live a peaceful life. To avoid being misunderstood, James put Eve down when they arrived at the yard and helped her in. Fong Chun was sharp-eyed and was the first to see. Eve, what happened to your leg? I accidentally fell on the road. It's no big deal. I just need to apply some medicine. Ling Xian came over after hearing the noise. It looks pretty serious. There's a medicine box in the room. Apply some medicine. James helped Eve sit inside and found a medicine box. Linda took it over and said, I'll help her apply the medicine. Go to the kitchen. It's Beata and Fong Chen's turn to cook today. They don't know how to cook. Okay. This was exactly what James wanted. Linda glanced at James, and this time she didn't stick to him like she usually did, but quickly moved away. Eve saw this action and looked at her leisurely. It seemed that Linda seemed a little guilty when facing James today. Eve didn't let Linda apply the medicine on her. It's just a minor wound. I can do it myself. Linda heard this. She handed the cotton swab in her hand to Eve. Eve didn't use iodine, but disinfectant, which was more irritating to the wound. Since James was not around, she was too lazy to pretend to be weak. She is not afraid of pain, and sometimes even enjoys the sensory stimulation that pain brings to her. Such injuries were nothing to her. When she was a child, she often suffered more serious injuries. James walked into the kitchen where Beata was sitting and making a fire. When she saw James, she quickly looked away, pursed her lips, and said nothing, blatantly ignoring him. It wasn't like this in the morning. Could it be that he had offended her in some way? James didn't take the initiative to talk, believing that less is better. Fong Chun had already prepared the dishes and was waiting for him to cook. Turn up the fire. These dishes are delicious only when they are stir-fried. Beata still ignored him, but started adding firewood to the stove. James added, Stay away, be careful of the oil splashing and burning you. Beata obediently stood up and moved away. Although she didn't say anything, she was much more well-behaved than usual and didn't say any unpleasant words. But it's quite strange that it suddenly became so quiet. If James really made her unhappy, according to Miss N's temper, she would not tolerate it all. She would scold him directly, roll her eyes without caring about her image, and ignore his words and would not listen to him at all. Since the problem is not with him, what happened to Beata that made it become like this? Chapter 39, Heart-Beating Connection, the day when the fiancé breaks down. Everyone was very tired that day and was not in the mood to even chat. The atmosphere was even weirder, especially during dinner. Beata, who was usually talkative, became very quiet and extremely distant towards James. No matter what James said, she ignored him, as if she was avoiding him. Linda was also puzzled. Her eyes flickered. She seemed to want to say something but hesitated, and it was obvious that she was hiding something on her mind. It was already past 8 o'clock when they finished their meal. Everyone took a shower and washed clothes. James was the last one in line. Linda was washing clothes in the yard. The photographers had gone to rest and did not follow them. Seeing James coming out of the shower, Linda called him. "James, my mother said she missed you and asked if you have time to visit her. She made you something delicious." James seldom went back to the banker's house since he returned to the banker's house. When Linda suddenly mentioned it, he recalled that he often visited Linda's house when he was a child. Aunt Lynn was very kind to him and would ask Linda to bring him any delicious food. She also helped him to attend parent-teacher meetings. After the show is recorded, I will go see Aunt Jiang. Seeing that James still remembered her mother, Linda felt more confident. "Who will you send your heartbeat signal to tonight?" "The program stipulates that we cannot say that." "Then will you send it to me?" "Give me a hint." "There's no hint. You'll know when the time comes." There are only 3 of them among the female guests, and the one who has the most contact with James is Eve. She would rather James send love signals to Beata than to Eve. Linda reminded him, "There is still half an hour before the text message is due. Hurry back to your room." "Okay, you go back first." James' attitude towards Linda remained lukewarm, making it hard for people to approach him. After taking 2 steps, Linda suddenly stopped and turned around to ask, "James, if it were me, how would you rate those questions you answered about your ex last night?" "Does it matter? People who break up are like passersby. Do you care what passersby think of you? Have you forgotten that I'm an actor? Actors, of course, care about what passersby think." Perhaps this question was a little difficult for James, so Linda didn't force him. "If you don't want to answer, forget it. I'm just asking casually." She just didn't want to accept it. She and James had only been together for a year, and even after they started dating, they were rarely together because of their filming, so every date had to be done secretly. Except the fact that Jessica and James had been together for 3 years. She couldn't blame anyone but herself for her original choice. She thought that once she was successful in her career, she could still win back James and not compromise on both career and love. But James seemed to have forgotten her. She just wanted to compete with Jessica. They were both exes, so who was the most unforgettable in his heart? Like Jessica doesn't deserve James' love at all. After being together for 3 years, she never cherished him and even added insult to injury after they broke up. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the director distributed mobile phones and the guests returned to their rooms, with the camera following them all the way. After sending text messages within 10 minutes, hand in your phone. After sending the text message, the observation room is responsible for connecting. The rule this time is that each observer holds a panel to connect, and those who answer all the questions correctly will receive a diamond. It is an individual battle. The 6 guests discuss with each other, while Jessica stared quietly at the panel in her hand, her eyes uncontrollably falling on the photo of James. Shun Li was the first to draw it. She had a bold idea and connected all 3 female guests to James. My intuition is that all 3 of them have a crush on James. They are younger than me, childhood sweethearts, and bickering nemesis. They're all very good. Ling Xian should send a text message to Linda because he said on the first day that he was a fan of her. Fang Chun is undoubtedly a fan of Beata. He is too obvious. As for James, I'm a little hesitant. Alas, it is difficult to deal with someone who is too popular. Let's use the process of elimination. He will definitely not choose someone who is related to his ex, so excluding Eve and Beata, he will choose Linda. The hostly Lu also connected Linda and James. I agree. After all, they have known each other since childhood. Psychologist Su Nua shook his head and objected. I don't think James will send it to Linda. I have observed that James has been avoiding Linda. Eve and Beata, who will James choose? For James is the hardest to draw, and everyone is hesitant. Anthony thought for a while and said, let's choose Eve. We have most contact now. Eve even cut James' hair this morning. I think I can send a thank you letter just for this. Actor Lin Fan expressed his opinion. Don't overthink it. The text message may not be a love confession. It may be a thank you letter like Anthony said. Shinley looked at Jessica. We have discussed this for so long. Jessica, who do you think James will send the text message to? You have known him the longest, and you should know him well. Jessica said expressionlessly. Listen to Anthony and choose Eve. She chose Eve because there is no possibility for Eve and James. Shinley asked again, what about the female guest? Once she had an idea, Jessica connected quickly and everyone looked at her panel. Linda and Lingxian are connected. Eve and Beata sent them to Fang Chun at the same time, and Fang Chun sent it to Beata. No one chooses James. Jessica, sneered in her heart. He has such a bad reputation. Who would choose him? Everyone reacted and was also right. James is now carrying the reputation of a scumbag, which will indeed be affected. Shunli asked curiously, "Did James really cheat on you when he was with you?" No comment. Shunli sneered in front of him. "Why are you pretending?" She dared to guarantee that Jessica must have been behind the whole network attack on James this time. Shunli did not make any changes. She put down the panel in her hand and said, "Sister Lu, please announce the results. The sooner you announce it, the sooner we can get off work." Okay. Lilu received the video sent by the director. As soon as the result came out, everyone's faces changed because no one got the answer right, and Jessica's face changed the most grimacingly. Linda and Eve connect with James. Beata and Fong Chun connected. Ling Xian connects with Linda, and James actually connected with Beata. The pen in her hand fell to the ground, and Jessica stared at the result in disbelief with her eyes wide open. How is that possible? Why did Eve send James a text message about her feelings? Was she playing a prank on James, or was she deliberately going against him? As an actress, isn't Linda afraid of losing fans, ruining her career, or being blacklisted by the company when she sends a love message to James? And James, why did he text Beata? Could it be that he just likes this type? Or did he choose her bestie to get back at her? Looking at it this way, the lines I drew are the most correct. Shunli scanned everyone's panel and finally stopped at Jessica's panel. Seeing that she looked unhappy, she changed her tone and said, "Jessica, you look so bad. Are you okay? Are you dissatisfied with the result?" Chapter 40, My Fiancée's Girlfriend. That's right. After all, you made the most mistakes. Shunli mocked whenever she got the chance. In order to cater to Jessica, Anthony was in the same line as her, and the two of them matched up with Beata and Fong Chun. Anthony put down the panel in his hand. An embarrassment flashed across his face. Shunli took a pen and drew a heart on the panel. From this signal, it seems that they don't care about James' reputation. Jessica listened for a while, then sneered, "Maybe they don't know yet, but if they do, it's not certain." Then keep reading. It's interesting to watch when there's a twist, but Shunli paused, stared at her calmly, and asked, "From the tone of your voice, James is really as bad as people say on the internet. Then you were really unlucky during the 3 years you were with him. How could you bear it?" The complaints rolled over and over in her throat, but she finally suppressed them. Jessica pressed the panel hard on the table, stood up, and said, "You don't need to worry about it." This time no one stepped forward to adjust the atmosphere. Jessica was in a bad mood and was in a state of rage. A surge of hostility was running rampant in her body. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would not be able to help but throw things and start quarreling with Shunli. Jessica pushed the chair away with force and left the observation room in high heels. She didn't even want to read the text message because she was afraid that she would be even more unacceptable after reading it. It's understandable that Linda sent a love message to James out of old love, but why did Eve join in the fun? She is 3 years older than James, and James once called her aunt. As an elder, is she so desperate that she would not be picky? Beata has been either mocking or belittling James these days, and her attitude towards him is very cold. As a result, James actually sent the text message to her. James sent the text message to anyone, as if the toy in her hand suddenly became conscious and out of her control. Shunli shouted at her back, "Jessica, don't you want to read the text message?" The sound of a door closing answered her. Before Shunli could react, Anthony, who was sitting diagonally opposite her, also stood up and said, "I'll go see her." Had a good impression of Anthony before, but during the past 2 days of getting along with him, influenced by Jessica, she became more and more unhappy with him. The production team really dares to invite anyone. They leave before the recording is even finished. They don't take their jobs seriously at all. With Jessica's temper, could she date a scumbag for 3 years? Stop joking. Do you believe it? I don't believe it anyway. Shunli has always disliked Jessica. She thinks she is pretentious and has a concentrated smell of green tea. Lilu advised, "You should also say less." Shunli curled her lips and shrugged. Jessica would get angry and have a cold face from time to time, and they were all used to it. In the past, they would cooperate to ease the atmosphere, but tonight, everyone was tired and had no energy to coax her. The production crew isn't in a hurry, so why are they in a hurry? Maybe this is the result the director wants. Let's take a look at the contents of their text messages first. Eve and Linda live in the same dormitory. There will be a notification sound when a text message is received. Linda's phone rang twice, and she couldn't wait to take it out and check. The porridge this morning was delicious. Because it was anonymous, Linda didn't know who sent it to her. She prayed a little in her heart, hoping that it was James who sent it to her. Eva was doing yoga on the bed. She didn't seem to care about her phone at all. Linda waited for 10 minutes, but didn't hear Eve's phone ring, confirming that no one had sent her a text message this time. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile, and the director team came in to collect the phone. Linda said directly to Eve, "I just received a heartwarming text message. I think it was sent to me by James." Eve laughed out loud and answered while doing difficult yoga poses. "Really? But I asked him yesterday, and he said he wouldn't send it to you." Linda's originally upturned lips were instantly pursed. Eve had anticipated that she wouldn't receive the text message, so after sending the message, she put the phone down without even glancing at it. Although I had expected such a result, disappointment was inevitable. It seemed that the pursuit of my husband would be a long journey. Eve finished yoga. She wiped the sweat off her body and changed into pajamas. Unlike the thin, strapless top she wore during the day, her pajamas were quite conservative. She wore long pants and long sleeves in such a hot day. In order to pursue the person she likes, she does everything she can. Her figure, skin, and beauty are advantages that can be seen directly by others. For James, she can show them openly. Not only can she show them, but she also wants him to touch her directly. Deep in her heart, it seemed as if there was a bloodthirsty beast hiding. She wanted to control James to her side, wanted to strip off her clothes and hug him, stick tightly together, enjoy the warmth brought by the skin, and transmit the smell. It would scare James. Eve closed her eyes and thought about James. Her body felt hot. She reached out and touched her neck, imagining that one day she would be able to bite that man's Adam's apple. Beata was stunned when she received 2 text messages. She had a hunch that Fong Chun would send a text message to her. So who was the other one from? Anyway, it couldn't be James. She had always been unkind to him, and she was Jessica's best friend. That must be Ling Xian. It's just that they haven't had much contact in the past 2 days, and they don't know each other well. What did he send to her? Beata opened the text messages one by one. 1. I feel that you're not in a good mood today. I hope you can be happy. It's obvious that this text message was sent by Fong Chun, and one can feel his concern from his words. 2. The fire is burning well today. Keep up the good work. This tone, James' figure suddenly appeared in Beata's mind. Who else could it be but him who could have spoken in such a perfunctory tone of praise? The originally calm mood became tense because of these few short words, as if it was being constantly squeezed by a hand. James sent the message to her? Is he crazy? She is Jessica's friend, and she was so rude to him today. Beata bit her fingers and thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. She felt anxious and a little inexplicably happy, but slowly it was replaced by panic. She thought of what Jessica said, that she would keep watching her in the live broadcast room. Beata looked at the camera in the room. Had Jessica seen the text message James sent her? Would she think too much about it? James, who lived in a room alone, also received 2 text messages. There were some unexpected things, but not many, and they were within a controllable range. Linda, thank you for your hard work today. I'm looking forward to going home. Eve, young people are in good health and have endless energy. It's not that he likes to have wild thoughts, but Eve was too ambiguous when she said this. James chose to text Beata, and he was certain that Beata would ignore him. If he continued like this, he would be able to survive safely to the end. Beata was very cold to him today, and he was very happy. He hoped that she would continue to dislike him. In another room, Fong Chun received a reply. Happy cooking, happy cooperation. This is a friendship message. The only person I cook with today is Beata. Fong Chun's target has always been Beata, and he was already very satisfied to receive a reply. Ling Xian, who was in the same room, didn't receive the message. He sighed and put down his phone with a depressed look. Fong Chun's eyebrows jumped when he saw this. If Ling Xian didn't receive any text messages, that meant James received 2. Chapter 41. Pu Xinan in the Love Variety Show? James, who had the worst reputation, would be the most popular one among the 3 of them. He received 2 heartwarming text messages and won the favor of 2 female guests. What kind of charm does he have? After spending the past 2 days together, it seems that apart from being able to cook, he doesn't have any other advantages. Linda sent a text message to James. After all, they had known each other since childhood, and they were still in love. Eve? Why did she do that? She was Jessica's aunt. James had called her aunt along with Jessica. At first, everyone thought that Eve approached James on purpose to teach him a lesson on behalf of Jessica. But after watching further, I found that Eve is very close to James. She would put her whole chest against him to teach him a lesson. If this is considered a lesson, then please give me one. Fong Chun and Ling Xian looked at each other, and each saw a hint of disbelief in the other's eyes. The man's competitive spirit was immediately aroused. Fong Chun was lucky because Beata had replied to his letter after all. Ling Xian didn't receive any reply, which made him feel empty and doubt himself. Am I that bad? Fong Chun asked. Have you seen the news online? Everyone is smart, except James. They all secretly went online and knew about the hot searches online. Ling Xian asked back, are you talking about the rumors about James? Do you really think that's just a rumor? Ling Xian was silent for a moment. Although he didn't know much about James, after spending the past 2 days with him, he felt that James was not as bad as people said on the internet. Fong Chun lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling. He has been kicked out of the house. How good do you think he is as a person whose parents don't even want him? You can't say that. Ling Xian frowned, thinking that Fong Chun was a bit harsh. Fong Chun didn't care. The indoor cameras were turned off anyway, so no one saw him like this. He simply took out his lighter and lit a cigarette, pointing the cigarette box at Ling Xian. Ling Xian shook his head. James is the worst in terms of conditions. I used to think he was a rich young master, but now he has no money and no power. He can only cook a little and looks okay. Anyway, he is definitely not as good as you. Fong Chun put the cigarette box back. He had even less contact with James and couldn't say that he liked him, but he thought he was better than James. Born in the countryside, he was admitted to a good university through his own efforts. During college, he began to attract investments to make games. Although his game company was not big, it earned a lot of money. When he went out to socialize, others respectfully called him Mr. Fong. He has achieved what he has today by himself. Unlike James, who was born into a wealthy family with all kinds of resources poured into him. He is 24 years old and still has no business of his own. I heard that he has lost hundreds of millions since taking over his company. Such a person can only be described as a waste. If someone invested 100 million in him, maybe he could make it into the top 100. He has a smart brain and is as talented as anyone. He has both the ability and good looks. From childhood to adulthood, he has never lacked girls who like him. The only thing he lacks is an opportunity. He wants to move up a level and become richer, and participating in this show is a rare opportunity for him. Therefore, before the recording, he set his sights on Beata, and his group is one of the top 100 in the country. And Beata is a simple rich girl. Such a person is the easiest to deceive. After getting to know him for the past 2 days, I feel he's pretty good. There are a lot of people supporting him and Beata online. Beata trusts him and even sent him a text message about her love affair with him. It's worth the money he spent on marketing. Fong Chun originally planned that if the Beata route didn't work out, he would choose Eve. As for Linda, although she is a movie queen, to put it bluntly, she is just an actress, rich but without status. Eve is different. In comparison, the Liu family is richer and more powerful than the Yin family, but Eve is older and more experienced, so it is not easy to deceive such a person. He will not change his choice unless it is absolutely necessary. Before coming here, Fong Chun was extremely confident. He was imagining who he would choose as his girlfriend. With so many advantages, it would be a matter of minutes to win over these women. But he never expected that Eve and Linda would choose James at the same time. What's so good about this loser James? Fong Chun felt angry. He exhaled a cigarette, and when he had smoked half of it, he put out with his hand. Who did you send the signal to tonight? Let me guess, was it Linda? Ling Xian scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. Well, I'm her fan. Fans. Ling Xian heard a hint of contempt, but Fong Chun's expression was very sincere. Perhaps the contempt was just an illusion. He said, I really like her too. Who wouldn't be interested in a woman like Linda? She's young. She's got all the awards. She's a good actress. She's beautiful. And she's got no scandals. Among the 3 female guests, his first impression was Linda. Beata had a bad temper and was difficult to serve, and Eve was too cold to be approachable at all. Eve is not cold either. She's only nice to James and cuts his hair, but she stays away from others. Was smiling brightly when facing James the previous second. But as soon as James left, her expression instantly darkened and she didn't even bother to pretend. This kind of moody person is the most difficult to deal with. In this comparison, the slightly cold Linda is the one with the best temper and is the easiest to get along with. Fong Chun treated himself as an elder brother and consoled Ling Xian. It's not easy to like Linda. She is a big movie star with a lot of fans. The people who scolded James the most on the internet are her fans. How much pressure must you bear to be with her? Ling Xian didn't care. James was scolded because he has a bad reputation. That's right. Fang Chen nodded. No comparison, no harm. Compared to James, fans will definitely like you more. If you really get together in the future, there won't be so many voices of opposition. That also depends on whether she likes me. If she doesn't like me, fan support is useless. Ling Xian doesn't have as good an attitude as Fang Chen. Linda currently has no extra thoughts about him and is very cold. Chasing a woman is a technical job. For some people, the more you pursue them, the more they will dislike you. Fang Chen thought for a moment and said, maybe girls nowadays like guys who can cook. Why don't you learn a few tricks from James? Then I'll try tomorrow. It's getting late and I need to go to bed. They said goodnight to each other and turned off the lights. Neither of them slept in the dark night. Ling Xian couldn't sleep well because he was feeling lost and depressed, while Fang Chen was thinking about how to get closer to Beata in the future. During the recording the next day, except for Eve and James, everyone else looked more or less unhealthy, with dark circles, red bloodshot eyes, and edema. These were all signs of not sleeping well. Especially Beata. She felt uncomfortable when she thought of Jessica staring at her outside the camera. When she saw James when she woke up in the morning, she wanted to stay away from him and didn't want to appear in the same camera with him. I treat you as my enemy, but you want to seduce me? Chapter 42, First Date. If he hates you so much, why does he still send her love messages? Is there something wrong with his brain? Beata wondered if James sent the message to her on purpose in order to alienate her from Jessica. If this is true, then James is too bad and does not deserve sympathy, even though he is being blacklisted by the entire internet. James glanced over their expressions and finally stopped at Beata. Meeting her wary gaze, James was very satisfied. This is exactly the effect he wants, to be wary of him, to distance himself from him, to dislike him, and to never choose him. From now on, he will be choice E, plan B, and the background board for the polyamory. Ling Xian got up early in the morning to prepare today's breakfast. He made a simple vegetable and lean meat porridge and then fried a few eggs. Ling Xian was not good at other things, but he could fry beautiful golden eggs. He got a bag of ketchup from somewhere and drew a smiley face on Linda's plate with the ketchup. These are the details. Although they are not many, they can make people see the difference at a glance. Which girl doesn't like to be treated specially? This means that you are the most special one in his heart. After sending the heart-beating signal, everyone changes to some extent. Some compete secretly, while others fall into confusion. Compared with the previous tests, they will be bolder in pursuing others, which means they officially enter the Shura field stage. In the previous life, I don't know how many couples there were among the guests participating in this variety show. In this life, because of his unexpected joining, the guests changed and everything became a mess. Linda looked at the fried eggs in front of her, and the first thing she looked at was James, wanting to see his reaction. Disappointingly, James showed no reaction to this and just drank his porridge silently, as if nothing could disturb him. It was just a suspicion before, but now she is sure that the person who sent the text message last night was not James. James finally sent that text message to Beata. She looked up at Beata while drinking porridge. Beata was a little absent-minded this morning. She had been acting a little abnormal since yesterday afternoon. She was quieter than usual, and it was obvious that she was hiding something. Linda was not interested in what Beata was thinking. She only cared about why James sent the text message to Beata. Beata saw him. She either ignored him or mocked him. Yesterday, she just ignored him. James like this? Or is he just sending it out as a second-best option? She and James have been separated for too long. 5 years was enough to change a person's habits and preferences. Linda lowered her eyes and tightly clenched the chopsticks in her hand. She didn't dare to look up for fear that if she did, her aggrieved and red eyes would be exposed. She was jealous of Beata, who got what she wanted most without doing anything. And she was also jealous of Eve's reckless boldness. Eve looked at the fried egg on Linda's plate and said with a smile, "Linda, the fried egg on your plate is so different. There is a heart underneath. It looks like it was made especially for you." Ling Xian scratched the back of his head and said with some embarrassment, "I just did it casually, and it's not a good one. It's enough as long as the intention is there. Those who understand will understand." Eve fanned the flames. Since Ling Xian was pursuing Linda, she didn't mind helping him. If the two of them were on the same page, she would have more chances. Linda knew what Eve was thinking. She wiped the ketchup off the fried egg with chopsticks and said coldly, "I don't like ketchup." Ling Xian paused, with embarrassment in his eyes. "Then I won't add ketchup next time. I smelled the smell of war early in the morning." The director issued a dating mission. We have been in the village for 4 days. During these 4 days, everyone has been harvesting rice, doing housework, buying vegetables and cooking, feeding pigs and cutting grass. It is obviously a dating variety show, but these daily activities have nothing to do with love. It is simply doing farm work in a guise. No one likes this kind of life except James. The female guest will secretly prepare a gift today and give it to the staff around her after it is ready. The male guest will be responsible for the task of choosing a date location. Finally, it's time for the date. According to the program routine, the male guest will be asked to draw gifts, and whoever draws the gift will go on a date. This is the first date. Every date in a dating show is crucial. The first date can almost determine the direction of the relationship. If sparks can be created on the first date, then it's locked in. Everyone is looking forward to who will be paired up with whom on this first date. Viewers also posted comments in the live broadcast room to discuss. Finally, it's time for the date. I've been looking forward to it. I feel the atmosphere this morning is a bit strange, especially Beata. The dog is sneaky. Ling Xian finally stood up today and made breakfast for Linda. He even used ketchup to make a dish. I have to say, the eggs he fried were pretty good. How did he manage to fry a heart shape without any tools? It's just that Linda is too unromantic. Queen of the screen, can you please take a look at Ling Xian? Ling Xian is much better than James. The heart signal was online last night, and we don't know who voted for whom. There was no live broadcast, and it will be released in the main film next week. No one will choose James. Who would like a scumbag? I bet James 0 votes. I hope James can know his own business and quit quickly, instead of embarrassing himself on the show. I want to see beautiful women. It's really annoying to see James early in the morning. Can you blur his face? I hope Shin and CP can go on a date. James and his colleagues performed were simple, such as helping their neighbors dry rice and pick beans. James was very good at doing these things. Even though he was letting the game go, he still got first place. The director asked him to choose the date location, and the 3 places were the aquarium, the secret room, and the game city. James could choose anything. He reached out to take the game city. Fong Chun, who was standing beside him, coughed dryly at this time. James, can you give me the game city? Is this still possible? Then what is the point of doing the mission? James looked at Fong Chen's pleading eyes, then turned to Ling Xian. What about you? Which one do you like? The secret room. James took the oceanarium in the middle. Then I'll go here. James in surprise. He was quite nice and generously gave up the date spot. Didn't he know that the first date was crucial? Or was it that, having won the favor of 2 female guests at once, he was already fearless and could act freely? So jealous. Thank you then. Ling Xian took the one from the secret room. After returning, the gifts for the female guests were prepared, and the male guests received a notification to go to the cabin to choose gifts. Men and women sat on each side, and the gifts were placed on a coffee table in the middle. James asked, "Should we start choosing now?" "I think so." Fong Chun stared at the cartoons, woven wreaths, and red rope bracelets on the table. It is impossible to guess who these 3 gifts correspond to. 4-3 exchange object. When the male guests are choosing gifts, the female guests cannot give any hints. James scanned the gifts in front of them one by one and could already guess who they belonged to. Beata has been able to draw since she was a child, and she even shared it on Weibo. It is obvious that this cartoon was prepared by her. The wreath was made by Linda. When James saw this wreath woven with wildflowers, he fell into reminiscence. Linda loved acting when she was a child and liked to play the fairy on TV. Not only did she play the role herself, but she also asked James to play a supporting role. In order to make her happy, James learned how to weave a wreath and put the wreath full of wild flowers on her head. James taught Linda how to weave this wreath. While he was looking at the wreath, Linda was also looking at him carefully. Remember James? If he guesses that the wreath was made by her, will he choose her? James looked at the bracelet on the edge. Not surprisingly, it was made by Eve, a hand-woven bracelet with several colorful ropes. The 3 grown men looked at the cards in front of them, all thinking, but no one took action. Beata couldn't help but keep her eyes on James. She was afraid of being discovered peeking at him, so she would occasionally look away and say a few words to Linda beside her. Linda, she seemed to be talking to Beata, but in fact she was paying attention to James's movements. Only Eve was sitting lazily on a rattan chair, holding a palm leaf fan in her hand, with a plate of grapes in front of her. She was eating grapes while fanning herself and occasionally glancing at the gifts on the table. She was not at all nervous about who would choose her gift. After waiting for a long time without seeing the man opposite her move, she asked, "Is it difficult to choose?" James picked up the painting directly. I choose this painting. Beata's pupils shrank. Fengshan on the other side saw the change in Beata's expression and immediately reached out. I want this painting too. He thought James would give in this time, but James' hand remained on the painting without moving. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Eve raised her eyebrows, her expression somewhat subtle. Is this a fight? Is it so exciting at the beginning? Who painted this picture? It was painted by Beata. I saw her posting her paintings on Weibo before. She likes painting. Good morning, CP. Go ahead, James, get out of here. What is James fighting for? Are you qualified to fight for it? They are running in both directions. That can't be said. James should be the first one to choose, since he is the first one to do the task. He has already let the date go once before. Neither of them wanted to let go. So Ling Xian suggested, how about you play rock, paper, scissors? James agreed. He chose this painting just to avoid Linda and Eve, and it didn't matter if he lost. One round will decide the outcome. Both men stretched out their hands at the same time, scissors against fists, and James, who threw out fists, won, and the painting belonged to James. Feng Chen's face darkened. Next, between bracelets and wreaths, Feng Chen chose the bracelet. Compared with the wreath, the bracelet was more mature and looked more like it was made by Eve. Ling Xian chose the wreath. The director announced the results. The cartoons were drawn by Beata, the wreaths were made by Linda, and the bracelets were made by Eve. After hearing the result, although he had prepared himself mentally, Feng Chen still felt unhappy. Fortunately, he was used to hiding his expression. Beata and he chose each other. So why is James interfering now? Beata lowered her head and said nothing, and everyone was wondering if she was unhappy. Beata's current mood is hard to describe. A little happy, a little panic, and a little expectant. Is she being a jerk? James is Jessica's ex-fiancée. What's the big deal about dating her now? If Jessica saw it, she might call the staff directly. Beata looked at the camera in front of her, gritting her teeth and wondering whether she should lose her temper and ask the director to change her date, replacing James with Feng Chen. But wouldn't this cause too much trouble for the director team? Would the audience hate her? Beata was overwhelmed and gradually became anxious. She really didn't expect James to choose her painting. She didn't know whether he chose it randomly or guessed it was her. When she thought about the heartwarming text message James sent her last night, her heart began to beat out of control again. Beata raised her eyes to look at James. Their eyes suddenly met, and her heartbeat suddenly paused. What should I do? Am I really going to go on a date with James tomorrow? Where will they go on their date tomorrow? What should she wear? What time should she get up? What kind of makeup should she put on? What kind of food should she eat? If James talks to her, will she respond? Just when Beata was hesitating, Eve said, Director, I want to use the exchange card. Beata was stunned. She turned her head and saw Eve taking out a card and handing it to the director. That was a reward earned from harvesting rice and could be used to exchange for dates. He wants to use it today. Who will she replace? Beata's throat tightened and she felt inexplicably depressed. She had a hunch that Eve would choose James. Almost forgot about the exchange card. Will Eve use it so soon? Who will she exchange? Her date is Feng Chen. Isn't that good? What's the trade-off? Among the three men, Feng Chen has the best conditions. Is Eve going to be replaced by James? No. The director took it with a smile. Who do you want to replace? Eve raised her hand and slowly pointed at James. Change to James. For should some people change their name to Uncle? Eve's eyes were dark, and she looked at James like a beast staring at its prey. No matter who James chose today, he would have to date her in the end. Linda pursed her lips, and her eyes wandered between the two of them. No wonder she was not flustered today. It turned out that she had already thought about using the exchange card. The camera turned to James. It was obvious that the surprise on his face had not yet faded, as if he did not expect Eve to use such a precious exchange card today. As for Beata, she was just daydreaming, but now she felt like a bucket of cold water was poured on her. Eve wants to exchange dates with her, so now the person she's going to date becomes Feng Chen, and James belongs to Eve. James, with difficulty, and raised her finger in his direction, forcing her to do something. Her throat closed instantly when Jessica's figure appeared in her mind. Because Eve used the exchange card, James had to put down the painting in his hand and pick up the bracelet. With his back to the camera, he sighed silently. Sometimes the more you want to hide something, the more likely it is to come. Linda was the one who had the least right to stop it. James recognized that the wreath was hers, and he made it clear that he didn't want to choose her. She smiled bitterly and thought, I never thought that one day she would become someone he wanted to avoid. James, do you hate me so much? You watch me date other men without even glancing at me and were lukewarm to me. There was a dull pain in my heart, as if a knife was inserted into it again, and it twitched in pain with every breath. Linda endured the pain and asked Beata, "Are you satisfied with this result?" Beata snorted coldly. "Of course I'm satisfied. I didn't want to date James in the first place. Even if Eve didn't use the exchange card, I would have exchange with her. Only she would treasure it." While saying this, her hands were exerting force. She forced herself to look away. The happiest ones among them were undoubtedly Fong Chun and Ling Xian. Ling Xian's initial target was Linda, and luckily the wreath he chose this time matched her successfully. As for Fong Chun, it goes without saying that he thought his date with Beata would end in failure. But unexpectedly, good luck struck and the reversal came so quickly. Eve exchanged cards and assigned him and Beata together. Fong Chun picked up the painting and walked towards Beata, praising her immediately. "This painting is so beautiful. Can you get it to me? Originally, the director asked us to prepare this for you." Beata becomes so distant. Fong Chun was stunned for a moment, then said, "I didn't expect that we would get together in the end. I look forward to seeing you early tomorrow." Beata really couldn't look forward to it. When Fong Chun approached her, she just wanted to stay away. Why date? Beata shook off these thoughts. Considering that there were still viewers watching the live broadcast, she could only cheer herself up and deal with Fong Chun to avoid being discovered. Morning CP is indeed the chosen CP. I look forward to their date tomorrow. I have a feeling that these two will be the fastest pair to be successfully matched. I'm quite satisfied with the other two groups, but Eve and James, it is hard to explain. Why did Eve use the exchange card? Does she like James? I don't believe Eve likes James. She must have chosen James because of Beata. She is sacrificing herself for others. I'm crying. Beata is a friend of Jessica. It would be awkward for her to date James. And judging from her behavior over the past few days, Beata likes Fong Chun. I hope that after leaving this horrible show, the beautiful Eve can find a good man. After the show is over, she must use grapefruit peel to wash away the bad luck. As the guest's first date was revealed, the show officially announced the list of observers. Although it was guessed before and became a hot topic, the official has not issued any announcement. Now that the list has been announced, both old and new topics have become hot topics. The first to be affected is the love triangle between Jessica, James, and Anthony. Netizens said that the program's configuration is amazing. Even if the main film turns out to be shit, they still have to go and give it a try. Regarding Jessica as hot topics as an observer, to put it simply, watching her ex-boyfriend dating her aunt and watching her ex-boyfriend dating her bestie. No matter how you look at it, she's a shit eater. She does eat shit, but the audience likes to watch this kind of twisted love show. In short, after the program production team officially announced the plastic surgery, there were a lot of people criticizing her, but there were even more people who came to watch the fun. Netizens were all having fun, and the onus on passers-by was completely settled. In the observation room, Shunli was the first to applaud after seeing the dating match results. Excellent, really wonderful. In order to allow the program to be recorded normally, Shunli was strictly prohibited from asking Jessica any personal questions. Since Jessica can't ask Anthony, they are both the same anyway. Shunli raised her eyes and said, "Anthony, among these three groups, is there a CP you like?" "Anthony, I am more optimistic about Beata and Fong Chun. What about James and Eve? What do you think the chances of success are? Will James like a girl like Eve? What do you think of Eve's use of the exchange card this time?" Jessica interrupted coldly. "Are you a reporter? Why do you have so much to say?" Shunli smiled and said, "Then treat me as a reporter. I will interview Anthony for a few words." Anthony knew he couldn't avoid it, so he thought about it carefully and replied, "You have too many questions. I don't know which one to answer." Shunli, "Then come one by one." "Anthony, I can't say the chance of success. It depends on the future development. I don't know James. I don't know what kind of girls he likes. As for Eve's use of the exchange card this time, my opinion is the same as most netizens." Shunli clicked her tongue twice. "You are just afraid of trouble. I think Eve and James have a chance. Maybe after this date, their relationship will progress a lot. By then, I am afraid that some people will call me uncle." Jessica left early yesterday, but fortunately Anthony stayed with her and comforted her, preventing her from losing control of her emotions and doing something irreparable. She spent a whole night adjusting herself, and now she can keep her emotions under control. When she faces Shunli, even though she doesn't like her, she can still put on a smile. Eve in the video and was sure that she had fallen in love with James. How ridiculous. He likes his niece's ex-fiancée. There's so many men in the world. Why would he want to compete with her for him? Eve dared to date James in front of tens of millions of viewers, so there is nothing she can't do in the future. If these two people are together in the future, won't she really have to call James uncle? This will not only bring shame to her Xia family, but also to the Liu family. Jessica's eyes were red with anger. In order to control her expression, the corners of her lips moved slightly. On the surface, she still looked smiling, but as long as you looked into her gloomy eyes, you could tell how bad her mood was. Anthony asked her last night why she cared so much about James. She replied viciously, "I don't care about James, I care about Eve. She is my aunt. What's the matter with sending ambiguous text messages to James? The ex should be like dead, instead of always circling in front of me to seek a sense of existence. If Eve and James are together one day, what should I call him? I don't want to see him stand out. People like him are only suitable to stay in dark corners and never see the light of day for the rest of their lives." Anthony believed what Jessica said, but she herself believed it too. But she had a dream at night. She dreamed that she knocked James unconscious, tied him up, and locked him up in a dark apartment building, not allowing him to meet Eve, Linda, and the others. After waking up from this dream, Jessica was in a trance for a long time. James has such a bad reputation. There are still people who like him. When the truth comes out one day and his advantages emerge one by one, the current ridicule will rebound on her. What would the audience and netizens say about her? Did she fail to judge people, or did she mistake pearls for fish eyes? Jessica couldn't imagine how irrational she would become if James were to be with one of them, Eve or the others. It's not just Eve and Linda. Even Beata, who has always hated James, has changed towards him. Maybe she didn't even notice it herself, but as a bystander, if you observe carefully, you can feel that when Beata is facing a date with James, her anticipation is about to overflow the screen. Jessica knocked on the table and said coldly, "So what if they are together? They're just pretending to be together for the sake of gimmicks on the show. Even if they really get together in the show, they will break up after they come out. Although free love between men and women is advocated in wealthy families, it is still about being well-matched. Not everyone can enter the Liu family." 4-5 The ex-fiancée stamped her feet in anxiety. This was the first time Jessica mentioned the Liu family. Shunli became interested and continued the topic, asking, "How was your relationship with Eve?" "The relationship is average. She is your aunt. Don't you keep in touch with her on weekdays?" Jessica actually said without hesitation, "We have the same father but different mothers. My biological grandmother died early. This is not a secret in the circle, but for some people present, it was the first time they heard of it." No wonder Eve's age is not much different from Jessica's. "So what about Eve? Do you know her? What type of man does she like? Is James among her criteria for a partner?" Shunli asked more and more personal questions and had already forgotten what the director said. Talking about Eve, Jessica's eyes flashed with contempt. "She likes to have fun and does nothing all day. My grandfather said she was a vase with only beauty. He was afraid that she would get into trouble, so he didn't dare to let her join the company. He only left her a small share of the branch company, so she won't have to worry about food and clothing in her life. Do you know anything about her love life?" "I don't know and I don't care, but every Chinese New Year I hear relatives say that she's not doing her job properly and often hangs out with male models in bars. She doesn't have a good reputation. Even when she reached the age of marriage, no one in the circle wanted to date her. Originally, my uncle wanted to arrange a marriage for her, but you know, for a family like ours, beauty alone is not enough. You need to be knowledgeable and capable." Jessica said she didn't understand and didn't care, but she said nothing good about Eve, making it clear that she didn't regard her as an elder. The malice in her heart was almost seeping out. In short, after Jessica's explanation, Eve became a useless vase. Not only that, she was also fickle and self-degrading. Which good woman would often go to bars to play with male models? I thought Eve just looked a little enchanting, but I didn't expect that she was so enchanting in her actions, turning a piece of blank paper into a newspaper. Is this really the case? No one has investigated. After Shinli listened carefully, she supported her chin and concluded, "So, Eve and James are quite a good match." "Jessica," Shinli explained, "one is the Sea King and the other is the Sea Queen. They both like to go to nightclubs and go clubbing. Maybe they met there. One is bohemian and the other is cynical. They are a perfect match. I am very optimistic about them and want to see their next extreme sparring match." Jessica almost couldn't pretend anymore. She suppressed her anger and sneered. Eve won't like James. I understand. Jessica, you know nothing. Shunli nodded and continued. Two sea kings meet, and the main attraction is their acting skills. I am now looking forward to their date tomorrow. Let's see whether they will go for the heart or the body. Aren't you looking forward to it? Others, you know what? I'm really looking forward to it. Jessica clenched the cup in her hand and stopped talking. Jessica stopped talking, and Shunli felt quite sorry. This time, her attitude towards Jessica was completely sincere without any sarcasm. Since she's separated from James, more and more things have been out of her control. She couldn't understand why James was discredited like this, but there were still people who liked and admired him. In the show, he was like an antique buried in the ground. The longer time passed, the more valuable he became. The only acceptable thing is that compared to her initiative, James treats everyone the same and is also very cold towards Eve. The others were discussing tomorrow's date, but Jessica was the only one lost in thought. She raised her fingertips, dipped them in the cup of water, and drew on the table. James know that she was also participating in this variety show? Did he know that she was watching his every move? Did he know that she was watching him and Eve during the live broadcast? Jessica had a weird feeling in her heart. Maybe James sent the love message to her best friend last night just to make her mad. Maybe he got so close to her aunt on purpose just to make her mad. Jessica had seen how James loved others, and he would never act so cold when he liked someone. It's like to her. Anthony on the side suddenly leaned over. Jessica came back to her senses. During this time of days, she actually wrote the word yan on the table with her drink. Seeing this, she quickly wiped it off. Nothing, I was just dazed. What time is it? When will it end? It's almost time. Do you want to come to my house tonight? I'll cook for you. Jessica refused softly. I didn't get enough rest last night. I want to go to bed early today, and I have to get up early to record the show and watch the live broadcast tomorrow morning. This is not the first time that Anthony has invited Jessica to his house. Jessica used to go there often, but she has not been there since she broke up with James. Now she refuses every invitation. Obviously, his home is closer to here. He can drive her to record the show together, or he can take good care of her and be considerate to her like a boyfriend. Anthony didn't dare to continue, fearing that their relationship would reach a dead end. Then I'll prepare breakfast for you tomorrow morning. Jessica nodded in agreement. In preparation for tomorrow's date, the guests turned off the lights and went to bed early, but few of them actually fell asleep. Linda was restless. Thinking about James going on a date with Eve tomorrow, she felt as if her heart was being pricked by needles. This feeling was no less than her reaction when she learned that he was going to get engaged. She came to this show to be closer to James, but now their relationship is at an awkward distance, and she can't do anything but watch him from afar. Shouldn't she have come to participate in this variety show? But if she didn't come, she wouldn't have even a chance. At least now, she could still fantasize. Beata was the last one to turn off the lights. She was matching clothes for tomorrow. She liked to dress herself up beautifully before going out. But at the moment, she had no mind to think about makeup. The date was obviously the one she expected, so she should be looking forward to it and excited. But now her mind was full of James, and she even thought that it would be fun to go out with James. After all, when James and Jessica were together, he often arranged dates and always made Jessica very happy. Even Jessica, who is so picky, said that he was very considerate and romantic. Forget it, I'll just pack up and go out tomorrow and just treat it as a team building for my colleagues. Human hearts are like this. You think this person does not meet your requirements, but when he moves away from you, you feel upset. He played with the bracelet and imagined tying it around James' wrist. James' hands are particularly beautiful with distinct joints, especially when he was cooking and washing rice. He would rub his hands in the milky white water, and the rice grains would flow through his fingers along with the water. It made people want to make them into specimens and preserve them. Eve was no fool. She could sense that James didn't want to date her, and he was avoiding her. But so what? Her possessiveness became more and more obvious as she thought about Linda, who was looking at James with sadness and disappointment, and Beata, who liked him without realizing it. Eve fumbled to put the bracelet on her hand, wrapping it around and tightening it until she felt pain on her wrist. Then she tied it off. Her originally innocent eyes revealed a bit of paranoia and gloom. James couldn't sleep either. The thing he was worried about happened. He became nervous when he thought about his date with Eve tomorrow. There were too many uncertain factors, and he couldn't think about them too much, otherwise he would not be able to sleep tonight. Fortunately, tiredness finally took over, and he fell asleep soon after closing his eyes. Chapter 46, Dating My Ex-Fiancée's Aunt. The first date took place in the city, which was 2 hours' drive from the village. In order to shoot more footage, the director asked everyone to get up early. So Eve got up before 6 and went straight to the kitchen to make 2 sandwiches. She put on some light makeup, changed into comfortable clothes, put on some sunscreen, and sprayed some mosquito repellent. When she looked at the time, she realized that half an hour had passed and James hadn't gotten up yet. Eve walked to the door of his room and was about to knock when she heard a noise from inside, and James, who was already dressed, opened the door. James was stunned, and the two looked at each other for 2 seconds. Eve looked at him naked from head to toe. "You're going on a date with me wearing this? Otherwise?" James didn't think it was wrong. He just wanted to wear comfortable clothes, such as a t-shirt and sweatpants. Eve went straight in. "Where are your clothes?" James pointed to the closet. Eve opened the closet and saw several clothes hanging inside. Eve picked and chose and finally found a cotton shirt and changed his pants. "Wear this. It's our first date. I take it very seriously." Eve stared at him intently, and James took it reluctantly. "Go out for a moment. I'll be done changing in a minute." James less than 10 minutes to change his clothes. The set of clothes Eve chose for him was the best one among the ones he brought with him. After putting them on, he looked much more energetic. Eve opened the door again and smiled with satisfaction. She glanced at James and thought with her chin propped up, "I feel like there's something missing. Wait for me." Eve went back to the bedroom and got a hat for James to put on. It's hot, sun protection. The hat also plays a role in the makeup, making James look cool and handsome. "Put on the bracelet you wore yesterday." "Do I have to wear it?" "Yes, you must wear it." The commanding tone did not allow anyone to refuse. James opened the drawer and took out the blue braided rope bracelet that he had put away yesterday. After putting it on, he found that Eve also had one on her wrist, but hers was red, and it was obviously a couple style. Not only do the bracelets look like a couple's, but their clothes today are also similar. He finally understood why Eve was so persistent in changing his clothes. How could he believe that she had no other thoughts about him? James is slow to respond to feelings because he hasn't been loved for too long in his previous life. Over time, he began to doubt himself. But no matter how slow he is not a fool. He can feel Eve's care and excessive attention to him. Just like the saying goes, how can someone standing next to a campfire not feel the heat? "Come on, let's go straight out. Aren't you going to prepare breakfast?" "I've already prepared it. You can eat it now if you want. If you don't want to eat it, save it for the journey." "I'm not hungry now. Let's take it on the way." The two of them went out together and ran into Linda and Beata. This was the earliest time Beata woke up. She was standing in the yard brushing her teeth. When she saw Eve coming out of James' bedroom, she almost choked on the toothpaste foam. She quickly rinsed her mouth and asked, "Did you sleep together last night?" Eve stared at her in amusement without explaining. In the end, James thought she was too stupid and said, "No." Beata was inexplicably relieved. "Then why did she come out of your room?" "Help me choose clothes." Beata then noticed that the two people's clothes looked like a couple's. Her heart suddenly sank, and a sour feeling came over her. Beata had not slept well. Her complexion was much worse than usual, and she had dark circles under her eyes. She had been staying in the village for the past few days. She dreamed of going out to play, but when she really had the chance to go out to play, she felt inexplicably depressed and irritable and didn't want to move. He got the car keys from the director. "Linda, are you leaving now?" "Well, the date location is a bit far, so if we leave early we can have more fun." "Where?" Linda thought to herself, if they were going the same way, she could find a reason to get on the same car with them. With her by their side, Eve would never do anything to James. Eve glanced at her and knew what she was thinking. She said coldly, "We are going the opposite direction from you. We are on different paths." Linda pursed her lips and whispered, "I'm just asking casually." Hundreds of thousands of people were watching in the live broadcast room, and her actions almost exposed her secret thoughts. Eve took the car keys and sat in the driver's seat. James opened the passenger door. "Are you driving?" "Well, get in the car." Eve turned on the car music and selected a few songs. James was surprised to find that these songs were the instrumental music he often listened to. Eve drove fast and steadily. Because there was a photographer following them, the two of them couldn't talk about in-depth topics and could only chat about daily life. When she arrived at her destination, Eve found a parking space and was recognized as soon as she got out of the car. The show was broadcast live for 5 days and was on the hot search list every day. It was hard not to know about it, and the most discussed person among them was James. He got off the car first, and someone took a sneak shot of her flamboyant beauty. James followed her out of the car. The date location was chosen by the program crew, but the date process was arranged by James. Considering the need to provide material for the program crew, James directly took Eve to buy tickets and entered the aquarium. Eve carried a Polaroid camera with her, and when she saw James looking up at a dolphin, she raised the Polaroid camera and pressed the shutter. Hearing the sound, James turned around and said, "You took a picture of me? This is called recording beautiful things." Eve suddenly became excited. After visiting the ocean mansion, the two bought some snacks nearby. James buys Eve whatever she wants. Eve is keen on picking out small things such as keychains, hairbands, fans, earrings. Seeing a clay shop, Eve immediately grabbed James' hand and went in. "Give me one of these. I want you to make it yourself." James did it a long time ago, and now he has forgotten how it feels. "My craftsmanship is bad." "It's okay. I like it no matter how you make it." In the observation room, Jessica stared at the screen blankly. "James, do you know what you're doing with Eve?" Whether it was the keychain she chose, the marshmallow she ate, or the milk tea she chose, this series of things were what James had done to her before. This is what the scene was like when they went on their first date. James was very attentive. Whenever she looked at something for a second, he would immediately know that she liked it and then buy it for her. At first, Jessica just looked coldly at the little gadgets that James gave to Eve. These things were worthless and not worth any affection. After receiving them, she would often just throw them away and forget about them, and then dispose of them as waste. Until she saw James bringing Eve into the clay museum, her expression suddenly changed. Jessica stared at them intently. In her memory, the most meaningful thing James gave her was the ceramic doll placed next to the TV cabinet at home. It was handmade by James, with both of their names written on it, as a token of their love. James moved away. He seemed to have forgotten about the ceramic doll, and it has been placed on the TV cabinet ever since. It has been there for so long that it is covered with a layer of dust. Such a worthless little thing was always ignored by her. Until James left, the ceramic doll appeared alone in her field of vision and became so conspicuous. She was angry at James for breaking off the engagement and leaving without saying goodbye. She said harsh words that she hated James, but she kept the ceramic doll he made for her and didn't throw it away even when there was a crack on the base of the doll. She couldn't explain such feelings clearly. After all, it wasn't that she still cared about James. She was just nostalgic. She would become uncomfortable when something she had seen for a long time was gone. 4-7 My ex-fiancée saw me dating her aunt. This is the first time I've seen Eve having so much fun during these days of recording shows. She's like a college student. Apart from anything else, these two people walking together are really pleasing to the eye and look very well matched. Are they going to make handmade ceramics? This thing looks simple, but it is actually very difficult to make. Jessica couldn't hear anything, as if there was cotton in her ears. She numbly watched James and Eve enter the clay museum. The two of them sat near the balcony, and against the backdrop of sunlight and green leaves, they looked so well matched. James was kneading the clay, and Eve was sitting opposite him, watching her intently, and sometimes she would point her finger at him. Slowly, the clay was molded into the shape of a doll in James' hands. This ceramic doll, which was made without any skills and entirely by feeling, had unbalanced proportions and a round face. It looked like a frog, so ugly and cute that James was embarrassed to say that he molded it by looking at Eve. Eve liked it after seeing it. "It's quite similar to the one you made before. I like it very much." "I used to." James didn't seem to remember it. Eve chuckled. "Nothing. The freshly made ceramic dolls need to be dried and finally painted." James reached out and patted his calf and scratched it. There were green plants around, and there were many mosquitoes. James' blood type was particularly attractive to mosquitoes. He was concentrating on pinching the ceramics just now and didn't feel itchy, but now he found that there were several bites on his legs. Eve, who was sitting opposite him, suddenly raised her foot and rubbed his calf under the table. This action made James' eyes widen, and he looked at her in disbelief. Others would do this kind of thing secretly under the table, but Eve was very bold. The small table couldn't hide her legs at all. If she moved a little more vigorously, the table would be overturned by her. James quickly dodged. "What are you doing?" Eve blinked innocently. "Aren't there mosquitoes biting you?" "I have some mosquito repellent sprayed on my legs." "Rub it on your legs, and no mosquitoes will bite you." This wasn't about worrying about mosquitoes biting him. This was clearly intentional. This was the first time in all his years that James' face turned red when he was bullied by someone. What a scheming woman. James closed his legs, not daring to stretch them out, for fear that Eve would rub against him again. Eve ordered 2 drinks and smiled as she turned to get them. She handed the drinks in her hand to James. James took over and asked, "Why did you use the exchange card yesterday? You worked so hard to get it, so of course you have to use it in the right place. If you miss it, you may regret it for the rest of your life." "You like me?" Eve asked back. "I like you, do you believe it?" He didn't dare to believe it before, but now he has to believe it. Eve is good at playing straight. "I didn't tell you before because I was afraid you would hide from me. I'm Jessica's ex-boyfriend." Uh-huh. Eve bit her straw. "So what?" She looked nonchalant, as if she didn't realize what the problem was. James said in a deep voice, "Jessica is your niece. I used to call her your aunt." Eve found it funny. "So, you think of me as your elder?" It can be said that James Ming said, "There is no way I can be with you." "James, have you noticed one thing? You said that it's impossible for you to be with me, not that you don't like me. Does this mean that you were attracted to me? But because of my relationship with the Xia family, you didn't want to cause trouble, so you rejected me." James' face froze, then he frowned. Eve put down her drink, crossed her hands, and rested them on her chin, and said gently in a negotiating tone, "I am Jessica's aunt, not your aunt. What are you afraid of? Can my niece control me when I fall in love with someone? I like you, and I admit it openly. I pursue you seriously. You have the right to reject me, but you have no right to stop me on this dating show." His throat felt blocked, as if there was a ball of cotton stuck in it that couldn't go up or down. James took a few gulps of water and racked his brains to figure out why Eve liked him. And when did she start to like him? Eve was too calm. When she talked about these things, it was as if she was explaining an insignificant truth like the earth is round. He should refute her. If he doesn't refute her now, later, she will face scolding and abuse. "Is it a horrible thing to be with me, James? Have you ever thought about how others would look at you and what they would say about you behind your back if they knew that you liked me? I don't care what other people say. I just know that life is short, so enjoy it while you can. Go for what you like, plunder and snatch it, because no one will give it to you." Eve's eyes were filled with desire and greed. She locked her eyes with James and spoke word by word. "I don't think it's shameful to pursue what you like. What's really shameful is that you know what you want but tell yourself that you don't want it, and then you envy others' success." Eve showed her confidence and flamboyance, and she told James what she really wanted without any hesitation. Speaking of jealousy, the person she used to be most jealous of was Jessica, jealous that she had the best James. But now, she has no chance. The two turned off their microphones and spoke in low voices. The camera could capture the scene, but it was difficult to hear what they were saying. In the silent atmosphere, the picture looked harmonious and beautiful to outsiders. "James, you wanted to hide it from me, so why did you confess to me?" If she didn't make it clear, he could still deceive himself and not take it seriously. "How can I hide it from you if you can already feel it? Haven't you heard this saying, sincerity is the ultimate weapon? You will hide from me whether I tell you or not. So I might as well be honest with you and leave you nowhere to hide." The Eve I knew in my previous life seemed to be a different person from the one in this life. Wasn't she a non-marriage advocate? Why did she set her sights on him? The two of them were silent. Fortunately, the clerk brought the freshly baked ceramic doll over. Staring at the stinky thing, Eve burst out laughing. The laughter broke the awkwardness. James let out a helpless sigh and looked for paint and pens to color. "Laugh. I told you I'm not good at handicrafts. I also told you I like whatever you do." Eve also took a watercolor pencil and moved over to color it, their heads almost bumping into each other. The photographer seized the opportunity and gave a close-up and even thought of post-production special effects to make it into pink bubbles. The ceramic doll was finally painted, and Eve wrote her and James' names on the bottom of the base. This picture is enlarged and appears on the live broadcast screen. Jessica wanted to rush in and separate them, but outside the screen, she could do nothing but look gloomy. The porcelain doll was supposed to be a memory of her and James, but now it has become Eve's. 48 James, look, the moon is so beautiful, end of date. Looking at the two heads getting closer and closer, the annoyance in her heart was about to burst out. In a corner where no one could see, Jessica put her hands on her legs, her nails dug into the flesh, and she unconsciously exerted force, not letting go even when blood marks appeared. Knowing that James and Eve were going to have a date today, she prepared herself mentally and tried to keep calm. But at this moment, all the negative emotions came flooding in with the finished ceramic doll. She thought that something that belonged to her alone had now been stolen by someone. There has never been a moment when I felt Eve was so annoying as now. Jessica was immersed in her own world and lost awareness of everything around her. James took the milk tea from Eve, who had only taken a sip. Eve was carrying various snacks in her hands and had a camera hanging around her neck. She was taking pictures while walking. When she was thirsty, she would go to James and drink milk tea from his hand. Eve likes to take landscape photos, and James appears most often in her landscape photos. There was still something missing among the more than 100 photos, so Eve asked a passerby to take a photo of her and James. The moment the shutter was pressed, Eve took James' hand with a smile on her face. The smile on Eve's face was too dazzling to Jessica. She thought sarcastically, "I'm just picking up things she doesn't want." Shinley held her hands to her heart. "I'm really dead. Please don't care about other people's eyes. Just get married here, okay? I met a different James and a very different Eve today. They must have been serious about it. James, who is good at fishing, and Eve, who is good at fishing people. They are a perfect match." When she mentioned others, she deliberately glanced in Jessica's direction. Marriage? It's hard for the two of them to be together, let alone get married. As long as she comes forward, Eve will never be able to marry James. Jessica watched the two of them date for a day. She didn't know if it was an illusion or something, but she felt that Eve was gradually eroding her presence in James' heart. Just like this ceramic doll with a name on it. When James recalls one day that he made a ceramic doll, who comes to his mind first? Eve or Jessica? It was obvious that she and James were a thing of the past, and there was no possibility for them to be together again. But she felt extremely anxious and panicked when she thought that her place would be replaced by another woman one day. Eve, who received the ceramic doll, couldn't let it go and held it in her arms. She took many photos in succession. She asked the staff to return her phone and immediately posted a circle of friends, changing the private setting to public so that everyone in the circle could see it. The photo of the 9 palaces was accompanied by 2 words like, Eve thought with a bit of malice, "I really want to tag Jessica, but I'm afraid she won't see it." It was already 5 in the afternoon when I came out of the Clay Museum. It took me 2 hours to drive back, and I got home at 7, just in time for dinner. Eve was about to get on the bus. She saw a line of people waiting in line at the ice cream shop opposite and suddenly wanted to eat some ice cream. "I'll go buy it." Eve stood there and watched James queuing. It was hot, and there were a lot of people queuing to buy ice cream. James waited for 10 minutes before it was his turn. He looked back at Eve and saw that there was a man next to her. The distance was too far to hear what was said. I just saw Eve pointing in his direction. The man looked back at him, hesitated for a moment, and then turned and left. James got the ice cream. He immediately crossed the street and came to Eve. "Was that person just now?" "Don't worry about a fly." Eve looked at the ice cream in his hand with surprise. "I didn't expect you to buy me a deluxe version. How many flavors does it have?" James handed it to her. "I asked the clerk to scoop a little of each flavor. I didn't look closely, but there should be 8 kinds. I wanted to eat ice cream like this when I was a kid." "So, you haven't eaten it once?" Eve took a bite of the ice cream with satisfaction. "I've eaten it. It was just the leftovers from others." James had been looking at Eve in the corner of her eye. She immediately turned her head away, and their eyes met. James was stunned, feeling inexplicably embarrassed, as if he had been caught. He shifted his gaze uncomfortably. Eve held up the ice cream and asked with a smile, "Do you want some?" James stepped back and distanced himself from her. "No, if I wanted to eat it, I would have bought it just now. Can I go back now?" "Well, let's go back." Eve got on the passenger seat first. She thought it was hot enough outside, but she didn't expect it to be even hotter inside the car. If she had known, she would have turned on the air conditioner in advance. According to the original agreement, James drove back and got in the driver's seat and fastened his seatbelt. "Tie it for me too." James's hand on the seatbelt felt dull. Eve urged him, "The ice cream is melting in my hands. Hurry up." James took a look and found it was true. Due to the high temperature in the car, the ice cream melted very quickly, and some of it had already stained Eve's hands. James gave Eve a wet wipe, then stood up and pulled the seatbelt across her body. Although they avoided each other, the two still had physical contact. "It's not comfortable like this. Move this one to the right. Right, that's it." Eve raised her hand and instructed James to fasten her seatbelt. In the end, the safety belt in James' hand was tied diagonally across his chest, making his already towering chest even taller. James saw it at a casual glance, and there was no doubt that Eve did it on purpose. "I thought Eve would restrain herself after the confession, but I didn't expect her to become more and more bold. It's always like this. I don't realize her motives at first, but I do realize it after I see the amusement in her eyes after the act." Eve ate the ice cream nonchalantly, and when it melted on her hands, she licked it secretly, like a kitten. The live broadcast room exploded after seeing this scene. Eve is so good. She can be pure and sexy. "James, you are so lucky to date such a beauty." How can he be so good at this? Does she often hook up with young boys and have fun with them in private? Eve is really different towards James. Just now, when facing the stranger who approached her, her face was terribly cold, but when she saw James, she instantly turned into a master of face changing. I watched the other two couples. They were boring, but this one is more interesting. One is a fishing beauty, and the other is good at fishing. It's getting better and better. James' haters are already numb at this moment. Halfway through the journey, the moon rose. Eve rolled down the window. The night wind ruffled her long hair. She leaned against the window and shouted at the forest. After a whole day of dating, she was not tired but more and more excited. She pointed at the moon in the sky and said, "James, look, the moon is so beautiful." James looked in the direction of Eve's finger. It was indeed beautiful. The program crew was very satisfied with the performance of the two today. They were like friends and also like a couple. Eve's performance was even more eye-opening. Just as netizens said, when Eve was with James, she was like a different person and became more real. The director couldn't help but sigh while watching the live broadcast. It would be great if the other two groups could cooperate like these two. The director felt a headache when he mentioned the other two couples who were dating today. 49 who says, "Chasing a man is easy." The original words were not "the moon is so beautiful," but "the moonlight is so beautiful," which is a subtle way of expressing "I love you." James was blinded by the wind. He squinted his eyes and replied, "Close the window a little. The wind is too strong." Eve turned her head to look at James, who was driving seriously. The wind blew her hair on her face. She scratched her hair and sighed. Wood. There was nothing to shoot on the road, so the photographer turned off the camera and fell asleep in the back seat. Our show has been on the hot search list since it was launched, and there are millions of viewers who have clicked into the live broadcast room. Eve was bored on the way, so she found a topic to chat with James. Each guest is equipped with a live broadcast room, which means that nearly 10 million people are watching online at the same time, and the number of discussions exceeds 100 million. Jessica is also watching you in the live studio. Huh? The topic changed so quickly that I almost couldn't react. Why did they mention Jessica out of nowhere? You may not know this, but Jessica is also participating in this program, but she's an observer with Anthony. Eve rolled up the car window, leaving only a gap as wide as her palm. As she spoke, she studied the details of James' expression. After all, they had been together for 3 years and almost got married. She wanted to see if James had broken up completely and whether he still liked Jessica. James' expression showed surprise for only a moment. When he signed the contract, he knew that Anthony would join the variety show as an observer. At that time, he felt that the director was very good at catching hot spots. He didn't expect that even Jessica would be invited. What is this? A big reunion of exes? James has deeply felt the mentality of the program crew who are watching the fire from the other side and are willing to watch the fun without getting involved. Jessica observe in the observation room, watch him date Eve, or watch him send love signals to her best friend. A flash of uneasiness flashed through my mind. He and Jessica did not break up peacefully. Given Jessica's personality, she probably wanted to laugh at him. The worse his life was, the happier she was. Unfortunately, she was going to be disappointed. Is our variety show very rich? How come we can invite everyone? In other variety shows, sponsors can be seen everywhere and advertising introductions are inserted from time to time. But in their show, we didn't see these from the beginning. Maybe the boss behind them is too rich and no longer needs sponsorship. I didn't expect James' first reaction to be this. He is always different and says surprising things. Eve laughed and said, "Is it possible that he was not invited by the program team, but came to us on his own initiative?" Jessica is like this, and so are she and Linda. They joined for free without any pay, all for you. Eve added, "Besides this, there are a few more things I want to tell you. Be prepared." James subconsciously gripped the steering wheel. You say, as long as it doesn't involve life safety, he can accept anything. Eve told James everything that was trending online. The whole internet has already known about your severance of relationship with a banker. Not only that, the Xiao family also bought a lot of negative articles about you, spreading rumors that you cheated on Jessica during your relationship and went to nightclubs many times. So that was what happened. He had been hacked online during this period in his previous life, but it wasn't this serious. It seemed that many people were dissatisfied with his breaking off of the engagement, and they actually used such a lowbrow method to retaliate against him. It was better than expected, so James could totally accept it, but when did I cheat in a nightclub? James asked. Some of them are AI face swapping. You believe this? Just watch it for fun. They don't care what the truth is. Eve smoothed the hair off her face. I have the evidence of the rumor. How do you want to deal with it? I suggest you hire a lawyer to sue them for defamation. They will win the case. Illegal matters like this should be left to professionals. James didn't respond, but asked curiously, when did you know? Yesterday. You found out yesterday, and you found the evidence so quickly? You let me handle this evidence. Aren't you afraid that it will affect your relationship with the Xia family? The Xia family is nothing, and the Liu family has nothing to do with me. It's just that Richard is also involved in this matter. If you can't do it, I can help you. James doesn't believe in free lunch. There are gains and losses in everything. If you take advantage, you will have to pay it back sooner or later. I have nothing to give you. You know I cut ties with the dealer, so now I don't even have any money. James told him bluntly that he had no money and it was impossible to get him, but he would not sell his body for these things. From his perspective, he has no exchange value at all. James didn't want to owe Eve a favor, so when he was ready to refuse, Eve said, I do have someone I really want. After the date, the show will ask us to send text messages again. I hope you can send it to me this time. That's it. No restrictions on content. You can send it to me as you like, but only to me and no one else. Eve knows very well that when pursuing a man, she has to proceed step by step and not rush. She also has to maintain a sense of mystery to make the man curious about her and want to explore her. If she can force him to be with her with a little favor, then all she gets is an empty shell without a soul. James thought to himself, what's the difference between this and taking advantage for free? Eve said that there was a big difference. At least she told him in advance and gave him respect by not making a decision on his own. Eve has been thinking a lot these past 2 days. It seems that there is no point in doing good things without telling him. She's pursuing a man. How can she let him know everything she has done to pursue him if she doesn't tell him? She wanted to let James know that he was in her heart, that she was always paying attention to him, worrying about him, and protecting him. Men should also need this kind of sense of security, right? Eva's first time pursuing a man, and she didn't know how to strike the right balance. All her experience came from searching online. For example, boys prefer sexy girls over pure and cute girls, and an unintentional touch will cause them to produce hormones. Attract him with beauty, steady him with personality, create tension in him with independence, and give him a sense of security with respect. If you're too far away, he will be afraid of strangers. If you're too close, he will be annoyed. If you're too little, he will be indifferent. If you are too much, he will be afraid of clinging. How difficult it is. Eve waited quietly for James to think. If James rejected her, she would not be discouraged and would still help him solve these problems secretly. What else did you prepare besides the evidence of slander and lies against me? There is also evidence of tax evasion by several branches of the Xia family. These troubles are enough to keep them busy for a while. The banker also has. James made a decision. Don't give me the dealers. I'll do it myself. James knew his parents very well. They were willing to sacrifice their loved ones for the sake of profit. Richard's behavior of licking Frank's boots showed that he had obviously forgotten the warning he had given him. 5-0 his parents are a shaky couple. James is very clear about the situation of the bookmaker. There are some small moves, but the impact is not great. If it is really exposed, there will be a fine at most, and Richard can afford that money. Richard cares more about his reputation than money. He always pretends to be a loving wife. Not only does he have a happy family, but he also has a successful career. Netizens are very fond of him. Richard kept the fact that Stella was mentally ill and killed his own daughter's secret. 19 years have passed, and it is not impossible to find evidence, but it will take a lot of time. Even if he does find it, the punishment he will receive is just to put Stella in a mental hospital, which will have little impact on Richard. James disliked Richard more than Stella. Stella's behaviors can be explained as her being sick, but Richard is purely bad and disgusting. He breaks the law knowingly, treats his son as a tool, and doesn't care about his mother. There is no filial piety or kindness in him. He doesn't even have a sense of responsibility and morality, only hypocrisy. According to the time calculation, Richard had an affair with his mistress during this period and had been secretly supporting her for many years. In her previous life, Stella was already ill when she found out. The mistress entered her house, and Richard looked down on her. Her mental illness, which had been stabilized, relapsed again, and she stabbed Richard with a knife. The once loving couple became enemies, and Stella's knife directly destroyed Richard's kindness towards her. Stella was too careful not to stab Richard to death. After she woke up, she arranged for someone to send Stella to a mental hospital. At that time, James was on a business trip and didn't know what was going on at home. When she returned, Stella was already terminally ill and couldn't take care of herself in bed. When she saw James, she only said 3 words in her dying breath: "I'm sorry." At that time, James didn't understand why Stella said sorry to him. Not long after, Stella died in a mental hospital. James learned a new word on the internet, Dien Gong Dien. This word is just right to describe Stella and the others. What they have done deserves such a price, and they do not deserve sympathy. James thought that he could live a peaceful and tranquil life after leaving the banker, but he didn't expect Richard to be so eager to be the Xia family's dog that he wanted to squeeze out the last value from him, even though he had already left. Sure enough, after being a dog for so long, he forgot that he was a human being. James decided to start with this mistress. While Stella was in good spirits and good health, he might as well find something for her to do. Doesn't she like to act crazy? Let her go crazy as much as she wants. James was looking forward to her performance. After all, in her last life, she was able to turn Richard into a eunuch despite her illness. Eve was watching James driving. She saw that he was looking straight ahead. From the side, his eyelashes seemed very long and the curvature of his eyes was just right. However, the pair of eyes that were bright and shiny during the day suddenly became dim. "James, let me help you. You don't even have a cell phone or a computer right now, let alone connections." "Who said I don't have any connections? I will arrange a lawyer myself, but I'd like to trouble you to contact him for me." The first person that came to James' mind was Song Lu. Song Lu knew his situation very well, so it would be best to find him. James still didn't want to take advantage of Eve. "Name a price, and I'll transfer the money to you after the show is recorded." "No, I told you, I just want a text message." Eve said, "Don't feel any pressure. Jessica is my niece. She did something wrong, and as her aunt, I should stand up and correct it. Even if you don't know these things, I will make the truth public and seek justice for you." James thought to himself, "Now that I know she is your niece, why didn't you treat yourself as your aunt when you said those things to me today?" James asked. The director should know about the trending searches online these days. "He didn't tell me. Is he afraid that it will affect the ratings of the show?" Eve replied, "He's worried that it will affect your mood. There's nothing you can do here." James asked reflexively, "Since I can't do anything, why are you telling me so much now?" Eve suddenly came forward and said, "If I don't tell you, how do you know that I have you in my heart?" James! Finally reaching the cabin, the photographer woke up from the bumpy ride. He rubbed his eyes and asked, "Are we there yet?" "We're here." James parked the car. "Brother Chun, you get out first." The photographer was a little dazed from sleep, and he picked up the camera and got out of the car in a daze. As the photographer left, James said with a serious face, "Eve, thank you for telling me so much anyway, but there are some things I want to make clear at once. I don't want to owe you a favor. You are right. I have no right to interfere with your love life in the show. It is your freedom to pursue whoever you like, and it is also the rules set by the program team. But after the show, for our own good, we should have less contact in private. I've already broken off the engagement with Jessica, and I also want to end it cleanly. Do you understand what I mean by ending it cleanly?" This is what James thought about and organized all the way. It's a bit cruel, but if it's not cruel, it won't work. He didn't know how long Eve had liked him, nor did he know how deep her feelings for him were. After spending these few days together, he knew that Eve was a good woman. She was outspoken and confident, beautiful and generous, and good at communication. She attracted his attention all the time. James even had some subtle thoughts. If only Eve was not Jessica's aunt. James has his own concerns. He will not be afraid of marriage just because of Jessica. He will find a girlfriend, fall in love, get married, and have his own children in the future. But this person can't be Eve. Eve didn't say anything. In the dim carriage, she lowered her eyes, her eyelashes trembling uncontrollably, as if something was stuck in her throat. Eve always had an easy way to accomplish what she set out to do, and would become more courageous even if she failed. However, she only experienced the bitterness of failure with James. It turns out that liking someone is not sweet. It's more bitter and flustered. "Just because I'm Jessica's aunt, you won't even give me a chance?" Eve said bitterly, "James, you are too cruel, but I won't let go easily. I will prove to you that your concerns are unnecessary." After saying that, she opened the door and got out of the car. Their group was the last to arrive home. Linda and her group returned to the cabin in the afternoon and were cooking in the kitchen at this time. Hearing the noise in the yard, Linda went out first. Beata followed closely behind, and when she saw James, she shouted excitedly, "You are finally back." James went in. "Are you cooking?" Linda, Well, we'll wait for you to come back and have dinner. James glanced at the four people in the room and asked casually, when did you come back? How was your date today? Was it fun? James really didn't care at all that she went out with another man. Linda was in a bad mood. We came back after lunch. There was nothing fun. Beata's personality made it impossible for her to beautify it, and she pouted and complained, it's not fun. I don't like playing the escape room. As soon as they finished speaking, Ling Xian and Fong Chen's faces changed. 5-1 someone is going to be unlucky. Fong Chen laughed foolishly. It seems that my arrangements are not in place. Next time, I will prepare well and make you satisfied. For this date, Fong Chen had been preparing since he got the task card and had arranged everything he could think of. He deliberately chose the secret room, thinking that the terrifying atmosphere in the secret room would give him a chance to get close to Beata. When a person experiences a stressful or stimulating situation, they may mistakenly interpret this physiological response as romantic attraction to a particular person. This is known as the drawbridge effect. When Beata is afraid, he can hold her in his arms to comfort her, hold her hand to do tasks in the dark, and protect her behind him when encountering danger. In such an environment, he can fully demonstrate his thoughtfulness, gentleness, intelligence, and talent, making her fall in love with his mature charm. Obviously, compared with the boring visit to the ocean mansion, such a date location can create more opportunities. In addition, today's audiences also like to watch secret rooms, where a simple touch can make people's heart beat faster and let their imagination run wild. But what Fong Shin never expected was that after he made so many guides, Beata didn't like them at all and even complained about them being boring in front of him. Beata is not good at disguising herself. She says whatever she thinks, and her face shows what she is thinking. It is obvious that she is really disappointed with this date. Beata was too careless to notice Fong Chen's abnormality. She even tried to comfort him by saying, it's not that you didn't arrange it well, it's that the production team didn't choose well. Why did they choose a secret room for no reason? It's so boring and awkward. Fong Chan was too embarrassed to say that he had forced her to choose the secret room. If he had known earlier, he would have chosen the aquarium. Beata was curious about where Eve and James went on a date. So she asked, what about you guys? Where did you go? Eve said, the ocean mansion is a bit far from here, almost 2 hours by car. Is it fun? Not bad. There's a pedestrian street over there. It's very big and there are a lot of snacks. Beata noticed the ceramic doll in Eve's hand. What is this ugly thing? Linda also looked over. Eve held up the ceramic doll in her hand and glanced coldly at James beside her. We made this at the Clay Museum today. It's so ugly. Beata looked disgusted, but couldn't help looking at it for a while. She found that this ugly thing was not so bad after looking at it for a long time. It was quite interesting as a decoration. Beata sighed. Hearing you say that, I also want to go to the aquarium. It seems so interesting. Beata would usually go to places like the secret room to play, but she was not in the mood today. In addition, after entering, Fong Chun kept getting very close to her. She said she was not afraid, but he still held her hand, shaking it and holding it again, which made her impatient. Therefore, after leaving the secret room, she had an unhappy face, and her mood did not improve until she came back. But now seeing Eve and James together, the annoyance rose again. Beata was puzzled and thought for a while, and concluded that the fundamental reason for her strange emotion was that she cared too much about her friend Jessica. James obviously liked Jessica so much in the beginning and did so many things for her, but now he says he doesn't like her anymore and even hooks up with Jessica's aunt. He is so close to Eve, he must want to take revenge on Jessica. How shameless. Thinking of this, she glared at James, which was also captured by the camera. After seeing it, the audience in the live broadcast room said that Beata's eyes were full of disdain, showing that she hated James. Now it seems that among the 3 female guests, only Beata has a normal vision and always looks down on James. Eve touched the ceramic doll in her arms and looked around. Seeing Linda staring at her arms, she smiled and asked, where did your group go? Can you tell me more about it? Linda didn't want to say more. Ling Xian scratched his head awkwardly. There's nothing fun for our group. We went to a game city, but the weather was too hot, so we didn't play anything, and there wasn't anything delicious there. As he said that, he looked at Linda cautiously. But in fact, there is air conditioning in the game city. Ling Xian chose this place because he is a master of various games and wants to show his charm. Linda is not like Beata, who would show her bad mood on her face. She has a gentle personality and speaks softly, but when you get along with her, you can clearly feel her alienation and it is not easy to get close to her. At noon, Ling Xian had originally booked a Western restaurant, planning to have a romantic time. However, Linda suddenly felt stomach discomfort and her face turned pale. He was so scared that he quickly sent her back to rest. After returning to the cabin, Linda's complexion gradually improved and she became more energetic, but today's date was also ruined. He had clearly planned a date in the evening. To say I'm not disappointed would be a lie. When he saw Linda facing James with full energy, he seemed to understand something. It turned out that the clown was himself. Ling Xian continued, "By the way, Linda and I bought a lot of flowers. Take a look and share them." In fact, the flowers were bought by Linda herself. Ling Xian said this to secretly assert his sovereignty, giving the impression that he and Linda have an ambiguous relationship. Linda said, "Let's eat first. I'll send the food to your room later. I'll put my things down first and come out later," Eve said and went back to the bedroom. Fong Chun patted Ling Xian on the shoulder. "Let's go to the kitchen." James put away the things. He also went to the kitchen to help. Eve returned to the bedroom and looked at the photos and the camera. She smiled unconsciously, but when she thought of what James said in the car, her smile instantly faded. James actually wanted to cut off contact with him. She would make him understand that from now on, no matter how he tried to hide, he could not escape her control. Eve is a bit paranoid and crazy. Once she makes up her mind about something, she will not give up easily. The more James tries to avoid her, the more she wants to conquer him. If he retreated 1 foot, she would move 10 feet. He could go anywhere, but he could never escape her sight. The photographer who was filming behind him put down his camera, looked at Eve, who looked unhappy, and asked with concern, "Boss, are you in a bad mood?" "Yeah, I'm in a bad mood. I'm not feeling well, so I have to have someone accompany me. Doesn't Frank want to sign the land in West City? Notify everyone to raise the price so that he will lose all his money." And Richard? James said he wanted to do it himself, but she was in a really bad mood at the moment and wanted to do something. Report the violations of the Zhuang group to the higher authorities by more marketing accounts and internet trolls, and spread the news of his abuse of his son and the elderly online, so that he can also have a taste of the feeling of being cyberbullied. 5-2-second heartwarming message. Eve shows this expression. Someone will be in trouble. The photographer shivered uncontrollably, and cold sweat broke out on his back. "Boss, James has rejected you. Why are you still helping him?" Eve sat lazily on the rattan chair, holding the ceramic doll in her arms, stroking it from time to time. "Don't you think it's more interesting this way? If he really gets together with me because of this little favor, then he's not James. I like higher challenges. The more he dislikes me, the more I want to conquer him. Besides, I don't think he doesn't have me in his heart. He just doesn't dare to admit it. When he admits it, you stop talking and just laugh softly. By then, her souls and James will be highly compatible. They will hug each other, stick to each other, tear each other apart, and merge together. Saying your mind is too tacky. Twisted and extreme love does not distinguish between each other. You or me, we coexist, sink together, and fall together. She wanted to make James lose his mind and be able to express his possessiveness unabashedly when loving someone, instead of being cautious in everything he did. Thinking of this, all the pores on her body stood up with pleasure. Eve looked at the night outside the window, her gloomy eyes like a ferocious beast foraging at night. When dinner started in the evening, Eve rarely sat next to James. She ate the food in her bowl indifferently. Everyone noticed Eve's change. Fong Chun and Ling Xian agreed that James was not satisfied with today's date. Thinking of this, they felt much better. People are like this. Although their own failure is painful, the success of others is even more unacceptable. Linda secretly keeps an eye on Eve and James, and she hopes more than anyone else that Eve can stay away from James. Beata is not a big deal as she is not very smart, but Eve is. She is bold and always says things that make people fantasize. She is very good at being ambiguous, and she never hides her love for James. Linda was worried that James would get caught up in it without realizing it. Today it was James and Eve's turn to cook. After dinner, James and Eve silently put the dishes into the kitchen, washed them separately, and said nothing. James was not used to it at first, but when he thought about it, wasn't this what he had always wanted? Eve was so cold to him that she obviously took his words to heart. This is very good. When it comes to relationships, you should cut the Gordian knot. Being unclear is just a waste of time and draining other people's energy. Eve's reaction probably showed that she didn't like him that much, and James was very satisfied with this. James dragged a stack of plates into the water. "You go and rest, I'll do the rest." Eve took off her apron and left without saying a word. James looked at her figure unconsciously and felt that the back that blended into the darkness looked so lonely. Why do I feel like Eve and James are acting strange? Did something happen between them in the car? They were fine on their date during the day, but why are they so cold now? They don't talk, and they don't wear an apron. Eve rarely teases James, and I'm still a little uncomfortable with it. Congratulations. It seems that Eve has finally cleared the wastewater in her brain and no longer likes James. Just to say, I like this couple quite a bit. In today's date, compared to the other two groups, James and Eve didn't perform too well. Beata was always dissatisfied with this or that in the secret room. It was tiring to watch. She has a princess syndrome. I don't know how Fong-Chin could stand it. Linda was okay, but her attitude was too distant. It was impossible to get close to her. She was like an iceberg. Obviously, she didn't act like this when facing James normally. To be honest, Fong-Chin chose the secret room because he wanted to take advantage of Beata. He kept pushing and twitching with Beata in the secret room. If I were Beata, I would have an even worse temper than her. Ling Xian should give up on Linda. The movie queen clearly doesn't like you. A forced melon is not sweet. Her heart is not with you. In dating shows, you can probably tell the direction of the relationship after the first date, but these 6 people are really confusing and hard to guess. I don't think any of them will be able to become a couple this season. Today, Fong-Chin and Ling Xian are like 2 clowns. The elder brother doesn't say anything about the younger brother, and they hug each other and cry bitterly. After washing the dishes and sweating all over, James stood in the yard for a while, enjoying the cool breeze. The director announced that the second time of sending the heartbeat signal would be tomorrow. In the observation room, Shun Li's heart was broken. She initially favored James and Eve because she couldn't stand Jessica wanting to tease her. But after watching them for the past few days, she felt that they were really in love with each other. And now, she has become the CP leader of the two. She even thought of a CP name for them called Lu Zhuang, which is welded in place. After a day of dating, the two of them seem to be more and more perfect match. James has a serious personality, so for a man like him, he should be assigned a proactive and bold partner so that he can let down his guard. Among the 3, Eve's personality is the most suitable. She is straightforward and says what she thinks. She thought that after today's date, they would get closer to each other, but after returning to the cabin, one of them remained silent and the other became distant. They didn't even sit together for meals, and the kitchen interaction that she liked to watch didn't even involve a single word. What's going on? Is she going to lose her CP? The host Li Lu received the director's task board and said, tomorrow is the second time for the guests to send love messages. This time, it's a team competition. Everyone must get 1 diamond right. No mistakes are allowed. Lin Fan, it feels so difficult this time. Anthony nodded in agreement. In previous dating shows, they would send messages to whoever was dating whomever. But with these two, I can't tell at all. Li Lu took out the panel. Then let's start with the simplest one. Looking at the 6 people on the panel, it seemed that none of them had a simple one. Finally, it was the psychologist Su Nuwa who spoke up. Beata and Fong-Chin should connect, they're the same. Lin Fan. But I feel like their date experience was very bad this time. Will Beata really send the text message to Fong-Chin? Su Nuwa. Then who else do you think she could send it to besides Fong-Chin? Compared to Ling Xian and James, Fong-Chin is obviously more likely. That's right. Li Lu picked up the pen and connected the lines of Beata and Fong-Chin. That's it. What about the others? I think Ling Xian will still vote for Linda. Lin Fan. Linda is so cold to him. Why doesn't he give up? Su Nuwa. To maintain the dignity of an adult, I still say that he has no choice but Linda. Lin Fan. What if something changes tomorrow? Su Nuwa. Just change it. It won't affect anything. Li Lu drew Ling Xian's line to Linda. Who will Linda give it to? This is the difficult question. Will Linda choose to be decent or remain unchanged? Su Nuwa analyzed. Linda obviously participated in this program for James. From all her performance, she cares more about James. She doesn't care what others think of her, so she sent the text message to James. As for Eve, Shun Li, who had been silent the whole time, stood up and said, Eve will definitely send it to James. I guarantee it with my life. Jessica, who had been silent for a long time, sneered, I object. Eve didn't take the initiative to talk to James after she returned. I think she must have realized the situation and knew that it was impossible for her and James to be together. 53. His ex-girlfriend gave him flowers but was caught by his aunt. Shunli asked, as Eve's niece, who do you think Eve would send a text message to? Give me a reason. Fong-Chin. Why? Jessica replied, because she praised Fong Chun for cooking rice well today. Shen Lilova. Praising him for cooking well means she likes him. Then yesterday and the day before yesterday, she praised James for his cooking skills and his good health at every meal. Does that mean she loves him terribly? By the way, you left early last time, so you didn't know what Eve sent to James, right? She said that young people have good health and have endless energy. Guess what she meant by energy? Jessica was a little angry, but she didn't know what she was angry about, so she could only force her own point of view. Anyway, Eve couldn't have sent the text message to James, and James couldn't have sent the text message to Eve. Shunli, don't bring your personal emotions to the show. Hey, who brought personal emotions? Shunli stood up with her hands on her hips. You are so healthy at such a young age, but you are full of green tea. Don't forget that you were the one who made the most mistakes last time. Why should we listen to you? As Jessica's current boyfriend, Anthony naturally stands on Jessica's side. You can't say that. Eve's attitude towards James has obviously become alienated. Maybe she has figured out. Shunli glared at him coldly and said bluntly, You too. Go wherever you want. Two poor students. Seeing that the host was slow to connect, Shunli simply walked up to her, snatched her pen, and then quickly connected Eve's line. The couple she supports are getting married right where they are, and neither of them can give up on the other. Lulu asked awkwardly, What about James? It must be Lee and Eve. They were on a date together today, and the atmosphere was so good. Shunli said confidently, It's really hard to say. At first, they thought James' mind was the easiest to guess among the guests, but who knew that he was the most unpredictable one? For example, last time, everyone thought he would send the text message to Linda or Eve, but who knew he actually sent it to Beata? The two of them had no ambiguous interaction at all. It would be better to call it a spark of fighting than a spark of love. Seeing Shun Li's strong attitude, Su Nua smiled helplessly. Then listen to Shun Li. James is for Eve. Teacher Su has a good eye. Shun Li happily connected the last line. That's it. Linda had been feeling unwilling to accept the situation since last night, and her unwillingness reached its peak this morning when she saw James and Eve going out together. When she was dating Ling Xian, she kept thinking about what James and Eve were doing, where they would go to eat, what they would do. She was completely absent-minded, and the more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. To Eve's openness, Linda's personality is more introverted, but that doesn't mean she is not enterprising. From an unknown actress to today's movie queen, she relied on that drive. She had to do something, or she would really give it up. In variety shows, every move is recorded by the camera. Linda has to deal not only with James' likes and dislikes, but also with the audience's opinions and the rules of the show, which greatly restricts her actions. If she could, she would say I love you to James 100 times every day. Linda bought a lot of flowers in the flower shop today. Every flower has its own meaning. Pink roses represent first love. Baby's breath represents endless love. Violets represent eternity. Red roses are warm and noble, and lilies symbolize a happy marriage. And one she picked for James were sunflowers. I give you sunflowers, and there is no one else in sight. Only you are everywhere. Linda divided the flowers into groups and gave them to everyone one by one. If she gave the flowers to James alone, he would definitely not accept them. Because they were in the same dormitory, the first person Linda sent home was Eve, and she simply bandaged her. Eve glanced at him coldly and said, Put it down. Eve is not stupid and knows that Linda bought the flowers to give to James. Linda put the flowers down. She gave them out one by one until the last one came to James. She took out the carefully wrapped bouquet of flowers and knocked on James' door. After a while, James opened the door and saw that it was her. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. What's the matter? Linda handed over the flowers. Here. James looked at the flowers in Linda's hand. For me? James saw the flowers. He knew that she had carefully selected them. Linda said, Everyone has one. I bought it today to decorate the hut. I just picked it randomly. Do you like sunflowers? Not bad. James then reached out and took it. Thank you. He accepted the sunflower. James didn't know much about the meaning of flowers. The sunflowers that could be seen everywhere in the flower shop should not have any special meaning. Linda raised her hand. Thank you for your hard work today. Go to bed early. Good night. James, you should go to bed early too. Good night. As the two said good night to each other, Eve walked slowly by and gave James a sinister look. Just with this one glance, James felt a chill on his back. Seeing the photographer following Eve, Linda didn't stay any longer and left quickly with her head down. As soon as she left, Eve stared at the sunflower in James' hand, pouted, and said sarcastically, Do you like sunflowers? James. Eve continued. Thank you for your hard work today. Go to bed early. James. Unable to bear it any longer, James reminded her. The photographer is still here. The photographer stuck his head out and said, Don't worry, the camera is turned off. Now that it's turned off, what are you carrying it for? The photographer walked aside and pretended not to see it. Eve folded her arms and raised her chin slightly, with a proud and flamboyant face, like a beautiful red rose. She was obviously shorter than James, but she was a head taller in momentum. The look she raised her head to look up was more like looking down from a high position. In her eyes, James at this moment seemed like a toy in her hands. Put your hand out. James didn't understand, but he still reached out his hand obediently. Eve reached out and put a mobile phone in his palm. You can contact your own contacts. I won't help you. Remember to return my phone to me after use. And tomorrow, don't forget what you promised me. James held the phone tightly and looked at Eve in a daze. He opened his mouth and thought he was going to say a lot of things, but he just said a simple thank you. The program team stipulated that guests are not allowed to bring mobile phones. This phone was obviously secretly hidden by Eve. Judging from the phone case, the phone in her hand is obviously the one Eve often uses. I hid it well. I only have this one phone. If it's discovered and I hand it in, it's gone. You give it to me, what about you? It doesn't matter if I don't use it for 2 or 3 days. You said this on purpose. But in fact, it didn't matter to her whether she had a mobile phone or not, because the staff around her were all her employees. What news could she not get? The two stood face to face in silence for a while before James asked tentatively, Anything else? That's it. Eve glared at him fiercely, then turned and left, stopping after only 2 steps. James, did you forget what you wanted to tell me? Say what? Eve said sarcastically again. Go to bed early, good night. Eve was quite fussy about such trivial matters. It turned out that she hadn't left just to wait for him to say goodnight. The 26-year-old Eve also has a childish side, which is a huge contrast. If this side were seen by the live broadcast audience, I wonder how many people would be attracted to it. James whispered back, good night. 5-4, if you want to take revenge on Jessica, you might as well become her uncle. Watching Eve leave, James turned back to the house and closed the door. He took out his cell phone and called Song Lu directly, explaining the situation briefly. Worried that he was not clear enough, he edited a text message and sent him some information. In short, there are 2 things to do. The first is to sue the person who spreads rumors about him online, and the second is to call the tax bureau to report the bookmaker's tax evasion. Song Lu received the information and read it quickly. I didn't expect that the people who spread rumors about you were actually the Xia family. They're crazy. They refused to let you go even after the engagement was broken off. It was obviously Jessica who wronged you, but now they are spreading rumors that you cheated first. They are really capable of such despicable means. I don't dare to fall in love or get married after seeing this. I am staying with the smell of shit, and I can't wash it off no matter how hard I try. It's really disgusting. Can you win a lawsuit? I took a look and found a lot of evidence. It's not a big problem. Aren't you recording a variety show? Where did you find the time to look for this information? Someone else found it for me. So, is this phone of yours or someone else's? It belongs to someone else, too. Song Lu joked. Let me guess it couldn't be given by Eve. James? No. How did you guess that? Song Lu said, I watch your show. You and Eve have been in contact the most these days. I'm almost becoming your CP leader. Don't be ridiculous. Do you know who Eve is? I know. She's Jessica's aunt. If you ask me, she's helped you so much that you might as well obey her. Then Jessica will have to respectfully call you uncle whenever she sees you, which will piss her off to death. James, you can't exploit feelings. Song Lu, I'm joking, but James, do you really have no feelings for Eve? She likes you so much, and she specially participated in this program for you. She doesn't care what you care about. If you ask me, you just think too much. Don't chase your wife to the crematorium. You will suffer. Don't talk about this. James interrupted him. Help me get these 2 things done. Okay. Song Lu said helplessly, I will help you get it done, and I will also pay attention to the live broadcast of the program and speak for you. After finishing speaking, James hung up the phone. After all, this was Eve's phone, and it contained her privacy. James would not read it too much. When he was about to turn off the phone, a hot search message popped up. Hashtag Eve James. He subconsciously clicked on it and saw that it was full of insults. Some call him a scumbag, saying that he was dating Eve just to get revenge on Jessica, and some cursed Eve. Eve was scolded because of him. This group of people on the internet scold women even more dirty and harshly, using such names as slut, vixen, manslut, The list is too numerous to count. The public opinion environment that women face is much worse than that of men, and they suffer from prejudice and injustice. James' eyes became hot when he saw these things, and his head felt so painful that he wanted to do something. Eve's sudden indifference towards him last night made public opinion look better. Netizens said that she is no longer blind and her brain has become smarter. But this is far from enough. If she wants to get away from such public opinion, she must at least remain indifferent when facing him. Eve returned to the bedroom, feeling very bad, especially when she saw the dazzling flowers on the table and thought of James taking the flowers from Linda and holding them in his arms. She snorted coldly and thought, "He left no room for negotiation when he rejected me, but he was quite happy to receive the flowers sent by his first love." The next morning, the flowers on the table had withered. No matter how bright a flower is, it will wither quickly if it is not properly cared for. Eve stood up and prepared to throw the flowers away. The director looked at the flowers in the trash can and asked, "Why did you throw them away?" "Withered. If it wilts, just give it some water and it will be fine." "Please, I don't like this lifeless flower." The director shook his head and said that he didn't like such lifeless flowers, but you will be happy when James gives them to you. Otherwise, take some time to let James buy a bouquet of flowers like Linda did and share with everyone. Then see Eve's reaction and compare them when editing the feature film. Wouldn't that have a slap in the face effect? The more the director thought about it, the more he thought it was a good idea. Beata got up and made today's breakfast. She doesn't make complicated breakfasts, so she made white porridge with white eggs. It has carbohydrates and protein, but lacks dietary fiber. She boiled the vegetables and dipped them in soy sauce, which is perfect. She was smugly waiting for everyone to come and taste it, and what she was most looking forward to was James's look after tasting it. So she kept staring at James while he was drinking porridge. "How is it? Is the breakfast I made okay? Isn't this just plain white porridge? How can you taste the meat?" In order to encourage the child enthusiasm, James still gave a high evaluation. "Not bad. The consistency of this porridge is just right." He peeled another egg and it burst. It was cooked too short and the yolk was not cooked. Beata looked at James with egg yolk on his hand and his toes clenched in embarrassment and began to make excuses for herself. James silently put down the egg in his hand, then tore off a piece of tissue to wipe the yolk off his fingers, saying as he wiped, "You are quite good at cooking hot spring eggs, but the eggs in this countryside are all free-range eggs, so it's better to cook them. Next time, set the time for 8 minutes. Overall, the breakfast you made today is very good. To describe it in one word, it's..." James tried hard to compose words. "High-end. You are suitable for using the freshest ingredients to bring out the original flavor of the ingredients." Beata was dizzy after hearing this. It turned out that she was so good at cooking. This was her first time making breakfast, and she didn't expect to get such high praise. She must be a genius. Beata couldn't help but laugh twice, which made the staff around her speechless. This silly child is so easy to fool. The production crew really has to thank James. It was he who cured Beata's princess syndrome. Why didn't they realize before that Beata could be so obedient and do anything with just the right amount of praise? After breakfast, the director stood out familiarly. Fong Chen asked, "Director, do you have a mission today?" Although they didn't have any tasks to do yesterday, the dating process was no easier than doing farm work. Farm work is physically tiring and can be completed in 2 hours at most, while dating is mentally tiring and your heart may not have recovered even after a night. The director replied, "The main task today is to help the villagers sell their goods." Beata complained, "We were exhausted yesterday. Can't we take a day off? And the weather is so hot. Why should we help the villagers sell goods? We have never sold anything before. If it really doesn't work, can't we buy it ourselves? Let you experience the life of the local villagers, know how difficult it is to grow crops, and also establish a good image for the audience. Rong, although you have never sold things, I believe that with your talent and beauty, you will be able to build a good relationship with the locals and sell out quickly." The director followed suit and soon learned the essence of James. Sure enough, as soon as this was said, Beata was the first to step forward. "Okay, let's go sell the goods now." The director looked at her with satisfaction and said, "Don't worry. Before you go to sell the goods, take your phone back to your room and send a text message to the person you like. When you come out, I will arrange for you to draw lots and divide into teams. One group of men and one group of women will sell the goods. 5 some people should change their way of addressing him as uncle as soon as possible." The director was too cruel. He made the guests divide into groups to do tasks right after they sent their love messages, without even any buffer time. The 6 people returned to their bedrooms with the mobile phones distributed by the director. The director only gave them 10 minutes to send text messages, leaving them no time to prepare themselves mentally. Observers also turned on the live broadcast early in the morning to watch the results. Watching them return to their rooms one by one, Lilo asked, "Should we discuss it again? Should we change it?" Shunli insisted, "No change, just like that. I thought it would start in the evening, but I didn't expect it to be so exciting so early in the morning." The director really knows how to have fun. In less than 10 minutes, some people came out of the room. The first one was James, followed by Eve, then Fong Chun, Ling Xian, and Linda, and the last one was Bada, who took 10 minutes to come out of the room. Some were happy, some were depressed, and the one with the ugliest expression was Beata. Judging from their expressions, it is impossible to tell who gave it to whom. "Lilu, who's first?" Su Nua suggested. "Let's save the exciting ones for later. Let's watch Fong Chen's first." As expected, Fong Chun and Ling Xian's best guesses were the same as last time, one for Beata and one for Linda. "Fong Chun, I'm sorry, I didn't arrange yesterday's date well. Next time, I will make sure you are satisfied." "Ling Xian, I like the flowers you gave me." Beata sent the same message to Fong Chun as last time. "I'm still quite happy." Linda's feelings have never changed. After she decided on James, she would not give up no matter how he rejected her or how cold he was to her. The content of the heartwarming text message she sent to James was, "There's no one else in my sight. You are everywhere." He was also easy to guess and performed as steadily as ever. "Huh, you like flowers very much?" James's mobile phone screened nervously. The content was very simple, just 2 words, "thank you," and the recipient was Eve. Shinli jumped up happily. "I said he had her in his heart. I guess they were just having a quarrel last night." After saying that, she did not forget to look at Jessica proudly. "You've slapped someone in the face again," Shinli said, playing with the heart-beating diamond in her hand. "If Jessica listens to you this time, we'll get nothing again. At this rate, I think you should change your name to Uncle as soon as possible. It won't hurt to get used to it in advance, otherwise you won't know how to call him Uncle when you meet him later. Our family affairs are none of your business." Jessica would never acknowledge James and Eve. She knew Shanli was deliberately adding fuel to the fire and trying to embarrass her. Jessica has never suffered so much humiliation since she was a child. She has been superior since she was born. People around her call her Miss Xia. She is the only daughter of the Xia family, the apple of the eye, and the princess doted on by her elders. All the friends she made flattered her. Whatever she said was the truth, and no one dared to refute her. Even less would anyone be as arrogant as Shunli. In addition, after meeting James, a man who was obedient to her, Jessica would not quarrel because no one dared to quarrel with her. So the number of words she said during quarrels was pitiful, which was why she was always left speechless by Shunli. Not being able to quarrel does not mean not being able to fight back. With the status of the Xia family, dealing with a member of a girl group should be easy. What artists fear most is being hidden from the public, with no announcements or money to earn, which would make their years of hard work go to waste. Jessica looked at Shunli with cold disgust in her eyes. "Come on, who can say anything about you? Let's see how long you can keep talking." Shunli has been in the entertainment industry for many years, so how could she not know what Jessica was thinking? She was not afraid at all, and even responded with a provocation. She was not afraid of offending her. Her agency was a rival of the Xia family, and Jessica had no control over her. If someone really dares to ban her head-on, she will have to retire early and then make a big deal out of it, post it online, and let netizens give her justice. During the free break, Jessica got up and left the observation room. She called Anthony to go into the lounge together, and then called Frank in front of him. "Dad, Eve openly seduced James in the variety show. She clearly knew that James was my ex-fiancé. I just broke up with her, and she did this. I think she clearly doesn't take me seriously. Her actions will bring shame to the Liu and Xia families." Jessica said aggrievedly, "Can you tell my uncle to take good care of Eve and arrest her and lock her up? It's really embarrassing for her to do this in front of millions of viewers. She is deliberately disgusting us." Eve's incident was such a big deal, Frank couldn't have missed it. Do you think he didn't call the Liu family? The Liu family wanted to intervene, but they couldn't. Eve had escaped from the Liu family's control many years ago. "Eve, I will find a way to solve this matter, so don't worry about it. As for you, you should be content these days. I have told you so many times that you will be the one who manages the family property and inherits the company's assets in the future. Don't waste your time and energy on unimportant things. You should quit that variety show as soon as possible. And you and Anthony, are you done with each other? Frank has been very busy lately and has no time to care about Jessica's private life. Some time ago, he was trying to teach James a lesson. After that, some of his small companies had various problems and were frequently reported. He didn't lose much money, but it was a hassle, and he had to deal with it in person. So he was very busy during this period, and he even spoke weakly when he answered the phone. The phone was on speaker, so Anthony could hear clearly what Frank said on the phone. Hearing this, he could only clench his hands and try his best to endure. Frank has always looked down on him. After all, he does not have a good background, his education and experience are not high enough, and he is of no use at all. For profit-seeking businessmen like Frank, people who are of no use are irretrievable waste. As long as Frank doesn't give in, it won't matter how much Jessica likes him. If Frank hadn't driven him away, he might have married Jessica. Dad, I want to discuss something with you. Doesn't the banker want to maintain a cooperative relationship with us? Then let them register Anthony as their son. James has been kicked out of the house anyway, and Stella is too old to have children. When they die, there will be no heir. Anthony's eyes widened with disbelief. Jessica had never mentioned this to him before, and now that he heard it, he was not only surprised but also delighted. The banker is not a bad person. He has status and money. Otherwise, Frank would not have chosen to marry the banker at that time. If he could officially join the Zhuang family, he wouldn't have to be a small actor in the entertainment industry. At that time, he would inherit the property. His position would be stable. He would no longer be looked down upon, and he could smoothly marry Jessica. Maybe in the future, he would be able to take charge of all the wealth of the Zhuang family and the Xia family and become the #1 person in Rongqing. Anthony thought about it. The more excited he became. He was no worse than James. James was just better at reincarnation than him and was just lucky enough to be the only son of the banker. Since James was kicked out of the house by his parents, there's no harm in him taking over. If you want to blame someone, just blame himself for not knowing how to cherish. Chapter 56, How Can You Give Eve Happiness When You Have Nothing? Anthony's feelings for Jessica are more like a deep obsession than love, as if only by being with her can he get recognition and respect from the people around him. Anthony was jealous of James. He wanted to have what James had. He had thought more than once that if he was born in a banker's family, he would have power, status, and a lot of money. He would not be looked down upon, beaten, or scolded. He would not be sent abroad because of a word from Frank, where he would not speak the language, would be in an unfamiliar environment, and would not even have freedom. If he becomes the heir to the banker, all of this will be within his reach. The desire in my body was burning so fiercely that it seemed to burst out from my chest. Anthony listened nervously. If Frank agreed, his chances of becoming the banker would be secure. Frank was also a worldly wise man, and was also shocked by Jessica's words. Why don't you give your own son to an outsider? How did you come up with that? No matter how much trouble James makes, he is still Richard's biological son. He is still young now, and severing the relationship is only temporary. No one can guarantee what will happen in the future, and only you will take it seriously. Frank didn't believe that James would never return to the banker, nor did he believe that Richard would never recognize James until his death. Who knows? Maybe one day he would suddenly come to his senses. Jessica come up with this? This story started the day after James broke off the engagement. The two had an unpleasant meeting that day. In order to convince her, James said this. If you must marry the Zhuang family, I have a good idea. You can ask them to adopt Anthony. This way, you can be together legitimately. Not only can you talk about feelings, but also about interests. She thought at the time that James said this out of anger and shame. Her thoughts at the time were the same as most people's. Why should she give up her ties with the rich second generation and become an ordinary person? If you lose your identity as a rich person, all the good resources you enjoy will be replaced. James' words were powerful, and he looked as if he would never look back, but in fact, he would be going back in a few days. He looked just like a kindergarten kid who had run away from home. He looked back as soon as he left the house. It was extremely ridiculous. Everyone in the circle was waiting to see James make a fool of himself, and so was she. But she kept waiting, getting impatient, irritated, and numb. But she never got to see James turn around, and even had to watch him flirting with her aunt in front of the national audience. She would never let James become her little uncle. Dad, I know James. James will not return to the banker. How well can you know him? How long have you known him? Less than 5 years. If you really knew him, how come you didn't know when he was making a fuss about breaking off the engagement? Frank couldn't help but mock Jessica's wild thoughts. After all, she was his daughter, so he didn't say anything too harsh. Jessica's face turned red and white. It was because of this incident that I got to know him thoroughly. Once he makes a decision, he won't look back. The letter of severance he prepared for his parents has cut off his retreat. A letter of severance? That sounds nice. He has Richard's blood in his body, and his last name is Zhuang. The Zhuang family spent money to raise him. Can a letter of severance be enough to end it? The law doesn't recognize it. Don't tell me such unreliable things. I know you are considering Anthony, but you have to be practical. Don't forget why James broke off the engagement with you. It was because you ran away to accompany Anthony. To put it bluntly, it was Anthony who caused it. If it weren't for Anthony, would he have broken off the engagement and severed ties with his own son? If you send the culprit over now, believe it or not, Anthony will be beaten to death before he even goes to jail. Anthony heard this. His face turned pale, and his originally excited emotions turned into dead water. Frank said made sense, but it was Jessica who was dreaming. The banker didn't even want his own son. So how could he want someone who came along halfway? Dad, Jessica was also anxious. Then let me make it clear to you. I can only be with Anthony in this life. I will not listen to your arrangements. The only person I can marry is Anthony. If you send Anthony abroad like before, I will go with you. If you force me to marry, I will give birth to a grandson for you in advance. You are so self-degrading, stupid, and absurd. Frank was so angry that his blood pressure rose because of the rudeness of his daughter, whom he had raised with great effort. His trembling and heavy breathing voice could be heard on the phone. Jessica gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Dad, let's take a step back. You can find a way to get Anthony into the banker and have him build a good relationship with James' parents. Just put a name on the banker and don't interfere with the property. I think the banker will agree. The banker is not like our family. We have many relatives. Their relatives are indifferent. James and I have been together for all these years, and I haven't seen many of them. The sound of drinking water came from the phone, and Frank didn't say anything. Jessica knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed, and she had to give Frank some time to accept it. Frank thought about it for a long time and finally sighed helplessly. He had spoiled Jessica for more than 20 years, and it had become a habit. I can arrange for Anthony to join the dealer and create opportunities for him to get close to Stella. But whether he can seize the opportunity depends on him. It depends on his luck after he joins the dealer. I will not interfere or provide help. You can't put a knife to Richard's neck and ask him to acknowledge this cheap son and give him money. There is no such outrageous thing in the world. My words alone don't count. You should also ask Anthony if he is willing to bear the consequences. It's embarrassing for him to enter the dealership with his identity. If he gets beaten, I can't save him. It was a pleasant surprise that Frank was able to give in. Jessica looked at Anthony and asked him with her eyes without saying anything. Anthony immediately said, Uncle Xia, I am willing. As long as you give me this opportunity, I will seize it firmly. As the saying goes, you can't get a tiger cub without risking it. Who can predict the future? What if Anthony really inherits the Zhuang family's property? Then the Xia family can swallow it up. In short, it is not a bad thing for Anthony to join the banker. He has status and position. If he can get some shares of the banker, it would not be a bad idea to let him become the son-in-law of the Xia family. Thank you, Dad. Jessica, don't do things you shouldn't do. You're already this old. You should be obedient and sensible. Grandchildren can only be born after the engagement. Do you hear me? Jessica quickly said she heard it, and an unpleasant call ended. After hanging up the phone, Jessica said apologetically, I'm sorry, I didn't discuss it with you in advance. You're doing this for my own good. Anthony is so successful in the entertainment industry is because of his pleasing face. It's hard to say about Richard, but James' mother Stella should be easy to control. James, don't you want to get away from the dealer? Then I will help you get rid of all the money and make you an ordinary person with nothing. Now that you have lost the halo of being a rich second generation, what can you use to be with Eve? I want you to watch your identity and status being replaced and everything you once had being taken away. Chapter 57 Mission. The only person who changed in this heartbeat signal was James. Last time he sent the signal to Beata, but this time he sent it to Eve. Ling Xian failed to receive the signal again, which dealt a serious blow to his self-confidence. He had woken up happily this morning, but now he has been unhappy all day. He has to go on a mission to sell goods later. How can he sell them in this state? Fang Chun was greatly relieved when he received Beata's heartwarming text message. He thought he had ruined yesterday's date. Linda received the signal from Ling Xian. She took a glance and knew it was not from James. She held the phone tightly and continued to wait until she heard the notification tone from Eve's phone. At that moment, all the blood was lost. Did James send a love signal to Eve? Eve snorted and smiled. She looked at him quietly for a while and then got up and left. Linda called out to her from behind. Is it a message from James? Eve said with a smile. Who else could it be if not him? What did he send you? Why should I tell you? Linda was really anxious and dared to ask her this directly in front of the camera. Linda also realized that she had asked the wrong question. She was too eager and utilitarian, which would leave a bad impression on the audience and would also bring trouble to James. Thinking of this, her face turned pale and she lowered her head and silently restrained her expression. Eve went out. James was already standing in the yard, and the director asked him to draw lots. There were 3 balls in the box. He opened one at random and saw a piece of paper with the word watermelon written on it. His task today is to help the villagers sell watermelons. Eve wanted to be in the same group with James. She had to draw a watermelon. She was never good at drawing lots and had very bad luck. When she took it out, she saw that it was a vegetable. She couldn't be in the same group with James, and Eve was in a bad mood. The person assigned to the same group with her was Ling Xian. Facing Eve, Ling Xian was inexplicably afraid. He stood over and smiled awkwardly. Happy cooperation. Linda also came out and drew the egg. Eve saw it with her sharp eyes, which meant that Beata, who was the last one to come out, would go on a mission with James today. Eve stared at the last ball in the box. If she had known, she would have come out later. Now, Beata got the advantage for free. However, she still likes the ignorant Beata better than Linda. Beata was the last one to come out. Why was she the last one? Because she was waiting for a message. Last time, she received 2 text messages. This time, she also wanted to see if there were 2 messages. But she waited and waited, but there was no message from James. James finally stopped sending her crazy text messages. She should have been relieved, but for some reason, she felt empty inside. When she came out, everyone was waiting for her. She picked up the last ball and opened it to see, what is a watermelon? The director explained, watermelon means, today you and James are going to sell watermelons together. Huh. She quickly looked at James. I'm going to sell watermelons with him? Director, do you have any comments? Beata shook her head. No problem. Her empty heart seemed to be filled with a small piece of cake. James, with her chin up, folded her arms and said, let me make it clear first. I was assigned to be with you because of the program rules, not because I wanted to be with you. Stay away from me when I sell watermelons. Don't talk to me, and don't hold me back. She looked at the camera closest to her and thought to herself that she had to make her words clear so as not to be misunderstood by Jessica. But her attitude inexplicably gave off a kind of there is no silver here. James just thought she hated him, which was the situation he was most happy to see. Don't worry, I won't disturb you. Eve, who heard the conversation between the two, walked over leisurely. She approached Beata and said, you hate James so much that you don't want to be in the same group with him. How about we switch? You wish. I won't grant your wish. Don't forget that you're Jessica's aunt. How can you always stick with James? Beata was stunned for a moment, but then she reacted quickly. Besides, the director said that it will be decided by drawing lots. This is the rule, and it cannot be changed just because of you. If you want to change it, change it. You think this is your home. You gave him a cold look. The director quickly turned his back and pretended not to see it. The group set off in a car and carried out their tasks separately. Looking at the huge truck of watermelons, Beata was stunned. Director, are we going to sell all this truck? Yes. How much? You can sell in the market or on the street. You can sell it however you want. Can we broadcast it live? No. In the summer, watermelons are cheap and can be bought everywhere. They're not rare. If you sell them through live streaming, the shipping cost will be as much as the watermelon itself, and watermelons will spoil easily on the way. Beata initially thought of selling goods through live streaming, but she didn't expect to end up shouting on the street like a vendor. She knew that nothing good would happen in this village. The director was the same. He was always thinking of something bad, and he only knew how to make trouble for others. I've only bought watermelons and never sold them. How can I sell so many? Beata wanted to lose her temper again, and the audience in the live broadcast room were also waiting for her to lose her temper. The director knew she was the most difficult to deal with and was thinking about how to settle her. James, next to him, said, a mature and independent woman like you will be liked wherever you go. You are also so beautiful and everyone loves you. It will be easy for you to sell watermelons. I believe that as long as you stand here, you will be a human advertisement. You will be the first spokesperson for watermelons this year. Beata didn't respond, but quietly opened the car door and got in. After a while, a little head popped out of the car window and said, "Let's go, we're going to sell melons." Still as easy to fool as ever. Beata's obedience greatly reduced the difficulty of this mission. James sat in the driver's seat and drove the car to the vegetable market. He planned to drive for a while and stop to sell the melons. He should be able to sell all the melons along the way from the town to the county town. For this purpose, James also prepared a speaker recording. Eat watermelon, everyone come and eat watermelon. A watermelon jumped off a building. A watermelon jumped off a building. Mom, I want to eat watermelon, big watermelon. Buy it. Big and sweet watermelon. Buy it to make popsicles, drinks, iced jelly, and ice cream. It has no additives, so children can eat it with more peace of mind. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed out loud when they heard it. James is so talented, I can't help but want to buy a melon. That's right. Why can't I sell goods through live streaming? I want to eat melons and buy melons too. First melon to eat today, go downstairs and buy it now. You guys are still thinking about buying watermelons here. Didn't you hear the watermelon jump off the building? Who's going to save the watermelon? This time, the team formation was a mess, and my chin and CP was separated. I don't know if it's my illusion, but I feel like Beata and James seem happier together. They talk more, and their expressions are more relaxed. Compared to yesterday's date, they seem much more natural. Beata's attitude towards Fong Chun yesterday was not like today. She was very cold to Fong Chun, with a stern face, and looked annoyed. I don't know how the CP fans started to support them. Even if Beata doesn't like Fong Chun, she won't like James. She hates James so much. Chapter 58, I'll give you a flower called a rich flower. Driving all the way to the county town, many people came to buy melons, but it was far from enough to sell out a whole truckload. Although Beata agreed to sell melons with James, she was still unwilling to deal with strangers. James didn't care about her. The two of them divided the work, one selling the melons while the other collected the money. We heard from the staff that Linda's group was the first to sell out its goods. Linda is well known in the entertainment circle and has fans everywhere. It is very easy for her to sell eggs. If she meets fans, she can even give them an autograph. Therefore, there's a long line at her egg stall, and she closes it early before noon. The second was Eve. She and Ling Xian didn't get along, so they simply sold the vegetables separately. One of them went to the town's vegetable market, and the other drove to the county town where there was more traffic. The person who went to the county town was Eve because she heard that James had also come to the county town. The vegetables grown by the villagers themselves were very fresh. They were picked early in the morning, but they were wilted due to the hot weather. Eve saw that the vegetable vendors nearby had prepared a kettle for watering the vegetables, so she got one for herself. Eve was very good at selling vegetables. She wrote the prices on a sign, stood up and shouted in the crowd, and soon attracted a lot of people. A beautiful appearance is an advantage. Who doesn't like to watch a beautiful woman selling vegetables? In addition, the program crew has its own traffic, so many people recognized her and bought vegetables from her stall. The program team prepared for Eve was not an electronic scale, but a plate scale. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned when they saw Eve skillfully weighing the dishes and calculating the money. Does Eve even know how to use a plate scale? Does she have any surprises that I don't know about? Could it be that he secretly practiced with the villagers behind our backs? Can anyone tell me why Eve, a rich girl, would do this? I saw online that some rich second generations can't even tell the difference between vegetables. It doesn't look like Eve is selling vegetables for the first time. Her proficiency is much better than that of other guests. Only James can compete with her. It's really strange. James and Eve are both second-generation rich. They are good at farm work and selling vegetables. But Fong Chen always talks about his rural origin, but he can't do anything. I thought it was his home court today, but it turned out that Linda was the one selling the eggs, and he even broke a few eggs. Fong Chun has 3 older sisters. His family favors boys over girls. After selling the vegetables, Eve immediately asked about James' news because selling melons is not as easy as selling vegetables. This year, there was a bumper harvest of watermelons, resulting in many farmers' watermelons being unable to be sold, and they rotted in the fields. It was already very good that James was able to sell half of them in such a short time. Beata looked anxiously. When will it be sold out? It's so hot. The two stood in the shade, sweating profusely, and the small fans in their hands were completely useless. James looked at the smudged makeup on Beata's face and said, "If you feel too tired, go find a milk tea shop and rest for a while." Under normal circumstances, Beata would have gone to rest without James telling her to do so. But today, she wanted to save her dignity. No, Beata snorted coldly. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to accompany you. It's because the program team stipulates that you can only rest after selling all the melons, and without me as a human signboard, you will definitely not be able to sell a single one. James did not refute, but smiled and perfunctorily responded, Yes, yes, yes. Fortunately, I have you, otherwise I wouldn't be able to sell any watermelons today. I can sell so many watermelons and make so much money, all thanks to you. Beata's face is hot. It must be because of the hot weather. At 12 o'clock noon, the staff reminded the two to go for lunch. James asked Beata to go eat first and pack a portion for him. Beata was hungry, so she didn't refuse. Not long after she left, James saw Eve. What brought you here? Eve said coldly, selling vegetables. Where's your food? Sold out. James looked at her enviously, then turned back to look at his half-full cart of melons, wondering when he would be able to sell them all. Then why don't you go back? Eve sneered and didn't approach him as usual. She walked around the watermelon cart, patted the watermelons in the cart, and fiddled with a loudspeaker inside. You like flowers? She asked the question again. When James received the text message in the morning, he could tell Eve's sarcasm from these few words. It was obvious that she was fussing about the flowers Linda gave him last night. Good. Eve sneered twice again, then took out a card from her pocket and handed it to James. Since you like flowers so much, I'll give you one too. What do you mean? James lowered his eyes and saw that it was obviously a black card. Where did the flower come from? Eve came forward, pinched the black card between her fingers, and poked James in the chest, saying, This is called having money to spend. Aren't her flowers better than the ones Linda sent? They're also more practical, and I believe no one will dislike them. But James stepped back and avoided the card in her hand. I don't want it. Eve suppressed her sneer and met James' serious expression, knowing that he really didn't want it. She couldn't help but wonder, since James was such a stickler for details, whether he would think that she wanted to support him with her wallet. If she could really support him with her wallet, she wouldn't have to go to so much trouble to seduce him. It wasn't something she was good at. She practiced for a long time, did a lot of homework, and prepared herself mentally before taking that step. Unfortunately, it was of no use to James, this straight man who didn't understand romance. Seeing Eve finally take the black card, James breathed a sigh of relief and reminded her quietly, Don't forget that there's a photographer following you. Be careful what you say and do. The sound was turned off, so no one could hear it. And it was far away, so I couldn't take any pictures. Did you really not take the photo? Eve actually came to see James on purpose. It seems like she still can't let it go. It seems that Eve's attitude towards James has become much colder. Did they have a fight? Can someone who can read lips help interpret this? I want to see what Eve said to James. James looks a little shy. Eve seems to take out a card. Could it be a black card? Whose black card is silver? It's probably just an ordinary credit card. Eve should not be eligible to use the black card. Black cards are limited. Only billionaires can use black cards. How can Eve be considered a billionaire? Why did you suddenly turn off the sound? Is there some secret we can't hear? Sister Eve, I want to join your big family. Eve asked, How long will it take to sell all the watermelons in this truck? James was also unsure. Eve asked the staff, Will there be any punishment if we don't sell out? No, Director Wong said, just do your best. Since there is no punishment, go back. You haven't eaten yet. It's so hot. I'm worried you'll get heat stroke. James felt a little dizzy now. He took a sip of water and said, I will go back later and sell as much as I can to reduce the burden on the villagers. After hearing what James said, Eve stopped persuading him. Beata came back just at this time. She usually took a long time to eat, but today she came back so quickly, less than 20 minutes. Beata was carrying a lunchbox, and when she saw Eve standing next to James, she felt a sense of hostility. Chapter 59. Sundara Beata. What are you doing here? Seeing Beata's hostile face, Eve almost thought she had come to her senses. She picked up a watermelon and patted it. Buy melons, I want this one to be packed for me. Are you really just here to buy melons? Eve paid the bill and picked up the watermelon. I'm going home. I'll wait for you. If you don't know, you might think they're a young couple. Beata was inexplicably holding her breath. If the photographer hadn't been there, she would have said something to Eve on the spot. Seeing Eve walking away, Beata turned around and glared at James. James was glared at. Why are you looking at him like that? Did he do something wrong? Beata raised her hand while holding the lunchbox. Here. Thank you. James opened the lunchbox and saw 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a bowl of soup, all of which were his favorite dishes. You sent the love message to Eve? The director forbids discussion of this topic. She listened to the director's words if she wanted to, and didn't listen if she didn't want to. She had her own set of rules here at Beata, so she asked again, "Then why did you text me last time? How do you know it was me? Only you would say something disgusting like that." Beata felt awkward when I praised me. "Why did you send me a love message? Do you know what this means?" It will be seen by the audience, and Jessica, I don't want her to misunderstand. Beata sat on a low stool, with her back to James and her chin supported by her hands. James paused and chose to tell the truth. "I'm sorry, I didn't think that much. I sent you a text message at that time, just because I thought you wouldn't choose me. If you were worried about being misunderstood, I wouldn't do such a thing." Beata's heart skipped a beat when she learned the truth. She turned around abruptly and said, "Just because I won't choose you, you sent the text message to me? What if? Nothing." Beata stood up and looked down at James. "I warn you, stay away from Eve. She is Jessica's aunt. There is no possibility between you two. Don't think Eve is nice to you. She is actually teasing you. What man has not seen a woman like her? I advise you to have some self-knowledge." James felt a little dizzy. His chest was stuffy, sweat was dripping down, and his hands holding the lunchbox were shaking. He was in no mood to listen to Beata's words. He just felt that she was making a lot of noise. Who I'm with is none of your business. If you're with Eve, you'll be scolded to death by netizens. Seeing that James didn't listen to her words, Beata said angrily, "The Xia family and the Liu family won't agree, and you'll be the one who'll be embarrassed. Besides, Jessica will also be unhappy." James said, "I didn't do anything but was scolded by the whole network. What's more, I lost my own face. Why do you care? Even Jessica doesn't care." Jessica not care? If she really didn't care, she wouldn't have called to remind her. Beata was furious. She was thinking about him, so why was he so ungrateful? Beata said something afterwards, all about Jessica. James couldn't hear a word. It was as if a fly had flown into his ear, buzzing nonstop. He stood up and wanted to change the place to eat. Unexpectedly, his legs went weak when he stood up, and James fell backwards uncontrollably and sat on the ground. Suddenly, he felt chest tightness and shortness of breath, and he felt dizzy, and the overwhelming darkness seemed to swallow up his consciousness. His sudden fall startled Beata. "James, what happened to you? Don't scare me. Why did you fall suddenly?" James touched his cold forehead and thought. It seems that Beata was really scared, and her voice was trembling. After sitting for a while, James recovered and panted, "I have a little heat stroke and hypoglycemia." When Beata heard that James had low blood sugar, she quickly picked up a watermelon and threw it on the ground, then picked up a piece of watermelon and stuffed it into his mouth. "Take 2 bites first." Beata helped him to a cool place, took a bottle of mineral water, wet a towel, and put it on his face, and blew a small fan on his face. "Are you feeling better?" Seeing James' weak face, Beata stood up and said, "Wait for me. There is a pharmacy nearby. I will be back soon." Beata hurried out and ran back in a hurry, holding a bunch of medicine in her hands. James drank a small bottle of glucose water. His weak limbs gradually regained strength, and his rapid breathing began to return to normal. Beata was still worried, so she asked him to drink some more saline solution and a small bottle of Huaxiang Jingxi liquid. Seeing James' pale face improve, Beata's tense nerves finally relaxed. Suddenly, she broke out in a sweat, not knowing whether it was because of the heat or fear. "I also bought some cooling patches. Take off your clothes and put them under your armpits." James took off the tissue on his face. "No need. I'm fine now." James was sick in his previous life. There's a saying that some people are destined to get certain diseases, which has little to do with their living habits. Just like he has stomach cancer, which means his stomach function is not good, the same goes for other diseases. Today, he suddenly suffered from heat stroke and hypoglycemia, which also gave him a wake-up call. If Beata hadn't been there, he would be in danger. "It seems that I need to pay more attention in the future. After all, my body is my own." "Thank you. I didn't expect you knew so much." Beata's performance just now exceeded his inherent impression of her. She was calm and organized, and relieved the heat stroke with the fastest method. When I was touring with a girl group, there were always hotter days, and I often encountered hypoglycemia and heat stroke. For someone like you, it's best to carry some sugar with you and eat on time every day. The meal just now was knocked over by James, so I have to buy a new one. But seeing James like this, she couldn't bear to leave him alone. James stood up slowly and picked up the lunchbox on the ground. "What are you doing? This is all over." "It's not dirty. The ones in plastic bags are edible." The lunchbox was still warm. James poured the rice from the bag into the box and started eating. "It's okay to eat something dirty." Beata looked at it, and her heart was slightly touched. At this time, a few people came over to buy watermelons. As soon as James stood up, he was pushed back by Beata. "You take a good rest. I'm going to sell melons." James didn't say anything, but asked her with his eyes, "Are you okay?" Beata put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "Don't get me wrong. I'm not concerned about you. I'm just afraid that you'll faint and hold me back. By then, the money from selling watermelons won't be enough to buy you medicine." Although the words are a bit harsh, people who know her know that she cares about people. James chuckled. "Okay, I don't misunderstand. Then I'll have to work hard on you." Spokesperson. Beata was not used to it first, but as more and more people came to buy melons, he finally lined up. The melons that were originally sold by weight were finally sold by the number at 15 yuan each. Customers consciously took plastic bags to select and pack melons, and then scanned the code to pay, as if they had been trained. It only took half an hour to sell out most of the truckload of melons. Beata looked at the empty cart with a proud look on her face. "It took me, the spokesperson, to do it myself. Look, it hasn't been long, and I've sold out the whole cart of melons." Are all the watermelons in this truck really sold out? There was no one there before, so why are there suddenly so many people lining up to buy watermelons? James looked in the direction Eve left, and his intuition was that it was related to her. The fact is that Eve is indeed involved. After leaving, she turned around and found an ATM to withdraw money and gave cash to passersby so that they could buy watermelons from James' watermelon cart. Who doesn't want money and free watermelons delivered to your door? The staff member silently turned off the camera, wiped the sweat off his face, and said, "Boss, you are violating the rules." "I'm happy to do so. Since you know I'm the boss, you should know that the boss's rules are the rules." After selling the watermelons, the two clapped their hands together. At this moment, Beata completely threw away her hate for James. She danced happily around James and said, "Great, we've finally sold them all. Let's go back." Only Beata was kept in the dark during the whole process. Even the audience in the live broadcast room noticed something was wrong. Beata is like a fool. There were so many people at the market this morning, but she didn't sell many. How come so many people suddenly came? Did she really think she sold all the products because of her looks and hard work? It was clearly arranged by the program team. I didn't like Beata at first, but now she looks cuter and cuter. I like her with James better than with Fong Chun. It's pleasing to the eyes. Beata is Jessica's best friend, right? If Beata falls in love with James, the best friend will become the enemy. I'm really looking forward to it. Beata is a complete Sundra when facing James. Putting aside the fact that James is a scumbag, the two are very compatible in terms of their relationship style and age. James is not a scumbag. The latest news is that someone has leaked information that the Xia family deliberately defamed James. The police have already intervened in this matter. James hired a lawyer to sue a bunch of rumor mongers. If James is really not a scumbag, then Eve and James are a better match. Chapter 60, The Broken Friendship. After selling the melons, the two men finished their work and went home. Beata was in a good mood and was rarely friendly to James. Even after getting in the car, she did not forget to ask about his health. "James, do you still feel dizzy? Are you feeling unwell? Don't drive recklessly. It would be better if you crash yourself to death, but I'm afraid you might cause trouble for others." Beata is not very caring about others. Often, the words of concern become unpleasant to the ear after going around in circles from her mouth. She also likes to speak sarcastically. But what Beata said was also true. James said, "I am in good physical condition. My heart rate is normal. My breathing is normal. I'm not dizzy. My whole body is strong, and my mind is clear. If you were really worried, you could drive." "I can't drive." On the way back, Beata couldn't help but stare at him. She was afraid of being discovered, so she pretended to be looking into the distance. With James is not as annoying as I imagined. Instead, it makes me feel at ease. She couldn't help but observe James' every move and look at every detail of him. She found that James had a face that was no less than a star's. His eyelashes were so long that it felt like they could hold a toothpick. They were even longer than hers. She was envious. A closer look revealed that his skin was very white, as if he had no pores, and his nose was clean. He didn't smoke, so there was no smell of smoke on his body, only a faint scent of laundry detergent. Even if he was covered in sweat, it didn't smell bad. His hair was trimmed by Eve, who did a pretty good job, but she would have done a better job. James looks tall and thin, but he is actually very heavy. When he had heat stroke, she supported him to rest and almost twisted her waist. James' hands also look good, especially when he holds the steering wheel with one hand. She had seen on the internet before that one of the most attractive aspects of a man is the ability to reverse with one hand. She thought it was greasy at the time, until now when she saw James, she realized that it was about the person, not the matter. Good-looking people are attractive no matter what they do. James could clearly feel Beata stealing glances at him, and it was different from the look of disdain she always gave him. "What are you looking at me for?" "I didn't." Beata subconsciously wanted to refute, but then she thought, wouldn't it make her look guilty if she refuted after being caught? She immediately said fiercely, "So what if I saw it?" Who said I can't see it? If you ignore her red cheeks and ears, this sounds quite convincing. You can watch it. You can watch it as you like. Beata looked away uncomfortably and looked at the rearview mirror of the car. "Are you with Eve because you want to take revenge on Jessica?" "Let's not talk about whether I want to take revenge on Jessica. Let me ask you first, when did I get together with Eve?" "I saw with my own eyes that you were with her. You went on a date together, and you sent her love text messages. And today, she even came to see you. She didn't believe that there was nothing fishy going on between the two of them. Dating is a rule set by the program team. Besides, you were the one I drew in the first place. Does my dating with you mean that I like you and you like me? Also, don't forget, this is called a dating show. Do you understand what a dating show is?" James said patiently, as if he was explaining things to a child. Beata is not a bad person by nature. She can distinguish right from wrong. She's just too judgmental towards people and not things. When a friend makes a mistake, she will firmly choose to stand by her, even if she hits her head against a wall. "You said I was taking revenge on Jessica. There must be a reason for revenge, right? Am I taking revenge on her for running away from the marriage in public? Or am I taking revenge on the Xia family for deliberately defaming me and spreading rumors online that I cheated on her?" Beata was stunned and looked at him in astonishment. "You know about the things on the internet?" It seems that Beata also knew it, and even knew it earlier than him. Maybe other people have heard about it too. Thinking of this, James showed irony. "In fact, you also feel that it was Jessica's family who did something wrong in the beginning. Otherwise, how could you have thought that I would retaliate against Jessica? Am I right?" Beata wanted to retort, but when she opened her mouth, she found her throat was blocked, and she couldn't say a word. She could only look at him awkwardly. "I will not drag another innocent woman down with me just to get revenge on one woman. In my eyes, they are not anyone's appendages or trophies. If I want to get revenge on Jessica, I will never use such a cruel method." Beata asked, "Do you still like Jessica now?" "Dislike. But you obviously liked her for so long and treated her so well. You also said that it was at the beginning. People change. If it were you, you tried your best to please someone and were about to get married, but he abandoned you halfway and left you alone at the wedding banquet to be looked down upon and humiliated. What would you do?" Needless to say, she would be furious and slap the scumbag man and woman in the face. When something happens, you can see people clearly, and when it happens to yourself, you can empathize with them. Jessica, who changed her heart at the beginning. Why should she blame James for leaving suddenly? If she hadn't let go, how could James have left? It's such a simple truth. Why did she just figure it out? Jessica blamed James for breaking up the marriage and participating in a dating variety show, saying that he shouldn't be so undignified. But it was obviously her who was undignified. If it was James who ran away from the marriage, would Jessica remain rational and calm? The answer is no. Even if she was wrong, she didn't think she was wrong. Reality has proved that Jessica would rely on suppressing James to show her superiority. There was no conversation along the way. Beata's already shaken heart gradually fell apart at this moment. She thought carefully about how Jessica had treated her over the years. Wasn't this just another way of exploiting her? We returned to the cabin smoothly, and all the guests were present. The director announced that the mission was successfully completed. This challenge was not easy for the guests, so they would not punish them even if they did not sell all the goods. There is no punishment, but there is a reward. The reward is that those who complete the task first will get a date card. You can invite your crush on your next date, and he or she cannot refuse. Linda was stunned after hearing this. She was hit by the sudden surprise and began to doubt her life. She couldn't believe it. After she came to her senses, she looked at James first. Fong Chun, who was in the same group with her, also got an advantage for free and looked at Beata with burning eyes. Eve couldn't accept it and raised an objection. "Why didn't you tell me about this important matter in advance? I object to talking about rewards now." Beata pursed her lips, and although she didn't say anything, her eyes showed protest. The director was not afraid. Because we have to prevent some people from breaking the rules and forcing people to buy or sell by unfair means. Who is this someone referring to? I guess he doesn't need to explain it, right? Eve knows better than anyone how James sold all the melons. If looks could kill, the director would have died 1,000 times. Director Wong, you're really great. Eve gritted her teeth and forced a smile. No matter how beautiful the smile was, her eyes were sinister, which made people feel creepy. The director felt like a thorn in his side and took 2 steps towards James. Anyway, this is it. The rules I set cannot be changed. You all have worked hard today. The next round of appointments will be next Thursday, which is still 6 days away. 2 new people will join us by then. You should get ready. Chapter 61. Mrs. Zhuang has nightmares every day. Ever since James broke off the engagement and left home, Stella has never seen him again. It was as if he had disappeared out of thin air. Her phone was unreachable, and no one answered the call when she used the driver's or the servant's cell phone to call him. Because she couldn't see James, Stella began to have frequent nightmares. She dreamed of a little girl with pigtails and a red dress. She sucked her fingers and tilted her head back to look at her quietly. Who are you? Mom, I'm Xiaoko. I'm the Xiaoko you call for every day. Don't you recognize me? Xio Giskivito. No, I'm not your mother, get out. Mom, don't you want me anymore? Okay, I'm gonna leave. As soon as the little girl finished speaking, her head fell down. The round little head rolled on the ground and rolled to her toes. Stella lowered her head and met the little girl's dark eyes. When people are extremely frightened, they are silent and cannot make any sound. The little girl grinned and said, Mom, I rolled over. Stella woke up from a nightmare and let out a terrible scream, which was creepy to hear in the middle of the night. She grabbed her long hair, tore at her scalp, and looked around in horror, as if she could see something in the darkness. Richard, who was sleeping next door, was woken up. He got up helplessly, pushed open the door, and saw Stella lying on the ground. Wife! He walked over, pretending to be a good man, hugged her, and gently comforted her. Baby, you are having a nightmare. Don't be afraid. I saw Xiaoka. Xiaoku is dead. Yes, she's dead, but I can see her every night. She's on my shoulder, standing in front of me. There's so much blood on her. I can't get rid of her. Call James back. Only he can get rid of Xiaoko. James returned to the banker. Stella's abuse of him stabilized his condition, and he saw his body slowly recovering, but he didn't expect this to happen. Stella's condition is now more serious than before. She locked herself in a room, looking around in a daze, always saying that a ghost would come to harm her. Have you ever heard of the saying that fortune will always turn around and end up with death? She killed her own daughter, so her daughter will take her life and drag her into hell. At first, Richard could patiently comfort her, hold her in his arms while she slept at night, and hug her tightly and kiss her forehead when she woke up from a nightmare. It was fine for a day or two, but during the week, Stella couldn't sleep properly and even scratched Richard when she lost control of her temper. Richard still had to deal with work during the day, and after maintaining his loving wife persona for 2 days, he moved to the guest room next door and slept with earplugs on. No matter how Stella yelled, he pretended not to hear. He just forgot to bring earplugs tonight. Richard's face turned ugly when James was mentioned. Fearing that Stella would go crazy, he never told her that he and James had signed a divorce agreement. Stella tore Richard's pajamas, screaming at the top of her lungs, as if possessed by a ghost, shouting James' name and saying that he would pay with his life. She transferred all the sins onto James, constantly suppressing him, abusing him, brainwashing him, inflicting violence on him, and making him compromise. Once James admitted that he had killed his sister and felt sorry for his family, Stella would get the ultimate satisfaction. This kind of thing has been tried and tested, but what she didn't know was that James was no longer the James of the past. He already knew the truth, and after being reborn, he couldn't wait to sever ties with them. Not to mention that Stella went crazy. Even if she jumped off the building and committed suicide now, he would not come back. James will no longer let them manipulate him. He can only deceive Stella temporarily, not forever. Richard was also irritable because he didn't sleep late at night. He squeezed Stella's shoulders hard. Stop shouting. James won't come back. He has cut off ties with us. Stella frowned in pain. Her voice stopped, and she stared at Richard dully. He is my son, who allowed him to break off relations with me. I don't believe it. I won't agree. Whether you believe it or not, he's not coming back. Stella, stop acting crazy. Stella raised her hand and slapped Richard hard. You are crazy and stupid. If you bring James back and want to break off relations with me, then he can die. I will personally peel off his skin, pull out his tendons, and break his bones. Only in this way can he repay me for the pain of giving birth to him." Richard pushed her away with disgust on his face. "He and I have signed a severance agreement, and the entire internet has announced that he is no longer my son." Stella kept saying no and took out her cell phone to call James, but the call was still not connected, just like during the day. Richard was annoyed and wanted to fight, but he was afraid of an endless quarrel, so he just ignored it and walked out of the bedroom. Stella chased after him and shouted, but he pretended not to hear anything. He quickly went into the guest bedroom and closed and locked the door. No matter how Stella made a fuss, he didn't take it seriously. He put on his earplugs, and the world finally became quiet. Richard was becoming more and more impatient with Stella. It was okay when James was around, as he took on most of the damage. But for those who stayed, as long as he coaxed her, Stella would become normal and gentle, and became very dependent on him. James was gone. This dependence became a bondage, and Richard sometimes thought maliciously that if Stella continued to be so crazy, she might as well die. If it were another woman, she could not only give birth to children for him, but also help him in his career. Richard's eyes flashed with anger. He couldn't stay with such a crazy woman for the rest of his life. Stella was old, ugly, and in poor health, and couldn't have children. The banker has so much property. What will happen to it after he dies? Will he take advantage of his opponent? Adopted children are definitely not as good as biological children. It's not too late to have a child now and raise him well, but if Stella knew that he had an illegitimate child outside, it would definitely cause unrest in the family. Once his loving wife persona collapses, it may even affect the company's market value. Suddenly, his hand vibrated, and Richard touched it and found it was a cell phone. Richard picked it up and saw that it was a call from Frank. He immediately took off his earphones and answered the call. "Boss, yeah, why are you calling me so late? I will be able to sign the West City land soon. I think our two companies can cooperate." Richard's eyes lit up when he heard this. "That's great. Our cooperation will be mutually beneficial. I originally thought that after James broke off the engagement, the relationship between the two families would become very strained, and there would be no chance of cooperation." Unexpectedly, Frank didn't care at all and called him late at night to discuss business and make money. "But there's a small matter that I hope you can help me with." Richard's smile faded. "What's the matter?" Frank said in a negotiating tone. "Jessica has set her sights on Anthony now. Nothing I say will work. I'm the only daughter I have spoiled for more than 20 years. I can't just ignore her. I can't bear to do that. Anthony is actually a good kid, but he has a poor background. If you can adopt Anthony as your son, Jessica can marry him legitimately without being disturbed by gossip, and it can also solve the problem of our two families' marriage. It's really killing two birds with one stone." Chapter 62. Adopt a giant baby? How can this be justified? How can this be considered killing two birds with one stone? Frank finished speaking. He didn't wait for Richard's reply for a long time, so he called out, "Lao Zhuang, did you hear that?" Richard suddenly came back to his senses and could only use a dry laugh to cover up his embarrassment.